Well, hello everybody. Welcome to the stream. Thanks. Well, hold on. Hey, Kismet, shush. Quit talking to me. I'm talking to these guys. Don't talk to me. Hey, that's the standard Kismet stream. Already going off the rails. Welcome everybody. Thanks for being here. I was working on some stuff and it caused a little echo there, and I knew exactly what it was, and I pressed the button and it stopped. Thanks for being here. We're going to get into some fun today. We're going to be hundreds of millions of dollars. Boom, right in our pockets in No Man's Sky. Can't wait to go check it out. Going to be awesome. I thought I'd load in while I was waiting. Here, let me get my guy not standing in the open. Would probably be a smart idea. All right, go stand in there, guy. All right, welcome everybody. We're going to have some fun today. Again, we're going to play some No Man's Sky. We're going to do some Stream Raiders. And of course, we're going to start battles early if we can. If we hit that 50 and 75 and 100 modes. We were romple stomping them yesterday. I felt like we could have done it with half the peeps that we were doing. So we're going to try to find that kind of balance so we can start a little bit early. And then, of course, the more battles we get, the more loot you guys get, the more GG, the more we win. So we'll watch that as we go, and we'll get that started as well in just a moment. And then, of course, later, we're going to play some Wastelanders with you guys. That's right. If you want to play on PS4 or Xbox with me, I'm going to bring the Tycoons in to help you out, or I'm going to run around and help you out. Now, no, I won't be doing any quests with you guys. I'll just be running around helping you guys do your quests and go in different places and whatnot. Around the wasteland as we do those new quests and whatnot. Now, we also learned that there is an actual kill box in Fallout 76. I don't know if that came from me or if they just came up with that idea on their own. I don't know. I've been doing that for 5 years. So I think I might have influenced them a little bit on that one. I don't know. But, you know, sometimes you don't want to get too big of an ego because then they're like, nope, had nothing to do with you, Kismet. Burp, knock you right off there. Now, I haven't heard back from him. I actually sent an email to him and asked him, but I have not heard back. So we'll see how it goes. You know how it goes sometimes. And thanks, everybody, again, for being here in the chat. Let me say hello to all of my mods who are going to be here today. We got Jazz Sats helping out right now. Game Killer also in the chat helping out. We got Gwen hanging out as well, and Wolfric. That's kind of, not in the thing for to be here, but he's here. All right, thanks, Game Killer. You're not in the check-in, but he's here. That's what you got to love about Game Killer. He's got my back. Show him some love in the chat, everybody. I appreciate that big time. Not scheduled to be here, but here anyway. You got to show him some love in the chat, everybody. Show Game Killer some love. Appreciate it. Now, of course, all of you, thank you so much for being here. Let me back up here in my chat. We got Veloxis coming in saying, hey, what's up, man? Thanks for being here. We've got Lowly Trucker hanging out in the chat. Give both of them 1,000 kids. Got Panty Switch coming in with the squirrel and the monkey wave. Kind of looks like Grimace's pet monkey. You know, from McDonald's. You know, he's purple monkey. There you go. Kind of reminds me of my daughter. I call my daughter a monkey too because she like climbs up the trees and she's all over stuff, and she does that as well. That's how children are when they're young. She's a climber, if you know what I mean. Parents out there, peeps who, you know, if you got a tree in the backyard, you come out there and find her, you know, way up in a tree. She is a good girl, though. She is probably the one who is most reliable of all of my children, who is just like Johnny on the spot, gets up on time and does all of her stuff, and you can really rely on her to do her stuff. And that's a good thing. A very, very good thing. All right, we got Patty Switch. Who else we got? It's for coming in with the host. Thank you very much. Appreciate that. Good to see you in the chat. Hey, all, how we doing? Let's see. Who else we got? We got E-Wolf coming in as well. Thanks for hanging out, E-Wolf. Appreciate it. Don't forget to go retweet, everybody. We'll throw that in the chat for you here. Bam. There you go. Don't forget to retweet. Does help out the stream tremendously. Man, I feel like really inspired to play some games today, man. I'm ready to go. I'm ready to do the thing. Pastor says, hey, man, how you doing? I got my coffee ready to hang with you in this cool channel. Well, thank you, Patty Switch. The wife wrangled me into getting some Dr. Pepper. It's actually not that good. I don't know what it is. It kind of tastes off. But you know what? You could use a little bit today. I literally got up about, I don't know, about an hour ago. So I was like so tired. I was like, oh. You know how it is. I've been working hard, working up late, running videos and doing all that stuff. I have to constantly, if you're doing videos at the level that I am, where you do every single video and there are hundreds of gigs every single day, you have to really keep on top of it because it will fill every hard drive you have. Even though I have, you know, terabytes and terabytes of hard drive space, it'll fill that up in no time. Because I got to have the original 200, and then I've got to have enough space to process it. First to copy it across, and then process it out to a condensed video before I upload it to YouTube. Because if I upload YouTube as a 200 gig video, it takes a lot longer. But if I take it and process it for an hour, and then run it up and compress it for YouTube, it then is a lot smaller, easier to upload. So a little tip for you on your videos. Make sure that you are pre-compressing them before you put them up on YouTube. Save you lots of time. And if you are metered, it'll save some of your bandwidth too. As well. Me, I'm not, I don't have a bandwidth meter. Otherwise, I'd be really in trouble because I literally upload terabytes worth of videos in a month. So yeah, it'd be pretty scary. Pretty scary. Sam is coming in with a squirrel. Yes, lots of squirrel emotes going to be flashing in the chat for this stream, that's for sure. Deranged Mind coming in says, hey, rocking the Dr. Gluten emote there. I really like Dr. Gluten, or Dr. Gluon, not gluten. See, I actually got that wrong, and my mods failed to tell me that it was Dr. Gluon, not Dr. Gluten. I don't know where the gluten come from. I guess gluten-free or something like that. That's how my brain works sometimes. I get really off on the side. Love them over there. I love all my buddies that I've known for years and years and years, having great success right now, rising into that 200, 300,000 viewers. Oh, so awesome to see. I relish in other people's success, right? I don't say, oh, well, that person over there is why they do it better than me because I'm the best and they suck and I should be way better than them. You do that and it's just going to poison who you are. It's actually going to derail everything that you're doing as well. You don't want to put down other people because they're successful. You want to relish in that because the funny thing is I was successful. I went and helped them in some small way by, rating them or whatever it is and highlighting them, say, look, these guys are great at what they do. And I helped them a little bit along the way. Now, of course, they did all the other work themselves, but, that little bit of help could have been the catalyst that pushed them to where they are. And I really like that about Twitch is that, you can help others out by doing that. Like we've been rating thousands of people here in the stream and watch some of those people go on to be partners. Some of those people went on to go be partnered before me. And I drop, 100, 200, 500, sometimes up to 5,000 people here in the channel when I'm on the homepage. And I greatly appreciate that. I greatly appreciate Twitch showing me that love. And then I take that love and I pass it on through the Kismet love train. If you've been in my stream for any amount of time, that we love to spread it around here on Twitch so lots of people who are on that journey can have a little bit of help along the way. Like we helped somebody out yesterday. He was down in about 10 people on his channel. We pushed him, boom, up to about another 100, way up in the rankings for 76. Love to help out fellow Vault Dwellers and other gamers here on Twitch, as well as artists as well. Sometimes I'll feature them, bam, push them up. So maybe they get a little discovery here on Twitch. Maybe somebody will come along and say, oh, wow, hey, this person's great. Hit that follow button. I greatly appreciate you guys getting on the Kismet Love Train. You guys are so awesome. Well, hey, these are all the people that make it awesome right here. My job is to be the catalyst, right? I bring awesome people together. It's what I've been doing for 17 years. It's what I do best, is not necessarily be the best at everything, but be the best at putting amazing people together. And that's what I love to do. I love to see that magic that happens when you put great people together and then they're all having a good time and they really love what they do. And then, there's like a whole next level of stuff that happens. Like when we're playing 7 Days to Die or when we're running around in Fallout 76 or whatnot, it really is a whole nother level of gameplay. So there we go. That's how we're going to do. Never buy anything else other than bottled Dr. Pepper. Everything tastes off. Yeah, I think it's the same thing, Samus. I actually had some glass bottled Dr. Pepper, and oh my gosh, was it good. Was it really, really good. It was on sale for like, 10 cents each or something like that. So I was like, all right, I haven't had that in ages. So I got that, and I'm like, oh, now I'm spoiled. Now I'm spoiled for every other type of Dr. Pepper. Is that. But yeah, it tastes really flat, that Dr. Pepper does. But hey, you know what? Little zap of caffeine today. We're going to get into it. So in Fallout 76, I'm by the airport. I'm level 14. Any suggestions to shake things up for today? Yes, build your base by there, and then keep checking back and do that event. You want to get a ton of loot in your pockets. That event is awesome. One of my favorite events in 76, especially when you have your crew with you and you're up on top and there's all sorts of battle. They're coming in from different directions. It's really, really fun. Plus, little things that come in and drop you some extra loot as well. So, really fantastic way to get jump started in 76 is that airport event. That's one of the few events, if you ever noticed, that I don't typically do events in there. And the reason why is I get so sidetracked on those events that I forget what the heck I was doing. But I do like to do all the events. I like to do all the events. I like to do dailies. I like to do side quests. I like to do all that. But right now, just trying to get through that main quest so that I can be caught up. So when the overseer is saying, hey, go do this, and she's talking in past tense that I did that thing, but I didn't do that thing in this playthrough, that's a little bit of a story problem there, right? So I have to get through that story so she's not talking in the past tense. So when I go and talk to the other NPCs, they're not talking in the past tense as well, like I've already done it, but I haven't done it on that particular character. That kind of throws me off. That throws me off. I don't like to be inconsistent in my storyline. Though there's a lot of great NPCs that we've run into. We get into a bunch of stories and all that stuff. We'll get into all of that. That's for sure. Kismet, do you mean this love train? Yes, we'll go ahead and do the drive-by here in just a second. But you know what? I feel like playing some games. What do you guys think? Let's do it. All right. Oh, I hear some serious conversion of stuff going on. All right, here we are in No Man's Sky. But first, we're going to pop that right up right there. Now, remember, you can support the stream by buying skins here in Stream Raiders. It does help out the stream tremendously. I feel like we're going to do this fort one. Every time I see this fort one, I'm like right to it. I love this fort one. I don't know what it is. Again, it reminds me of the old school lineage where you would attack the castles and things like that. I had so much fun doing that. My crew was the best. Speaking of having amazing crew, my crew was the best. We took over all the castles. We took them all over. We actually took over 2 castles simultaneously at the same time. We went over this one, and then they all shifted over here. And then we were battling. And I go, all right, shift number 2. And then we did number 2, and bam, we took over that castle. And then they shifted back. Then we went, whoop, bam, and we took over the other castle at the same time. It was awesome. It was like the greatest coup in castle history to double take a castle. Most people, they have trouble just taking one, but we took 2 at the same time. We had hundreds of allies as well. That was quite the epic battle. And then we became super known after that. And that's when I had a huge surge of people join the guild as well back in the day. 300 plus members in Lineage 17 years ago. Talk about old school, bro. Talk about old school. That's talking old school there. So yeah, let's have a little bit of a drive-by. Here comes my buddy. Where's he at? Right over here. Drive-by. There he goes on the Kismet love train, driving by, showing us some love. Thank you to Norbert for coming by and doing that. And also that goes out to Insfer out there showing some love. I greatly appreciate that as well. Oh, I'm getting a text. Okay. Scary stuff. All right. Waiting for, I thought that was going to be from my wife, but just peeps checking in, seeing if I'm dead. Not dead yet. Still good. Still good. All right, let's go. Let's get to it. Bam. Let's see. I turn my sound on. My sound down a little bit here for No Man's Sky. All right, now, as you can see, we're converting some ferrite dust. And I'm always converting ferrite dust because I'm always using ferrite dust for plates and things like that. And what we want to do is just kind of go on a little tour here of my base. As you can see, I've taken over, and this is one of my favorite bases of all time now, taken over a trade platform. Right down here, you can see we got a, you can't see a dang thing. You can't see a dang thing. Now you can see it. There we go. Oh, boy. I am a mess. Bam! There's 1,000 kids cats for me screwing up yet again. But hey, every time I screw up, you guys benefit. There you go. All right, so this is my farm of stuff. This is a standard Kismet stream. If you like things going off the rails, if you like a little bit of chuckle and laughing in your day, you're going to get a lot of that here in this stream. There we go. So right over there, we have our awesome copper ore node. Now I'm using the industrial power and industrial mining, which I absolutely love, because while I'm offline, not even got the game on, my computer's off, I'm 5 states over, bam, it's in here getting the stuff, right? So the cool thing was I took over this trade platform, and I was just kind of chilling and not really doing much. And then I thought, hey, you know what? I'm going to look for and see if there's any ore nodes around. And I literally ran down the hill, and that is an S copper node right down the side of my base. Didn't do that on purpose. Just happened to find it right next to this particular random place that I took over. So yeah, pretty sweet. Now I got that pumping straight back over here, which is pretty nice. So I don't really have to hurry or run down there to get the copper, or not really have a problem with copper. I got 57,000 copper. Now I'm playing in normal mode again. I do like survival mode. Survival mode is fun, but there's no really sense of progression in survival mode. Not that there really is in normal mode either. There's no sense. See, the sense of progression I think they should add is when you're in your small converter, you can convert so much. Then you get in your medium, then you can convert more, right? You can put more of it in there. Instead of 250, you could do 500, say, in the survival mode. Then if you get into the big converter, then it would be 1,000, you know? So you have a sense of progression. But everything is locked to 250. Your inventory is locked to 250. All of the converters are locked to 250. And everything is really tedious when you get to that part. Now, normally, I'm down for that. But we crushed that mode. We made hundreds of millions and all of that. And then we said, okay, we good. Because eventually what I want to do is I want to play the multiplayer, right? Once I unlock all the stuff and whatnot, we'll play some multiplayer, especially if they let us have our own servers. That would be pretty awesome. But I'm in here, and I just went in here, and I was showing you guys I was converting ferrite dust there. That wasn't too exciting, but you guys get the gist of it. So we're converting ferrite dust in there. We just picked up tons of copper, tons of oxygen. That was 27,000 oxygen. Now what we're going to do is we're actually going to pop around a little bit and grab some more resources as we go. Now I love this filter up here where you hit Q and E, right? It shows you all, shows you space stations, and then my favorite, my bases, right? So and I've got two different kind of HQs. I've got one on a paradise planet, which is okay. It's not really that great of a paradise planet because it does have bad weather, but it is a really beautiful planet, great for collecting resources and stuff like that. But my main base, which is the one I'm on right now, called Trade Base, is the one I'm usually hanging out in, where I'm micromanaging all my stuff. Remember, the universe is your backyard. 18 quintillion systems for you to explore. More systems than you could actually explore in your real lifetime. That is pretty incredible. That is pretty incredible if you think about it. And every time I play this game, I see a new type of planet, a new type of thing. A lot of them sometimes get repetitious, where you'll see the same type of planet over and over again. You'll see the same resources. But every now and again, you'll run into one that's not. Now, normally I don't mine salt. It's not typically a thing I do early game. But this one I just couldn't resist. This is a salt S node next to an S node power. So I was like, oh, okay, we got to get that. That's like fate saying, Kismet, come and get this. Now the thing about salt right here, as you can see, just this 13,000 here is worth 13 million, $4 million, $4 million for 13,000 salt. So that's pretty good. So you make about 4 million every so often. Now watch this. I'm going to put this away. I make 4 million every 2 hours and 30 minutes. So by the time we get halfway through this particular stream, I'll have another 4 million in there. Now that seems awesome, and that's great early on, especially if you're using such low resources for such a huge amount of cash early game. Now I'm also going to jump over here to my rusted metal farm. We'll pop over there, see how that's doing. You're like, Kismet, what the heck are you getting rusted metal for? That's junk. That's, you know, I throw that away every day. Oh, you've been throwing that away? Oh, that's a bad idea because rusted metal converts into ferrite dust at 2 to 1. So if you've been spending your time running around collecting ferrite dust, you've been seriously causing yourself extra work. Now, of course, if you like doing that, more power to you. But me, I like to just run over here and collect 21,000 ferrite dust every now and again, drop it into here, and now in about 6 hours and 30 minutes, that's going to get me another 21,000. Now, I can speed it up if I want. Out here, you can see I've got my miners going, and then, of course, my storage on over here. And then, of course, these two storages are tied together, and they all run into a central one inside here. Where I can literally just pop in, grab what I need to grab, and then I'm out. Just like that. I don't have to do anything else. Now, I can't increase the speed. I can't increase the storage to make it collect more. I feel like that's probably good enough. That's probably enough. I don't really need more than that. Now, I've got other trade bases and other bases for certain reasons when I need uranium or things like that. But I've also got one called big dollar bills as well as dollar bills. Now, dollar bills is the one with the eggs. So you go collect the eggs and literally make $1 million just like that. You run around, grab the egg, $1 million in your pocket. Right at the very beginning of the game, by the way. It actually leads you to one of those at the beginning of the game where you can make $1 million just by grabbing those eggs. Now, you got to use your smarts. And what I do is I put walls around it. I claim it as my base. I put walls around those eggs, and I fly into there, start to pick up the eggs, and it starts, things start to happen. And then you fly up on top of the actual base, and you kind of dodge up there until you have enough jetpack power to fly down to the next one. Then you fly back up, fly to the next one, because it's all enclosed. It's got walls. They can't get in there, and they can't hit you while you're in there. So you just pick up all those eggs, and bada bing, bada boom. You wait for the event to be over, you got $1 million in your pocket. Now, sometimes you get 2 million at those, and that's good early on. But later on, you want to get the big dollar bills, and that's this one right here. We're going to go over there, and we have upped it since last time, and we are going to make 100+ million right now. Now, this was running while I wasn't even online. So as I come back online, all of this is going to be full, and all I got to do, just like if you had an arcade, right, where the old school arcades where you just come in and you take the quarters out and you put the money in your pocket, that's exactly what I'm about to do. Except for, in this case, it's going to be 100 million. And I can make it even more. We're going to push it to a billion at some point. Let's take a look here. This is activated iridium, one of the most valuable thing in the entire game. If I roll over it, you can see it's worth 163 million. I correct that. 100.5 million. Or 100.5 million or more. So that's 172 million worth of it, which is basically 172,000 of it. Now, I can't even put all of it in my exosuit. It is so much. But I'm going to put a whole bunch of it in there. It's going to leave me with 78,000. Now, if I go look at my inventory here, you're going to see that I have a lot of metal plating in here, and there's a reason for that. We'll come back to that. So let's go ahead and take our metal plating out just to give ourselves more room. Now, if you haven't played the game in a while, you're going to notice that this is stacking to 10,000, which used to be your cargo, right? It used to be your cargo stacked to 10,000, but they made, in normal mode, they made both your general inventory and your cargo stacked to 10,000, which is awesome. I greatly appreciate that change. And they've done such a wonderful, wonderful job of just putting their heads down and really upgrading this game and making it amazing. This game has risen from a 3-4 out of 10 to a 10 plus or 10 plus out of 10. And incredibly great. If you haven't played it in a while, it is definitely worth another playthrough. There we go. You might notice also that I've unlocked all of my slots, all my technology slots and all my cargo slots. We did that last time. Really great way to buy up those slots. I still got 6 more to do down here, and we'll try to get that done today, and then we'll have them all unlocked because we're going to need lots of room for this activated iridium. So we're going to go in here. We're going to grab the rest of this. We can put in 229,000 more on our character. And there we go. Now we've got tons of activated iridium. And we're going to try to, again, double what we have here. So there we go. Now what we can do is we can build a bit of a base where we can actually just sell it right here. Now as you get to higher and higher, you're going to get different types of bases that you can build. And we're going to go ahead and go into build mode here. And you can start to get these kind of cylindrical rooms. You can unlock a lot of this stuff. We're going to work a little bit on our unlocks today. So we're going to go ahead and build that there. And the difference between having one of these, and just having a normal building like this is that this is going to basically power some of your stuff without you having to go in and run lines and do all that stuff. So just to give you a sense of the size of this particular farm, I'm going to go into build mode, and then I'm going to go ahead and just fly around a little bit. I love the fly camera. And we're going to go ahead and fly up here, give you just a small sense of what we're looking at. So that is 170,000 worth of storage. And then, of course, we have just massive amount of extractors going here. Now, the most I typically do in extractors is about 9. This is a lot more than 9. As you can see, we have about 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. There's 9 in a row. So 9, 18. Let's just call it 20. Let's call that 40. Say 45, 50 extractors right there. And the reason why I do that is basically so I make so much cash, right? I'm going to make $172 million every time I log in because it always runs when I'm not online. So if we go look at this again, look, it's already did 750 before we even did anything. This is going to take 6 hours and 30 minutes. Now you're like, well, Kismet, how can I speed that up? Just keep adding more extractors there. Just keep adding more and more extractors. It'll make it go faster. And you're like, well, Kismet, how can I store more so when I'm offline and I come in, I will have all that stored up instead of me, have to come back every hour or every 5 hours or whatever it is. That is when you put in your storage units. That's all of these, right? The more storage units you have, the more it stores up. The more extractors you have, the faster it extracts. Now, this is a really, really nice location for activated idiom. Really, when it comes to activated idiom, you don't have to have that big of a node. Let's go in and adjust our survey node here. But if you get as lucky as me, this is actually an S node right there. And now, as you can see, there's a problem already because there's all this stuff going on, things bouncing around all over the place. That's why I typically don't like my base close to the extractors because it's going to be hitting it, all of that. I have a farm 4 times the size at least. Well, hey, flexing on the chat, Samus. Hey, bro, I'm better than you. My base is 4 times the size of yours. You're funny, Samus. You're funny. I don't know if you meant that as a flex, but I'm just gonna kid you a little bit. I hope you don't mind. All right, let's go in here and let's build some power right over here. And we're going to go ahead and do our battery. Now, one of the cool things about this is you can put your battery like that. Now, you might also notice that I go between first-person mode and third-person mode quite often. That I have a program to the side of my mouse. I have a Razer Naga Chroma Epic. It's got like 5 names. But I can go ahead and easily do that. That's actually located in your menu under Utilities. And then, of course, right here, Toggle Camera View. One of my favorite things about this game, very much like Fallout, is the fact that I can go from first person to third person. I am a big fan of being able to do that. The third person, I feel, is more cinematic when you're running around, you're looking at all the beautiful things. My guy's running along in the woods or wherever he's at. Or standing up on a hill or whatever. I feel like that 3D over-the-shoulder feel is awesome. Which reminds me also of Lineage, by the way. It was an isometric over-your-shoulder game way back in the day. So notice that actually attaches to the building, which is pretty awesome. And then we're going to go ahead and build ourselves a nice teleporter over here. Oh, actually, we already have one. That's why it's purple. If you see something that's purple, that means you already have one of those things or you're too close to something else. So we'll go in and we'll go ahead and take our teleporter out here. Take that power line out. And then we've got a converter over here, a large refiner. That's nice. We'll take that out. And then we're going to take our battery out. And we're going to redo all of this. There's no reason to have that once I have this over here. And we're going to go ahead and put this back here in the corner. Now, you can snap that in the middle, though it is really annoying when it's in the middle. So watch out for that. Now, when you're building, I don't necessarily have to stand out in that storm, right? I can hit C, which is a build camera, which allows me to fly outside, even in the middle of weather and other toxic problems that might happen. And you can see we've got power running across here. Now I'm actually going to tear all of this down because I no longer need it. I hate wasting resources, so if I feel like I've got a base that I'm not really using, I'm just going to take it down. I'm holding down the control key, which is going to let me kind of micromanage all of this stuff and take it out, even though there's a big storm going on right now. Notice that that thing still remains there. I will work on that in a bit. And we'll go ahead and work this a bit too. We're going to take this one out. We'll just kind of clean this up. Also notice down below I have all of my boxes down here so I can access my inventory and whatnot. I have an extra thing off the side there. And notice there's our power pole there. So we're going to go ahead and take our power pole here. You do not want to send it to your doorway. If you send it to your doorway, it's going to close your doorway. You don't want to do that because you can't get in. So I'm going to send it to the side, and what it did is now powered up my base. And what that does is that comes from way off in the distance. That's an industrial power. So we went ahead and did the industrial power, and then we ran it way over here. How's the new Satisfactory update? Awesome, Jared. Awesome. This is No Man's Sky. If you wanted to see Satisfactory, that was yesterday. But thank you so much for coming in and hanging out. I appreciate it big time. Let's see. Chicago coming in. Hey, Chicago. Hey, hello, sir. This is the most down-to-earth informative stream I've come across. I've been just starting the process of building a farm. What are some of the best tips or tricks you can suggest? Immediately like the porthole next to where you collect. Yes. I find the best thing to do when you first start off is prioritize, just like in real life, right? Prioritize. What is the most important stuff for getting started, right? What is the most important stuff to collect? Well, always number one, no matter where you start in the world, even if you start on a paradise planet, which would be incredibly lucky, but if you just start on a planet, the first thing you're going to need is sodium. And the reason why you're going to need sodium is to protect yourself against the elements, right? So that's always the first thing. Now, I've played both in the normal mode, and I've played in the survival mode, and now I'm back in the normal mode. So this is my third playthrough in a row. That's what makes it so amazing that this game has risen from a 3-4 where I just pop in and kind of fool around a little bit and see how the game's doing, and then I go play something else. And then I come back and see how it's doing. Every update, I kind of come back and check on it over the years. And now it is a 10 out of 10, 10 plus out of 10. It is really, really well. They really improved it, add a ton of stuff. They just said, hey, what would Kismet want? Sometimes I feel like when I'm playing games, they go, what would Kismet want? You know what? He would want industrial mining, and he would want this, and he would want that. He wanted exocraft, and he'd want living ships, and he'd want this, and he'd want freighters, and he'd want space battle, and he'd want this, right? And then multiplayer and all of that stuff. I swear sometimes it just feels like that. Now, I'm seriously doubt if they even watch my stream over there, because No Man's Sky is not my primary game. Fallout would probably be my primary. Fallout and 7 Days to Die. But I love No Man's Sky. I've actually re-fallen in love with it. It is really, really good. So, prioritize sodium, right? Carbon, oxygen, those kind of things in the very beginning. That is what I would prioritize. Then you say, okay, now that I collected it myself, how can I get to a point where I don't have to collect it every day, where I'm not doing the work, where I can do multiple things at the same time while I'm doing something else? Great example, Satisfactory. Great example, No Man's Sky, right? You queue some stuff up. It's starting to do it. You're off doing something else. You're building something else or running around or doing quests or whatever. Meanwhile, it's back there extracting tons and tons of loot. That's what it's doing. So I always start with copper, ferrite dust, and oxygen. You get those three down, you style it. The universe is yours. You know, there's a Tycoon Universe out there. We're going to take it over. We're going to take it all over. So that's what I would start with. Now, you saw that I had oxygen and copper at my primary base, or maybe you didn't. Well, I'll teleport back here in a bit. You'll take a look at. I'll let you take a look at it. So I've got those as my primary base. I just lucked out that those happen to be by my base, including an S node for copper that just happens to be by my base. Now, I love the industrial stuff here where you can, do massive extractors and then, of course, massive storage. This is a lot of ferrite dust. This is a massive amount of ferrite dust. This is also a massive amount of carbon, right? So what I do is I get rusted metal. Rusted metal converts into ferrite dust at 2-to-1, meaning you get 2 ferrite dust from 1 rusted metal. So I have, say, 10,000 ferrite, 10,000 rusted metal becomes 20,000 ferrite dust. So we've got that squared away. We get our copper coming in. We're creating chromatic metal, which is something you use a lot of when you're building bases and when you're constructing objects. So now you got that locked in. You know what else you're doing? You're extracting oxygen. You can take all that excess oxygen that you have because you're struggling for it in the beginning, and then all of a sudden, bam, now you've got 27,000 oxygen that you can convert into carbon. So now you got your carbon, you got your chromatic metal, and you got your ferrite dust, which of course can be converted into pure ferrite and magnetized ferrite. And guess what? The world is yours. You can go build whatever you want. The universe is yours. Wherever you go, you've got tons of resources to build massive, massive structures, as well as to build up your farms. And those are the ones I prioritize. And once I have those three down, which I already do, then I'll say, okay, do I want to just, go straight to the cache, or do I want to go and, start getting all the other resources like sodium and, uranium? Those are always good to get because sodium, of course, is great for your defense against the elements, as well as uranium is great for fueling your ship. And things like tritium, things like, of course, hydrogen, dihydrogen. You're going to need a lot of that because you need that for fuel and so on. So get all those basic elements squared away. And once you have those squared away, you feel like you're in command of the entire game. You've already won. Like 10 minutes into this game, I already know I already won. And at least whatever I set as winning, right? Because I know all it takes is from that moment on, the second I hit that kind of plateau of when I'm bringing in so much ferrite dust and carbon and all of those things, that I know that all it does is take after that time is just take time, just building it up, making it bigger, right? And I'll show you when we go to make some more mines here, how I can extend my base up to 1,000 away from my primary base. When I put my base down, it'll literally be 1,000 away in a gigantic circle. So remember, you could build a massive base, 1,000 from just the center of your base. And you have to do that. You can't connect two bases together, which is a bummer. It'd be great if you connect the power from this one over this one, unless they fixed that recently. But one of the problems I had when I first started with the industrial stuff is I said, okay, I'm gonna build a base here by this node, I'm gonna build a base here by this node, and I'll just run the power. No, that doesn't work. It doesn't work. You have to keep it within that one base for it to actually work. And hopefully one day they fix that where you can tie between multiple bases. But here we go. Speaking of power, let's get back to it. So we're putting our round room down. And as you can see, this is on. It's got no power connections to it. If we go look on the front or the back, no power connections. Over here, I didn't connect that, but yet it's storing the power there. You can see it's 45,000. That's because these particular rooms have the special ability of you to be able to just run it in there. And you can also just set solar on the top. You don't have to actually run the lines for solar. You just set it on the top of the building, and boom, the building is powered by that solar, which is pretty awesome. So we do have a lot of fun figuring out those kind of mechanics. So there we go. So we've got that going. What else we want to put in here? We probably want to put that big converter that we just dismantled. Oops, put it backwards. It doesn't really matter which direction it is, by the way. It doesn't matter which way it is. You can still operate it that way, but it just triggers me, so I have to fix it. Some of you know what I'm talking about. Now I don't like it to snap in the middle because it blocks the entire thing. Me coming in and out of there. Oh. Sometimes I'm pressing the buttons for other games and not the games that make this work. This is a left mouse click kind of game as opposed to hitting E or spacebar or anything like that. So that's what I like to do. I like to both have the oxygen and then converting that into carbon as well. You'll see me do that here, right? Like right now I'm converting ferrite dust. So here at this particular location, this large refiner, what would I convert in here? I would activated idiom. If you put it in there, it actually becomes chromatic metal at 1 to 4. But that's not really a good value. You can get chromatic metal from copper. That's a way better value than actually doing that. Another thing I can do over here, just to make it easier, every time I kind of log in here, is I can go ahead and put in my galactic trade terminal as well. And we're about to make 150 million or so. Oh, we need some microprocessors. So we're going to need to go over here and say, okay, what do we need for microprocessors? Some carbon nanotubes. I've got one of them right there. but I don't have enough to do more. Oh, I do. All right, I got a bunch of them. Must have put a bunch of them in my cargo. I did. Look at that. See, I've got my cargo unlocked too. I really need to take all of my excess stuff like carbon and things like that and put that in my high capacity slots. Magnetized ferrite, same thing, ferrite dust. Put that away in here into cargo. And this actually works in the survival mode, by the way. This is 500 as opposed to 250 in the survival mode. So it really does help a lot. Helps a lot. All right, so we got our microprocessors in there, and now it's going to allow us to build this. I'm pressing the wrong button again. There we go. And now we've got this, right? So we literally just picked up all of this stuff, and we can turn around. Now, what we're going to happen if we sell this is we're going to crash the market. Right now, it's got a minus 12% demand for activated iridium. If you go somewhere else, you might find something that's plus 10% or plus 30% or whatever it is, or even plus 50 or something like that. Me, I don't care. It's 150 million. I don't have to go anywhere else. I just pick it up and I sell it, and boom, I just crash that system. Now that activated iridium is not worth very much. If I go in and try to sell it again, like let's go ahead and got 295 million, by the way, on me. If I go and try to sell it again, let's go ahead and see if there's any in here. 7,000 in there right now. If I go to try to grab it and then run over here now and sell it once more. So you got to sell it all in one shot. That's the trick. Sell it all in one shot, crash the market, get yourself hundreds of millions, and then you're good. Now, see, if I sell it now, it's minus 80%. So instead of getting the 7 million that I should get for the rest of this, I'm going to get 1.3 million. Now, if you don't really care, bam, sell it. Doesn't matter. In about another 6 hours, you're going to get another 100 million anyway, and you're good. So that's typically what I like to do. Set it up, set it, and forget it, right? That's what I do. Set it, forget it, come back, a few hours, have some more money in my pocket. So yeah, I don't really convert activated iridium and stuff like that, but I might convert stuff like metal plating and things like that I might need later. So a good one to do right here, by the way, is going to be ferrite dust. And you'll see me constantly buy a lot of plates and things like that. That just saves it so I don't have to make plates all the time. I feel like one of the biggest troubles that I have is you can use the A and D right here. To set this to build more than one plate, right? You can set it to 5, 10. I don't have that much ferrite dust on me right now, but I can basically go through and make a ton of plates just in this thing, but I can't hold down the button. It'd be nice if I could hold down the button or set an amount that I want to make, like I click a button and I could put in 100 or 50 or 500 or how many ever plates I want to make. That would be nice, because especially in the normal mode where you can have a lot of resources. Now, speaking of a lot of resources, since I don't have any ferrite dust, at least in my inventory, I can go ahead and say, okay, what do I got over here? Oh, well, hey, you know what? I've got 10,000 additional activated iridium in my inventory here, or in my storage. What else do I got? I got tons of copper. And I'm just going to go through my storage here a little bit and clean this out. Now, there's actually an easier way to do this than to spend all the time doing this. You can go ahead and run down to your thing down here and actually go to each and every one of these. Now, it's not powered right now, so I can't go in there. I'm going to do that battle here in a second. It says insufficient power, so I can't access it directly. But I can go into my fly mode here. I can go up here and say, you know what? I'm going to go ahead and chain this power down. And I like to use the actual power line in there so that I'm not sometimes, holding down control the whole time while I'm doing it. And there we go. We've chained some power back down to these. Now we can go ahead and access these, right? We can run up in here and we can access each and every container and work with those containers. There's also another easy way to do this. Let's see if we have enough jetpack juice to get us all the way up here. Here we go. Okay, this is actually an easier way to do this, and that is to go to our freighter. So we're going to get on our ship, and we're going to fly up to our freighter. Now, here's a funny little Kismet tidbit. Did you know that I've never unlocked my freighter in all of these years of having No Man's Sky? Not until this year. Not until my 2 playthroughs ago, where I played through in the normal mode. We played all the way through. We did the storyline and all of that, made hundreds of millions, and had lots of fun. But we said, hey, you know what? We played through normal mode. Let's go ahead and try survival mode. Survival mode is fun. But I feel like very few people are playing survival mode. So when you go to play multiplayer later on, you're going to have an issue. All right, let's zoom out of here a little bit. I can try to get away from the planet a little bit here so I can summon my freighter. Oh, I cannot summon my freighter. Cannot warp here. Huh. Okay. Let's warp away from here a little bit. Huh. Why can I not summon my freighter? Now, normally what you do is you try to get away from the planet a little bit. Or other objects like your... yeah. Oh, it's because this is a blue planet. It doesn't have the ability to jump here. I forgot. This was a... this is that type of planet where you got to have a special drive to get here. So we'll go to the space station. And we'll bounce back over there. All right, well, while we're going to the space station, let's go ahead and do a quick little battle. Let's go. That's one of my favorite games. Stream Raiders, the whole entire chat's working together right now to battle all the bad guys. There's 20 of us versus 40 of them. Look at that rogue going to town. Good job on the rogue there. Go, we're going for that boss. Look at me as the Wasteland Tycoon. I love that. I love that. Get him, Rinazu. Look at that, coming in with the epic. Look at that range, doing their job, kicking some butt. Nice job. That's a GG. Wow, with only just a few of us there. Nice job, everybody. Give you guys some extra gold. Steady play, getting a bunch of extra love there. Rinazu coming in overall MVP with the most kills, 17 kills there. We're not going to count me. Fedco coming in as well as number 2 there. Nice job. Nice job. All right, we're going to go here and try something a little bit tougher. I feel like we can go ahead and take it on if everybody comes and join us at streamcaptain.com. I feel like we'll get this done. I feel like we're going to just drop the Wasteland Tycoon in there. Look at him. He's so cute. He's so cute. Now, remember, you can get your own Wasteland Tycoon skin in the game. It does help support the stream. Know that every penny does go right back in there. We're trying to get that magic number right up there, that magic sub-love number. We are so close. That's one of my big goals 5 years ago. 5 years ago when I started as a streamer, I say one day to sustain the stream, to keep doing giveaways and all of those things, here would need to reach 500 subs. And we are literally 18 subs away from that magic number. I hope to get it at some point, but know that you're never required to subscribe. You don't have to donate. You don't have to do bits or any of that stuff. I am not entitled in that way. I am an older person. I don't feel entitled. I don't go off on a rant about how you owe me a sub or something. Oh, man. I don't know whose parents, who those people's parents are, but you don't do that to people. That's hugely disrespectful. Hugely disrespectful to the kind people who come in and hang out in your channel and just like, Kismet, what's up, bro? And I'm like, what's up? Right? That's what I like to see. I like to talk to people like Chicago in the chat who want to talk about games and have some fun. So I've seen much on Satisfactory Update. I knew you did it the other day. Yes, I do. I played on Tuesdays and Wednesdays. It is incredibly, incredibly good. Another game that has risen to that 10++ level. I mean, Satisfactory is one of those games that I knew if I didn't have a wife and family, I'd be playing that like 20 hours a day. And the same thing with No Man's Sky and other games. I would literally be playing that all day, every day, because it has building, it has exploration, it has all of those magic features and progression as you progress through the game. That I absolutely love. I love that feeling of progression, that feeling of everybody coming together to work together, right? You can do that in Fallout 76 where everybody gets together. And of course, any game you play with your friends is going to be way more fun, I find, in that universe because you're having all those other interactions, right? Where you're laughing, you're crying, you're falling off the cliff, all your friends are falling off the cliff, all sorts of craziness going on. And that's why people love MMOs and things like that because they're having all these adventures with their friends as well. And that's what I've always loved games. You know, some people are like, games, you know, right? games is way better than watching that square box. Well, it's not square anymore. Now it's, 16 by 9, but still. So watching that square box for 4 hours of the same sitcom, or 8 hours, or 10 hours, or 20 ways. I feel like playing games is a much more interactive thing, and you're playing with other people, and you're talking with people all over the world. I've been doing that since the 70s. That's how OG that I am, the original gamer from the 70s. I played the Magnavox Odyssey, the very first gaming system for home. Very awesome. Very awesome. Of course, I went to arcades and all that kind of fun stuff when I was a kid. I don't care who knows it either. It's like, Kismet, you're 50 years old. Why are you playing games? Because I knew one day that it would grow to be one of the top entertainment things in the world. And guess what? You know that gaming is now the #1 entertainment in the world. Yep, I knew that 40 years ago. 40 years ago, I knew that. But then again, I'm usually way ahead of everybody else anyway. All right, what the heck am I doing? I'm over here grabbing some loot. I can't remember why I came over here. Oh, I was getting sidetracked by the vehicles. See, I'm always looking at the vehicles. If you hold down F, you can look at all the vehicles. There's an A right there. That's not bad. That's not bad for a shuttle. What do we got over here? We got this over here, C-26. Now, I can buy just about any vehicle right now because I have over 200 million on me. Actually, I'm at 300 million. So, thanks for your informative information, by the way. You're welcome. Now, I like to, give out some Kismet tips and things like that here in the stream, but I never like to spoil stuff. I won't even spoil Fallout 1 for you. I won't tell you what the storyline is. I won't spoil all of those moments where you come around the corner and you're like, oh, awesome, right? I don't want to spoil those moments, but I don't mind if you're getting stuck or if you want to say, hey, Kismet, give me some tips and getting started. I don't mind sharing a little bit of that. I feel like it's a great way to exchange information here in the stream. It's probably what I'm most known for, too, is those Kismet tips. Okay, so here I am back in here. What I'm going to do is I'm going to use this teleporter. That's what I'm going to do. And I'm going to teleport back to my primary HQ, right here to my trade base. And I'm going to show you a bit on how I have my industrial setup. Now, there is some kind of early game miners that they had really from the old days that you can use as well before you get into the industrial. Now, I unlocked the industrial by going to the hub, which is an anomaly, space anomaly. You go in there and you can unlock it in there. And I unlocked it fairly early in the game because I like to get it started and get it doing its thing. Now, you can play old school where you don't collect any of that. You just go and manually collect it all. Hey, it's your game. You play it however you want. I love the industrial stuff. I really, really love that. So as you can see right here, I've got 9,500 copper. I don't know if you can read that, but it says 9,500 copper. And that's because I lucked out. Sometimes you get so lucky in games, and I was showing this at the top of the stream, that I literally found an S copper node right by my base. Now, I had another mine that was doing copper in the very beginning, but I found this one. I'm like, dang, okay, we're going to put that right there. And then way out here, this little thing right here is actually where my oxygen is. So that's how amazing that this playthrough is. And it's going to be different every playthrough, whether you find something so lucky next to your base. Now, this is random, by the way. I randomly took over this base. I didn't know that was there when I took over this base. Had I known that was there, I would have took it over faster. But I took this over at the beginning because trade platforms I really, really like because you already have your trade there. And you also have a bunch of ships. More ships than you typically will have now in the space station come in and land. And then that means you can have a potential of upgrading your ships. Like there's one right up there. I can look at that one. It's a C-21. Just by holding down F, you can scan those ships and whatnot. So as the ships land, you can take a look at it and say, oh, that's better than what I've got. Hold on, let me get one of those, right? That's what's pretty nice, right? And they'll come and go in there. And my ship itself is going to land in its own landing pad because you unlock certain recipes as you go along, like landing pads. And if you have your own landing pad and you teleport here, it'll put it in your own landing pad. So it doesn't use up these landing pads so that you can see lots and lots of ships. Now, I have it so I can get up on top here too, and I can go ahead and do this. Notice, look, I've got my solar power up here. Now, I actually don't need solar power because I do have industrial power running over here, but hey, it's kind of fun to tinker around with that when we first moved in, right? You can see that it's still powered even though it's not during the day. I can also run on battery power, which I have over here, but the battery is actually not even necessary. And the reason why is because I have that industrial power. But if I go look in my battery, what it does, it tells me my grid usage. This is the most useful thing in the battery for me, is that I have 3,183 power running right now, and I'm only using 2,195. So that's good to have it just for that. Right? You don't typically need the battery if you have industrial power. But I do like to have it in my base, so if something starts to go wrong, I'm like, okay, what's going on? Oh, I don't have enough power, that kind of thing. So that's what I have over here. So I have that. I was super lucky in this playthrough that I have copper and that I have oxygen. This is what this is, running right to here. And you're like, well, Kismet, how'd you get in your base? It's way the heck off over there. Well, if you run a power line out, it will actually extend your base up to 1,000 away from your base. You cannot build beyond 1,000 in your base, but you can build way out here. So I built an oxygen farm, I built a copper farm, and then also I built a whole bunch of power, which happens to be all right next to my base, which is incredible. It's an incredible find. The only thing that would make it better is if I was on a blue planet with paradise, a blue paradise planet with no sentinels. That would be incredible. And no weather, right? It has no weather. Sometimes you find a paradise planet and it still has weather, but sometimes you find a paradise planet and it has no weather. So literally you don't have to put a top on the top of your base. You could just have it open like I did a couple playthroughs ago. That was a pretty fantastic find. Out of thousands of planets that you might run into, or even tens of thousands of planets, finding a paradise planet is pretty rare. Pretty rare. Sometimes I get lucky, I find it very early, and sometimes I find one, but it's not that great of a paradise planet, so I continue to look. And maybe one of these days we'll find the ultimate paradise planet. Now, as you can see down here, also, this is an oxygen collector, which you use early on, and then you switch to the industrial ones. And the reason why I use industrial is because it has non-stop power, perpetual power. I don't ever have to go in there and fill it up to keep the power running. This right here, I have to go down here and put carbon in it so it continues to collect oxygen, which is a funny irony because then I take the oxygen and convert it into carbon, right? But of course you're gaining, right? Instead of losing resources, one of the things that happens, you don't want a diminishing resources. If I put copper or carbon in there to power this, and I'm getting less oxygen than it takes to power it, it's not worth my time. But if I do this power right here, it'll power my oxygen way out there and power my copper node right there endlessly. I don't have to do anything else. I set it and forget it. You're going to see that as a common theme in my stream. So now I've got all that running, and I've got my copper, and I've got all of that. Now, I've also got down here, as you can see, I've got all of my storages. And we're going to do a little bit of fun with storages today, but I'm actually not going to do it here either. You're like, what up? What's up with that, Kismet? Now I'm going to climb up this ladder like this. It's going to let me climb back up here into this main area. There we go. Let's turn our sounds back on again. There we go. And we're going to go ahead and look, these ships just land in here. Look, that's a C over there. That's a C there. They're landing here. Now, I could take over these ships. If I find an S ship, I'm going to grab it. All right, there's an A. That's not bad. That's not bad for an explorer, right? Now, explorer ships are going to let you go further. And things like fighters, of course, you're going to battle. You get haulers, which gives you more space in there. They're unlocked a lot of their stuff, whatnot. Like this, one of my favorite looking haulers here, though that's just a C. Now, again, I have 300 million on me, so I can buy pretty much whatever I want at this point. And in about 6 hours, I'm going to have another 170 million worth of cash. So, again, I kind of just sit here at the trade thing, and notice how many ships are coming in and out. Way more than you have at the space station. And that's why I like this type of base. So, we're not going to even use this here to sort all of our stuff. We're going to go somewhere else, right over here. We're going to fly our way over. Notice I'm using a doorway here to attach that thing. Good way of doing that. And you can also see I've got Exocraft laying around. I love the Exocraft. Very cool idea. There's also Exo Mech that they added as well. So let's go up here and let's get our freighter out. I kind of feel like my freighter might already be here. There's a drop pod we got too. Let's see if our freighter's here. Now, you have to be a certain distance out of the atmosphere for it to let you do your freighter. And I like to go fly directly up from my primary base. Still not far enough. Directly up from my primary base and just kind of go into space a bit until it says, okay, you're good. You can summon your ship. And that's my freighter. Now, again, funny irony, I've played this game for years. I've played it for hundreds of hours, and I've never got the freighter until a couple playthroughs ago. Because I didn't need to, because I wasn't doing a serious playthrough. By the way, all these ships that you see coming in around, those belong to me. Those belong to me. Let's get to it. There we go. No worries about that. I just asked for tips. I'm halfway through the storyline. There we go. Any tips for running power? I tried creating a farm and couldn't run my cable that far. I assume that's because I built the base before the discovery. No, you build the base first, then you run the line to where your power is, from your base, not from where the power, from your base, right? So you run the line from your base, extending your base distance. Now, say you're running the line and you get to 500. And then you're like, you know what, I got to go do something else. I'm doing something else and come back. Uh-oh, I can't build anymore. There's a little bit of a glitch that sometimes it acts like you can't build anymore, even though you've got an object there, which should enable you to build. You just quit out of the game, reopen the game, bam, you're back to building just like that. So you can go ahead and run it out as far as you want, all the way out to 1,000. And again, you can't build anything beyond 1,000, but I've built at 995 before and run power back. In that way. So I basically run the power forward. Now here's the trick to running power. And I can't do it here on the space station, but we'll just help you visualize. And I'm going to be doing it later. We're going to be tapping into some more resources. But what you do is you run a long cable of power, and then you run a short one. And you're like, well, why would I do that, Kismet? Because this part back here where you're running is where it actually lets you build from. So if you run a long one and then a short cable, it's now going to move up to here is where you can build. And then you run another long cable and then another short one, and then you can move up. Long cable, short one, long cable, short one, all right? So go out almost maximum and then pull it back just a little bit, do a short cable, and then run up to where that short cable is. Long cable, short cable, run up to where the short cable is. You're welcome. You just unlocked the industrial power, and now you can run up to 1,000 in every direction from the center of your base. So you've got 1,000 like this, right? So really it's 2,000 if you think about it, because it's from the center, right? So it's 2,000 wide that you can make a base, and you can make a gigantic mega base like I love to do. And we'll get to that later on. What we're going to do is we're going to run up here into our freighter. Now I've got, I forget what type of freighter I have, but I have 300 million, so I could go buy a really nice freighter. I don't know what a really nice freighter looks like. I haven't really bought one yet. So that's something we still need to unlock. But one of the things we did do is we sent our vehicles out. Now, one of the things you can do is you can buy frigates that go as your main ship, right? Your gigantic ship. And then you buy all of these other ships that you can send out. Right? And I can debrief this commander, right? So this commander is going to tell me basically what they did. They went and they mined some stuff, and they found some geosite. Now, you can actually make this go faster by just left-clicking, and it's just going to run through all of that. Now, it literally ran for like 24 hours. They were out into space collecting tons of loot for me because this ain't no free ride. I don't give free ride in Fallout. I don't give free ride in Satisfactory. No one gets a free ride. You work, you earn, and you get rewarded. Of course, I take everybody with me, and everybody else makes millions of dollars. How do you know? You know that kid at Diamond City, the big green jewel of the wasteland in Fallout 4? I took over that. I took over the remnants of Vault-Tec and the remnants of a whole bunch of other factions, and I bought them out. That's right. And then what I did is I installed that kid as the mayor, and he's making millions of caps now. There. And you're like, well, Kismet, you can't really do that. Nah, just a little RP for you. Little RP for you. But there we go. So I went in and did that, because I literally make millions, billions, and trillions in just about every game I play. I love doing that. Like right here, look, that just made me a 1.5 million. And all I had to do was queue that up, give it a little fuel. I'm good, right? And we can get even more if we use special editions as well. So that was that one. Now watch over here. Oh, wait, I got a whole nother one over here that I can manage another one, another mission right in there. We'll leave that one. And if I go around the corner here, I can say, oh, wait, another mission, right? And we can go in here. We can manage this mission as well, and so on. Now, I don't have all of these out right now, but I do have enough ships to run multiple missions. And as you can see, we've got a little something going on right here. We'll come back to that in a moment. So let's go check in on our ships and our missions here. We're going to go ahead and take a look at our fleet over here on this side, and we can manage our fleet. Now, what I did the other day is I went on a bit of a spending spree because you know what? I'm rich. I'm very, very rich in the game. Right now, I'm 300 million, and in about 6 hours, I'm going to have another 175 million. And eventually, we're going to get it to the point where every time I log in, I make $1 billion. Every time. Every time I log in, I'll have $1 billion in my pocket. And that's what you want in games, right? You want to compound. You want to build momentum in what you're doing, right? You start off, you're struggling, you're not really doing much, but then you get this set up, and that's bringing you in money. And you're doing this, that, and the other thing, and that's bringing in your money. And then all of this stuff is working while you're sitting here checking your frigate list in this case. So these are a bunch of frigates, as well as I have my main ship. These are sub-ships, which are like industrial support, combat items, and whatnot. And you can see I've got a good amount of ships. I can even go to my next page, where I've got more ships, and my next page, where I've got more ships, and my next page, where I've got more ships. So I've got a lot of ships, as you can see. And sometimes I just go around, I don't even look at them. I'm just like, okay, I'll take that one, take this one, take that one. And they actually level up as they go and basically run it. You want to see this S-Class Industrial? There you go. So yeah, I found this S-Class Industrial, which is pretty nice. Yeah, it's got 33 Industrial, 11 Trade, 15. See, now I tend a tendency to get lucky, right? I have a tendency to get lucky. Like, apparently, I have a super rare a companion in Wastelanders. I guess the Wanderer. Apparently, she's a super rare companion. I don't know what she does because I haven't got to that level because I started all over again because that's just the way I am. I've started over 3 times in this game. Probably, actually, if I think about it, over all the times, I've probably started over 20 times in this game. Because every time there's an update, I delete all my previous playthroughs and I play through it again to see what's changed, to see how it's gone along, right? I feel like that's a real vital, important thing if you want to understand the game mechanics as they are now, is to play through from the beginning. If you're starting way over here and you've got bazillions of dollars, you won't have that same struggle. You won't go through the same places that you might go through as a new player. Right? As a new player, you're going to go here, and you're going to go to the newbie zones, and you're going to go this, you're going to be working on your stuff, right? But as a high-level player, you will not go to those places because you've already been there. Even if you go to those places, you won't go there like a new player would. A new player is going to come in, he's going to go here, he's going to get his new quests, he's going to get his stuff, he's going to talk to this person, that person. You come in a high-level player, you might come in and go a little bit here, a little bit there, and then you're out. So that's why I always do a new playthrough. So in this case, this is my 3rd playthrough in a row. Absolutely love this one. And I ran across an S Industrial. Now again, I have 300 million, so I could literally go buy a bunch of S ones if I want to, if I can find them. Now the thing about this game is it actually starts as C is the lowest quality item, right? The lowest quality ship, the lowest quality node, the lowest quality power, whatever it is, that's the lowest quality, right? Same thing with upgrades. So C is the lowest quality, then you have B, then you have A, which is pretty decent. And then you have the fairly rare S nodes, right, that you're looking for. And S ships, and S freighters, and S whatever it is, hauler, or S mod that goes to your multi-tool or to your exosuit and whatnot. I feel like I'm getting the food is ready. All right, cool. Give him. Okay. That was a type fail. All right, there we go. All right, so there we go. How do you cheer on Xbox? I think you got to put the 50 together. I think it's got to be all one word, cheer 50, I think, if I'm thinking correctly. I can't remember. It's something like that. So yeah, so that is what we're looking for. So we're trying to find the S classes, right? And now that we have lots of cash and we have massive income now, hundreds of millions. Now, see, this makes this income, even though it's millions and millions, very trivial because I'm making hundreds of millions. So if I spend time doing this, it's less time me building up my massive idiom farm. But that's okay. I thought it's pretty fun. So we're going to talk to this guy here, Traveler Entity here, and he's got some expeditions I can send my peeps on. So we've got different ones here. Now, I always try to go for the balance expeditions because it's going to bring you a balance of a bunch of different stuff. Like, not only did I just get cash there, but I've got a whole bunch of other stuff that came in. Actually, I could probably show you that in my freighter because it's going to drop it in the inventory of your freighter. So you can see I've got some geosites, some keen effigy, whatnot for my rep. And we're going to put all this away because we're going to organize this here in a bit. Like that. And you can see I've got tons of fuel up there too, which is going to be useful in my sending out my ships. So we're going to go ahead and grab our ships here. We're going to check those expeditions, and I'm going to send them first on this balanced one. Now, I'm going to go ahead and choose my ships. Now, I like to balance my ships that I send. I always like to send a combat one. So I'm going to first send my combat. There you go. You did it. Yes, it is together. Thank you so much for those biddies. Making my dragon dance. That's my buddy Norbert. He comes in from time to time, dance around the bit cup. You're like, Kismet, who does these awesome 3D animations like you're setting your bit cup on fire? I'm the only one with a flaming bit cup.
Dracarys.
I'm the guy who does that stuff for endless hours off stream. Lots and lots of hours of doing that and more fun adventures coming down the road. So thank you, Chicago, also for the follow. Appreciate that. And thank you so much for those biddies. I appreciate that as well. All right, so here we go. So we're going to go ahead and queue up some stuff. Now, I always like to start with my combat item. Now, again, this is a B frigate is what it's called, but I just call it a freighter anyway. But these are frigates, and what I can do is the more I send them out, the higher quality they get, right? So they'll go from a C, which this used to be a C, I believe, and it goes from C to B to A, and then eventually to S if you send them out enough. So we're going to go ahead and send the combat one out. Now, you know I'm sending out the industrial one. That's an S industrial. We want to get ourselves tons of industrial, as well as we've got some support, which is going to help it a bit. We've got an expiration here, but this one has a downside to the expiration, though it is got 5 different things to it. So we're going to go ahead and use that anyway. And then, of course, we can look at other things. Okay, what else do we want to do out of these? We want to do a trade one. So we're going to get some cash along the way. So let's go ahead and look over here. Where's my trade one? Right here. Let's go ahead and send that trade vessel, and now we're good to go. My fleet rating is 5-star. So I've got a 5-star fleet rating for a difficulty rating of 2-star. So I don't think I'm going to have a problem. Now, of course, you're going to get better and stronger and harder missions based on how well you do on these missions. So I'm going to go ahead and launch that one, and off they went. Now, look how many you got here. You got 5 of these going here. Now, the more of those little stations you put down in your frigate, the more, or freighter, the more you put down those kind of command centers, the more you can send out. So we're going to go ahead and take the next longest one, which is going to be 14 hours, and this is a discovery one. So we're going to say, okay, let's do it. Let's go ahead and get our exploration, right? Let's get all of our explorations together. Let's go ahead and put a support together. And of course, I always like to send a combat just in case things go off the rails. So let's go ahead and launch that expedition. Bam! They're off and running. Notice how all my ships are disappearing there. Very, very cool. What's next? We got another balanced. Okay. Let's go ahead and get that going. Let's go ahead and start with our combat. There we go. Industrial hauler. So we'll do industrial. Maybe a little bit more industrial. Let's see what else we've got. We got some supports. All right, we definitely need some more trade ships. We got lots of industrial and combats, but that's okay. We'll go ahead and just do a whole bunch of industrial in this run. Let's do that. All right, off you go. Now, here's a problem right here. See, it says I need 350 tons of fuel. I don't have that, so I have to right-click all the way out and then go make some fuel. So let's go in here and let's see. We've got 200 here. If I hold down E, it's going to make some more. And at some point, I will want to just have a whole entire inventory full of fuel so I don't have to keep coming back all the time and making it, right? I want to just queue up all this stuff every time I come in here. So that's another thing that we want to work on, and that is working on resources like fuel and building a backlog of all that stuff so we don't have to constantly micromanage it. All right, let's try that again, this time with actually enough fuel. Let's go ahead and use industrial, 1 combat, all the rest of these industrial, and we're ready to go. Bye-bye. Off it went. And next one. And you're like, Kismet, how do you get so many ships? Well, you fly around and you buy them. If you have millions of dollars like me, you literally just go, okay, I'll take that one, I'll take this one, I'll take that one. And I just bought whatever I found, which kind of is going to hurt you in the long run because you're going to have too many of combat or too many of industrial or whatever it is. I don't even remember what this mission is. This is an expedition. Hold on. Let's back up And let's see what this mission is. Okay, this is an expedition mission. So let's go ahead and start with a combat. And then let's go ahead and see if we have any exploring. We don't. We just send a lot of our exploring. So let's go ahead and do just support. Let's send, let's do double combat. And then we'll send a bunch of industrial. Even though that's not optimum for this particular mission, but that's okay. We'll send those. And then this is combat patrol. So we know what to do here, right? We do combat patrol, and we literally just send nothing but combat, but we also want to send a support too. And this way it'll support it. It'll give it less, cost less fuel and things like that out there. And there we go. We literally just did every mission in the mission guide. Now that is literally going to be $1.5 million per each of those. And that's going to be five missions, which is going to basically be 10 million is what I'm going to make. Plus a bunch of other resources that it's going to collect, including the ability to upgrade my primary freighter as well. So I can go in and add upgrades to it later on, which are research and things like this, right? So we need to find a lot of these modules. Now I can't remember if it was in this one or another one that we actually found our very first salvage module, because I just don't do this enough. I don't do that enough. So let's run back here that we have that going, and we're going to let those run until next time, until we play again. Those will run for a while. Now over here we've got some plants running. As you can see, we've got a whole bunch of converters and whatnot. We're going to get into that in just a moment. I'm going to let you stare at these guys for a bit and watch my plants grow. Over here, give you a little shot there as I take a quick little break here, and then I'll be back. Behind the desk, I'm just getting into the end game. Don't want to spoil anything, but want to ask you something about, if I can, here in the answer. Well, it depends on if it spoils something. If it spoils something, then probably best not to ask. So, because I don't want to spoil anything for anybody in the chat. But if you are stuck on something in the end game, feel free to whisper me that on Discord or here on Twitch. Be happy to answer it there. If you feel like it's going to be a spoiler, probably best not to put it in the chat. My friend gave himself unlimited money in No Man's Sky with a trainer and stopped after 2 days because he got bored. Yeah, you don't want to do that. Here's the thing about cheating. When you cheat, you're not cheating the game. You're cheating yourself out of having fun in the game. Never cheat. Never shortcut. Don't glitch. Don't do any of that. I like using game mechanics to my advantage, though. I like to be smart and say, oh, how could I trick those mobs into running into this pit so I can then shoot them? Very good example for No Man's Sky, or for 7 Days to Die. So we're going to wait for this battle right here. We're going to do this battle first. Then I'm going to take a quick stand up and walk around break and grab a little bit of food, and then I shall be back. So feel free to hang around. Feel free to grab yourself a snack while I'm off doing that. Feel free to talk amongst yourself in the chat. But first, we're going to do this battle. Oh my gosh, look at us just rolling right over them. We're like the steamroller. Look at these guys. Think they're all big stuff over here. Bye-bye, sucker. Oh, look, someone's rocking the fedora. Who is that? Oh, they're taking a beating. I can't see him because my big butt's in the way. Somebody was rocking the fedora there, rocking that Kismet skin. Now, you can actually gift those out to other people as well here in another game we play on the side called Stream Render. That's why we call it the Mega Stream. We're doing a whole bunch of stuff at the same time. Steady Play getting 15 gold. Ali Loves coming in overall MVP with the most kills. And Kellum Mall with the most assists. Nice. Oh, we're getting some gold, everybody. Let's do some gold here. All right, so I'm just going to put my healer down because I don't get any of this gold, but I can heal you guys so you can go get the gold. I suggest to put your rogues down so you can run out there as quick as possible. Look, River Dog knows what's up. He's got his magma rogue already ready to run out there and zap and get some gold. All right, so I'm going to go ahead and take that off, let you guys stare at my ship here for a little bit. And again, I'm just going to take a quick break, and I'll be right back. All right, thanks for being here, everybody. Be right back. Hello, I'm back, everybody. Thanks for being here. I appreciate that lurking. Now, you know what? You show me some lurking love, I'm going to show you some love. Bam, 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 bam. There you go. Lots of Kiz Caps for all of you guys. That's 5,000 Kiz Caps right there. So enjoy those. Now you're going to have a higher chance of winning those contests and giveaways. Dovey coming in, showing some love. Hello, hello. As you can see, I was a bit AFK there. I see Wolfric going into lurk mode. I always like your streams, Kismet. Always learn things from you. Oh, thank you. I appreciate that. Done it on the phone. Didn't work on my Xbox. Yeah. Sometimes you got to put it together. If it works, it's definitely based on platform. For sure. All right, let's get back to it, everybody. We're playing some No Man's Sky. This game has risen from a 3, 4 out of 10 to a 10++. Incredibly fun. Incredibly fun. They've added lots of fun things to the game. You can see here I'm on my freighter. Now on my freighter, of course, I can do cool things like put this planter down, and notice that it doesn't have any electricity plugged into it. It automatically powers your plants here without electricity. Now, as you can see, this little area, you're like, wow, that's a pretty big area, Kismet. This is nothing. This is nothing. I actually discovered that you can actually have 6 levels as big as this over here. Now, one of the things we need to work on, though, is we need to work on silver. So we're going to try to get silver going on today. We're going to try to get the ability to expand our freighter to a huge, huge amount. So we're going to work on that for sure. Let me click some buttons over here. There we go. But first of all, we're going to do is we're going to work a little bit on our storage. Now, one of the things that can happen when you're using your storage is that it can get to a point where it can get full of junk, right? So what we can do is we go into storage, and we're going into storage 0 right here. We're going to click all of this stuff out of here. Now, one of the things I can do is I can literally just go and sell this stuff off, right? If I want to, I can just sell it to the vendor or whatnot, or I can take like Terra Cobalt here, and I can run over here to my converters and say, you know what? I'm going to go ahead and convert this Terra Cobalt let's put our rusted metal back and our ferrite dust back. I can take this Terra Cobalt and convert that into something else. Now, I'm not the type of person that looks stuff up. I like to try it in the converters and, put 1 thing in there and 2 things in there and see what that happens, this happens. And sometimes I get a lot of slack for that, or a lot of flack for it. They tell me, you don't have to do that. You can just take it, you can just look it up online, and you could use this chart and all of that. I greatly appreciate the sentiment of that, but I don't like to do that. I'm not a big fan of doing that type of thing. So as you can see, these Terra Cobalt actually converts into a lot of ionized cobalt. Use a lot of ionized cobalt to upgrade your backpack and other places. You can upgrade, and also for building other things as well. But why keep it in my inventory and just let it sit in there doing nothing when I could convert it into something that is a lot more useful for me to use at the very moment? So that's what we're going to do. We're going to convert that back to Terra Cobalt, and now we've kind of cleared that out of our inventory. And we've got things that we want to keep, right? We've got things like copper and stuff like that we could be converting. So let's go to our large refiner here. You can see we're doing ferrite dust. Let's go ahead and let that one keep running. Let's go look over here. Notice we've got more of them over here. Now, they need to be a certain distance away from each other. Otherwise, it will not let you put these down. There's some magnetized ferrite. Let's put that in there. But let's go ahead and convert some copper. There, and then same thing, we're going to go, oh, there we are, converting some carbon. Let's let that keep on running. Over here, what are we doing? Oh, we're doing some dehydrin. Ooh, we'll take some of that. Now, because we have so much room in our inventory now, we can hold a lot more stuff, and we can literally just go around and keep converting until we have a tremendous amount of resources. There's some more ferrite dust. Let's put that, actually put that in our high capacity there. Let that begin. So now we've got that all going. So that's basically what I use this particular space for, is to convert stuff, right? And so I'll queue up a whole bunch of stuff. I'll let it run. Now you do the same thing in your base on a planet and whatnot, is you can keep going and keep building all of this stuff. And this is why you'll see me collect a lot of rusted metal, is to create ferrite dust. And then I'll create pure ferrite and magnetized ferrite. Even though you can actually mine magnetized ferrite as well, and a whole bunch of other materials. All right, so we've got all of those running. Now, these over here are our different workbenches. We've got our plant guy. We have our weapons guy. We have our technology guy, and we have our overseer, which I always think is funny because it's one of my nicknames, Overseer Kismet, because I play a lot of Fallout. But we have all of those guys going there. And we also have a bunch of plants going over here. And again, we're organizing all of our inventory. We have a whole bunch of inventory. There's like those big squares as you put down to your base. That's what we have going right there. So what we're going to do is we're going to go through and we're going to micromanage these. Now, if I go back in here, you're going to see that ferrite dust and rusted metal that I was working with before. So we're going to take all of our copper, chromatic metal, oxygen, things that we use a lot, and we're going to put that in our very first slot. Great thing, rusted metal. Maybe get rid of some, use that up here in a bit. Silicon powder is something sometimes I'm looking for, metal plating, and so on. We've also got tons of wiring looms in here, and we might use those. That sounds good. But a lot of this other stuff I'm not really going to use, and I should really convert it into something else by using my converters. But as you can see, I've got them all running right now. So we can go ahead and offset these again by going out here and building and saying, hey, you know what? I want to build some more of these. Let's say way out here. Notice this purple. That means it's too close. So if we go out and we go, okay, boop, right there, right? So that's the minimum distance. We have to have it so we can go ahead and make some more of these. And we're going to move out. Just, oh, we need some dehydrogen jelly, so we'll go ahead and get some of that. See if we have enough for that. There we go. Like that. That's another great thing to buy in the auction hall. Actually, we're going to put it down. We might as well put this one down. We need some microprocessors, so let's go ahead and make a bunch of those. And at some point, you want to get to... man, I keep pressing the wrong button. I keep hitting E, which takes me to the next thing because I'm used to Fallout and all of those. It happens. So we can go in and take some of this dirty bronze and put that in there. Guess what that makes? Silver. So that's going to go ahead and get us a bunch of silver so we can expand our objects up here. Oh, our base computer archive is online. So that's something we're going to do. We're going to expand this out. Now I'm going to work a bit on this stuff here on my plants. And that'll allow me to come and collect those plants every single time as well. So there we go. Just finished streaming some Fallout 76. Decided to start a new character and see what it's like. There you go, Dovey. I'm glad I hopefully inspired you to go and start a new character. Thank you also for that host. Appreciate that. Yeah, I feel like that's the place to be, is to start again from scratch and work your way through. Why does the stream say Exo Mech update? Do you have the latest update? I do have the latest update. Exo Mech, yes. I have the latest one. Did they do another update after the Exo Mech? I was looking at that today. I didn't see it. I don't know. They might have came out with a new one. Because I feel like just by the fact that you're asking that you wanted to tell me there's a newer update. Let's go see. Let's go see. No, it's not a newer update. The latest update is Exo Mech 2.4. Now, it might have been like a sub version that's more, but right now, I think that's the latest one. 2.42 actually is the latest one. But you get the idea. We're playing Exo Mech update. So there we go. So I always have the oldest one. Yours is out of date. My game was old. Ah, there you go. There you go. Well, the great thing is you get all the updates for free. You don't have to pay for nothing. So if you have an older version, you can go in and you can update it, and bow, you got the latest version. You're in the Exo Mech. Plus, you're going to get all the other releases as well that they did, which is, let me go back and list them off. Let's see here. Our updates are, where is it? Release. I got to scroll back down. I love their website, by the way. It's beautiful. Beautifully done. A really long page, though. I thought it had a list of all the patches. Yeah, so there was Exo Mech, which is out right now. You also have Living Ship. You got Synthesis. You've got Beyond, which is an incredibly huge update. As well as you've got, what other updates? Depending on how far back you are. Visions, you got Abyss, you have Foundations, you have, oh my God, just have a ton. I could spend 20 minutes just talking about the updates. But yeah, you get all of those for free. It doesn't cost you anything else. So you don't have to pay any, microtransaction crap. You don't have to do no subscriptions. You don't have to get no DLC. You don't have to buy nothing. Nothing. You already got the game. Pow! You get all the updates. And I love them for that. I love them. They said, hey, I'm going to make this awesome product. And then what they did is they made tons of money. And then they could have just took the money and said, peace out. And then take the money and said, oh, our bad. And then went on to something else. But you know what else they did? They spent literally the last 3 years of their life putting that money back into the game. And now it's a phenomenal game. And I greatly appreciate going the exact opposite of what all the not so reliable companies have been doing, right? They've been doing the exact opposite. They've been just screwing over and making you pay $900 for some game that really is not even worth $10, right? Because you're paying all these microtransactions, you're paying all of this stuff. That's not cool, bro. That's not cool. Be awesome to your community, and your community will be awesome back to you in the form of make a great game. That's what you really want to do. Make a great game. That's how you win me over. Make a great game that I enjoy playing. I know, huh? What a weird concept. It's almost like that concept was like when games began, that people would make a great game and then people would buy it and talk about it, which means more people would buy it because it's a great game. I know, crazy ideas. This is crazy ideas, old school ideas that I have, which makes me laugh every time. All right. Captain's Chest, slide that love over. Whoa! Stead Play getting 50 gold. Congrats. Just Harrison coming in overall MVP with the most kills. And Sous Chef getting the most assists there. There's a little fun little game called Stream Riders we play. Oh yeah, let's do the Siege one. Let's do it. I love this one. I really love it. Oh, we're going to wipe all these guys out first, or should we go, you know what? I'm a tank. I'm going to go right for the catapult. Let's do it. Let's do it. All right, that's going to be a fun one. All right, so what we're doing is we're taking out all of the stuff that we don't need, right? We're taking out all the stuff we don't need out of our storages. Now, I have them in order. So this is 0, and this is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Now, why is that important? The reason why that's important is when I go to pull this out, right? Pull these items out. Now, notice rusted metal is the first thing, right? Rusted metal, ferrite, dust, and copper. Now, watch this. When I go into my actual inventory and I say, hey, grab something out of my storage, notice that it's in the same exact order as your actual storages. I know, cool, right? So basically, instead of scrolling down and scrolling down and scrolling down for the thing you're always looking for, if you readjust these from time to time and put the stuff that you really want up front and the stuff that you don't want way later, then you don't have to scroll as much. I know it's an awesome thing. Also, if you put it all into your inventory, it may consolidate some stacks, so you're actually using less stacks to micromanage all of your stuff, right? If I put this copper in here, all of this copper should stack properly. Now, actually, this copper I definitely want to convert into chromatic metal. Same thing with rusted metal here. One of the functions they don't have is a sort function. Chromatic metal is something I will just store in there until I really need it. And then things like salt and things like that we can get rid of. Carbon is something that I definitely will use. And we really need to also think, okay, well, hold on. We got all of our cargo slots filled up now. So we can hold a lot of different things. One of those things, of course, is going to be carbon nanotubes, metal plating, things like that. Now, this defense chip, I don't need that. I'm going to go ahead and put that over here. There we go. But one of the things that I do like to have a good amount of is things like ferrite dust and stuff like that. So we're going to put dehydrogen jelly there. We're going to put ferrite dust over here. We're going to finish up unlocking our stuff here. What I'm going to do is I'm actually going to readjust this a little bit so I have lots of ferrite dust, right? So let's go in and let's look, see if we've got some more ferrite dust in here. And we can literally just pull it out, stack it right there, and then pull it out again. Now, this is why I've been putting it away in my storage, is so that at some point when I need to grab some more out of here, I could have sworn I put a ton of it in there, probably at the end somewhere. There's some magnetized ferrite. Let's get that. There we go. And because you can stack it so high in this version, it really does make it easier to micromanage. Really, no more ferrite dust in there? Apparently not. All right, no more ferrite dust in there. Awesome. So we can go ahead and start to stack items that we're constantly looking for. Like, you know, things that stack at a low rate here, like antimatter and things like that, in your normal inventory actually stack higher. Even in the normal mode, it will actually stack higher in there. So, yeah, it's very, very nice to stack that in there. You're as old as you think you are, Spectre. You're as old as you feel. In my case, I'm pretty old because I feel old. But there you go. There you go. Every time I have to get up and walk around and struggle with my disabilities, it is pretty tough. It is pretty tough, but, you know, I did enjoy my youth and had an incredibly great career as a graphic designer for 30 years. Met a beautiful girl, married her, been with her 27 years, 3 beautiful daughters. So I'm high level in real life. I got real life achievements, bro. Not just in game. So I like having some fun up in here, as well as my chance of becoming a partner streamer here on Twitch, 0.05%. And you're like, Kismet, don't worry, you'll get there someday. Already there, bro. Purple check mark right up there. I've been partnered for 3 years. 3 years now, this June 23rd. As I've been here 5 years on June 23rd, my birthday. And we're going to have some fun doing that as well. Definitely on the birthday stream, that's for sure. Now, I was going to take this year off from TwitchCon and go take the family out for my birthday, for my 50th birthday, but it looks like those plans are obviously squashed. We won't be doing that this year. Maybe in a couple years after, you know, it comes back and it goes away, it comes back, goes away. Really an unprecedented time to be alive right now because of all the craziness going on. So let's max our oxygen there. Now notice how I've got a bit of other stuff here. Chromatic metal. Definitely something you want to have eventually a lot of. Chromatic metal, a lot of ferrite dust. You're going to use a lot of that. Same thing with carbon over here. So let's move this over just a bit. And we're going to go ahead and start to triple stack our carbon. And notice this is a great way to also clean out your inventory, is to utilize your cargo slots. So you don't have to constantly going in and out. There's some dehydrogen jelly right there. I can hold 20 of them. Well, bam, let's put 60 of them in there, right? And then we've got carbon nanotubes when we're making stuff. Metal plating, I know I've got a ton of that because I'm always buying metal plating. But notice instead of just 10, we can actually stack 20. Now, here's the funny thing. You can stack 40 of it in your cargo. And I feel like this is an error. You can stack 40 of it in your cargo, 20 of it in your cargo slot, but watch what happens when I go to my starship and I try to stack it in there. It only stacks to 10. In your starship is basically like a cargo slot. So it should stack to 20 just like it does in your, it should stack to 20 just like it does in your cargo slot, and it does not. So I feel like that's an error, and it definitely needs to be fixed. So that consistency across all of the stuff, I think. But that's just me and my crazy ideas, crazy. And again, more. We'll put that there. We'll put that there. Now, having half stacks of stuff kind of bugs me. I don't like to have half stacks because I feel like it's very inefficient. So I definitely like to have full stacks of stuff if I'm going to put it in my inventory. There's some more carbon right there. And where'd that carbon go again? Now we got some more. There we go. Put that in there. And then we hit right click to get out of there, and it puts it back in the inventory. And as you can see, we've got some silver here too. Let's go ahead and grab some of that. Now I could go see how kind of annoying it is to have to scroll down through all of this stuff while you're getting all this stuff going. It is kind of annoying. I would greatly appreciate if they would change that interface to be this interface, right? Where you have this kind of like this, right? So every time you go in, you hit X like this. Instead of this being here, it's up here, and it becomes a larger interface like this. So I have to scroll up and down and scroll up and down. And that's what it prompts me to go in and fix this, where this is not like this, right? I'm not a big fan of the way this is. I'm not a big fan of the way that it works because it's not very smart. It doesn't work very well like that. So I feel like that definitely needs to be revamped a bit. But we're going to go ahead and take some stuff out. We're going to go ahead and put stuff in there that we might need, like chromatic metal down the road. Carbon, we've got a bunch of that on us. Now, see, that's just in my regular inventory, right? In my cargo slots, you can still see that I have all that stuff I just picked up and put in there. We've also got some wiring looms that we use for crafting. We've got way too much oxygen in there. Let's put that back in the storage container. Let's bring tritium down. Let's bring carbon over. Now, the reason why I organize it like this is so I can just at a glance look at what I'm low on, right? Like, what am I lowest on in here? I'm low on sodium nitrate. At least I feel like I'm low on it. Sodium, I'm doing good. I got about 7,000. Ferrite dust, I have a good amount. Right, I have 3 stacks of ferrite dust, but I saw there was another stack of ferrite dust here that I go ahead and combine there and then right-click this one and then put this away into my storage. Now, it always starts with storage 0 and works its way through the storages, so it really does help a lot if you can stack stuff in order. So we'll go over here to this one. It's storage number 1. Now, this is the one we're going to put all this copper into to try to keep it together, right? Put all that copper in there. And we're actually going to go to the next one over here. And we're going to grab all this stuff out of here. We see some copper in there, some random other stuff and whatnot. And we'll try to take it out until it stacks. See, it's going to stack in there too. If you notice that I took a few of them out, that even though my inventory was empty, or even though my inventory was full, it still let me take it out because it's stacked with other stuff. So there we go. More copper into that one. Rusted metal, that's something I'll probably be accessing for crafting. So let me put that here in my first one so I can find that easily right at the very first thing. I've also got some platinum on me, I see right there. So let's go ahead and grab that platinum, put it in my cargo slot. All right, so what we're doing is a bit of organizing. Now, this is something I do a lot. I do a lot of what I call quarter mastering, where I'm managing materials for the group or for myself. I'll do a lot of that. So there we go. More silver there into there. And then again, we'll come in here. We'll put this in here. What does that become? Gold, right? Should I leave it at this or should I make it into gold? In this case, I'm going to make it into gold because why have it suck up all my resource space when I could stack it nicely as gold itself up to 10,000. It's actually better stacked as gold than it is at this because that's only going to stack to 5 or 10, where this will go to 500, and then I can, again, continue to stack that up to 10,000. So much better use of my space by doing that. Same thing with dirty bronze. We'll convert that into silver. Now, if you do want to keep this stuff, what I strongly suggest is you put it in the very last one. That means number 9 is actually your last one in order. It starts from 0, and then 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 7, 8, 9. So if it's something I don't need and I'm not going to use for a while, like these Corvax casings, I can put those in there. Any of my rep items, those are great to put in there. Defense chip, which I'm not going to use. What about ammo? Am I going to use any kind of ammo? Now, that's actually an instability injector. That is a grand experiment and whatnot. It represents excellent trading opportunities. So that's for trading. This is actually my ammo here. I don't use that much ammo, so I'm going to put that in there. Anything else I'm not really going to use? Probably plants. But I'm actually going to put my plants in the one right here, third one down. And the reason why is because I'm going to put a bunch of plants here, and I can just run over here and say, okay, this is where my plants go. So let's go ahead and pull out all this other stuff, including activated idiom you see there. A whole bunch of plating. And then let's put anything to do with our plants into here, right? So we'll put that in there. We'll put our bulbs in here. Things that we typically use for our plants, gamma root and whatnot. Now we've got tons of plating. Again, plating is really good to put. The best place for your plating is either your storage or your cargo cargo slot. And as you can see, we've already filled it up. Filled that up, which is pretty awesome. But we filled it up with some things that we don't really need to do, right? So let's put that out of there. Let's put this in here. Now, if you start taking stuff out of your tritium, we'll keep that. If you start taking stuff out of your storage and you run out of room on your exosuit, it's going to start putting it in your cargo slot, which you might have seen there. So we got to watch out for that so we don't start filling up our cargo slots with stuff we don't really need. This is a rep item. Let's see, that's rep. This stuff we're going to work on, more rep items there. This right here, am I going to be using this? Probably not. It's actually a food item. You can actually make food in the game, and which I've never done yet. I've never actually used the food conversion part yet. Okay, we got tons of copper, more plates. Let's run over here. Now, this is all going to get messed up again. It's going to get all messed up in the long run. So we need to kind of get an idea of what we want, and then we'll have to manage it a little bit better as we go along. Instead of just throwing it in there, we'll have to choose, okay, this we want to put in here, this we want to put in the other thing, and so on. And a message. Oh, cool. Buddy from my buddies at Nitrato. Some cool stuff launching. All right, so oxygen in here, carbon in there. What else do we want to put in here? Oxygen, oxygen, right? Because we want to access that. What about our plates here, right? We might want to put our plates in there. That's a good one. Idiom, not really. Maybe some rusted metal. Now, again, notice how I put it in there, and it might stack better with these now because they're in there. Some things that you'll need every now and again, like emerald and so on, I would not put in the very beginning. These are things that I'm going to pull out typically for crafting, right? I'm going to pull out maybe carbon. I'm going to pull out maybe rusted metal, convert all of that. But as you can see, it's starting to clean up a bit. Now, if you have these all in a row, by the way, you can just turn this way and see them all in a row and just walk from the next one to the next one. See, that one's actually empty, so this would be a good one for my kind of other stuff, right? Salt, maybe storm crystals, emerald, things like that that I might need but don't need right this second. Also, maybe some crafting things that I might need, and that's going to be a bit further down when I'm looking for my stuff, right? So we'll go in and we'll go ahead and hit X, put this in our high capacity slot. So we're basically combining elements together. We're working on combining stuff and breaking that stuff down into its base components. And what I do is typically don't do that early on, right? There's some residential group that I can turn into vicious fluids and whatnot. But I'm going to go ahead and keep that as is. Other things I can go ahead and convert in here. Let's see what else we've got. Oh, actually, I don't have anything else. I can't convert Mordite. I can convert all of this other stuff. But I'm really not going to use that stuff. So I'm going to put that way at the end. This right here is plants. Let's take this stuff back out again. There we go. And let's go ahead and run to the very, very end. And when it's something I know I'm not going to use for a while, like, I mean, I should be using all these rep items. I would have really high rep right now. Planetary chart, no, I'm not going to use it for a while. Slimes, might use it later on, might just sell it. Superconductive fiber, that's something else we can go ahead and just literally just sell. And all these platings. Let's go look in our cargo slot again. Do we have anything else? Scaly meat. Don't need that in there. Planetary charts. Don't need it. Tritium is something definitely we're going to use. Now, I like to keep all the resources on me versus on my starship. And the reason why is that you can very easily go in and readjust these. That should go my exosuit, and that should be an exosuit, not starship. There we go. That's why I'll do that. That's why I'll have tons and tons of that. Now this right here, see rusted metal? If I put that directly into the storage, it actually went into number 1 way over there. And if I have any more plants or anything like that. Now one of the things that kind of bugs me about this game is the fact that it goes to my starship every time I pull up my inventory. If I go out and then I hit tab, notice it went back to my starship. Apparently, if you pin a recipe, then it will stop doing that. So say if I pin dehydrin, it will then now when I hit tab, go to my exosuit every time. So there's a great little workaround that someone told me in the chat. I do appreciate that. It is very obnoxious, the fact that it doesn't go back to your exosuit, because that's typically where I'm going to go. That's my number 1 spot. I'm going to be micromanaging everything in. So let's get some more stuff queued up over here. There's a bit of the crafting side, the organizing side. I feel like this side is not very much explored. Now we can take scaly meat and put it in here. It don't convert to nothing, right? That's not going to anything. So we'll keep that in there. What else do we got we can convert? How about some geosite? What does that become? Boom, platinum. All right, let's convert some of that. Take that out, put that in our high capacity slot. Works way better as platinum in my cargo slot than it does as the original element. A lot of elements are like that in here. Oops. A lot of elements like that in here that you want to just convert into something else because it's a way better way to manage it. Now, same thing here. We'll go ahead and look at this. See, and I like to experiment around with things, right? We'll go in and we'll look at vortex cubes. What can we do with vortex cubes? Nothing. Nothing in there. Though they do something else later on. But for right now, we're going to just go ahead and keep those because we'll use those later on. But those are long-term keep, right? If it's long-term keep, goes into box number 9. So say scaly meat, vortex cubes. I would do planetary chart, mordite. I don't really need a lot of that. Goop, I don't need a lot of that. Put that in your very last one, number 9. The reason why is, again, when I go in and I try to grab something out of my cargo, notice it's going to be at the very, very, very bottom. See? So the very bottom of your thing. So I feel like that is one of the hurdles that happens in the game, is the fact that you get to a point where you're just inundated with all of this stuff and it's out of order. You're always scrolling to the very bottom to get the thing that you want. And that's kind of what we're fixing right now. We're taking all of the stuff that we have in here and kind of better organizing it all. And we're just going to run along in here. Just take out all the stuff we can have. Now we have a little bit of copper. Just a smidge. Just a little teeny tiny bite of copper that we might want to convert into that chromatic metal. Now leaving copper as copper is really not necessary. But I feel like you only probably need maybe 5,000 copper. And then the rest of it should be chromatic metal. And you're like, well, Kismet, why do you need so much chromatic metal? And the reason why I do a lot of chromatic metal is I know I do a lot of building. If you're going to be doing a lot of building, making a lot of bases, upgrading items, like your exocraft and things like that, you're going to end up with a tremendous amount, or need a tremendous amount of that chromatic metal. It's not that hard to do, especially here in this mode, which you can see here that we're just queuing up a ton of stuff in here. I'm going to try to convert a bunch of that. Now, when we convert it, notice also I'm putting my rusted metal back in my storage, and it's actually going to put it in the first thing because I left some room in there to be able to put it in the first slot. There we go. Now, one of the drawbacks of this game also is the fact that I can't grab stuff directly out of my storage. I don't know why. I have to put it in my inventory first, and then I can go ahead and utilize it, which is a bit of a bummer. But we'll do what we can do, right? We'll just keep letting this chromatic metal run. And this is why you'll see me make a whole room full of these converters, is just to keep this going. If you notice, I'm skipping that first one so I can get full stacks. So I can just come back and hit the button again. Because it's only going to convert so much. And then, as you can see, it's going to convert about 4,000. Then it's going to stop. And then it's going to basically need to be started again after it's cleared out. We'll just do 10,000 so we know that'll run for the max amount of time. In this case, put all that back. In this case, that's going to be, let me get back in here again. That's going to be 24 minutes. So all of those are going to run for 24 minutes now. And when you have that many things doing their own thing for a long period of time, that's when you're being super efficient. I like to be as efficient as I possibly can. Okay, so now what we did is we cleared out a lot of the copper that we were using. Oh, over here. A lot of the copper that we're using. Still got a ton left. Still got a ton left in there. So let's put this in with the rest of that. And then also we can go ahead and take our chromatic metal here, and we'll put that in the very first one. All right, and eventually, of course, I'd want to convert all that out. Look at all this ferrite dust in here. Nice. Now, again, one of the things you can't do, which I wish it had a button for, it would be really fantastic right there. To have a button, you click that button, boom, it sorts it by type, right? Wouldn't that be amazing if you had a sort button that would put it by type? So if we want to put all the oxygen next to each other, we'll have to take it out, put it back in, like that. That's like 1980s sort function right there, where you take it out and you put it back in, you take it out, you put it back in. Now, this game was mainly made for console. So if you feel really awkward when you're playing the game on PC, keep that in mind that it was made for console, not necessarily made for PC. That's why you're going to feel pretty awkward while playing it. Like, you know, when you're used to just clicking on something, you have to click and hold down. When you're used to just hitting a button like E, you got to click and hold down, and so on and so on. So it takes a long time. There you go. Yes, oxygen is really super useful. That's why you'll see me have a lot of oxygen. Also, in the later game, I don't do it early game, but in the later game, I'll use oxygen with other materials. And then, of course, it boosts your ability to make a lot more materials using your oxygen. And I have a lot of oxygen. I make 27,000 every 3 hours. So that's a lot of oxygen. Same thing with ferrite dust. I'm making rusted metal at such a rate that I'm literally making tens of thousands of ferrite dust every time I log in. But right now, we're just kind of organizing. We're organizing our space here, right? You can see I'm going to take this out, put that back in, switch this here, take this out, put that there, put that there. Now, if you spend too much time doing that, you are wasting your time, because you know what? That's just going to get messed up later on anyway. So don't spend too much time doing that. You definitely don't want to spend a lot of time doing that, because you're not going to really spend... it's not going to really work out. Eventually, when you're throwing stuff in there, it's going to get filled up weirdly anyway. So here we go. Some more stuff here. Salt. Dioxide actually is a really great substitute for oxygen, by the way. If you can find some dioxide, if you're having trouble with oxygen in the very beginning, and you can find some dioxide, especially on frozen planets, you want to grab a bunch of that, because you can use that to fill up your life support instead of using oxygen. And I usually do in the very beginning of the game. Works really, really well. All right, and let's see, we got some tritium we can convert there. What do we got here? Phosphorus. That's phosphorus I definitely don't want to have in storage. I want to take that and put that in my high-capacity cargo slot. Now, this is not my first playthrough, by the way, everybody. I have played for hundreds of hours. This is actually my third consecutive playthrough in a row. We have been, of course, playing the normal mode. We played that all the way through, had a great time, made hundreds of millions. And then we went and played the survival mode, crushed that as well. Hundreds of millions. Well, in that, right now, we're making about 175 million every 6 hours doing nothing. I don't even need to be in the game. I can be out of the game. I can have my computer off. I can be 5 steps over, hopefully at the beach, or five states over, hopefully at the beach, hanging out. Meanwhile, in game, it's extracting money and putting it in my pockets, which is great. That's what I like to do. I like to queue stuff up to be doing stuff. All right, so dioxide we might need, cadmium might need, activated emerald, not really. Probably not going to need that. Pudgium we might need. We'll put that over there. And this stuff we'll go ahead and convert. We've got some carbon. Now, carbon would be something that I would put in the kind of first one, because that's something you're looking for more often, as well as you can combine it with what you have. Now, this one's full. What will happen is if I put any more oxygen in there, it will fill this one. And then once it's full, it'll then go into the next box, right? Same thing with rusted metal, chromatic metal, and all this stuff. So if I'm just putting stuff straight in there, it'll first stack in the very first one, and then it will stack into the next one. And you're like, well, Kismet, hold on. If you have salt over here in the third one, right? If you have salt over here in the third one, and you're putting salt in there just from your inventory by going like this and saying, hey, put that away in my storage container, right? What does it do? Does it automatically go into the salt stack over here? It does not. It will find the first open slot and put that salt stack right there, because this is the first open slot, even though it's in the next one, because it's not that smart. I wish it was that smart. I wish it would look through all of it first and put it on the stack that it belongs on. Then I could keep it separated into different things, but it will not do that. It will actually put it in the very first thing. Case in point, right here. Now, I actually have some fungal mold. I'm going to go prove it to you. We're going to go way over here, and we're going to, unless they fix this. I hope they did. That would be awesome, but I seriously doubt it. We're going to go way over here, and we're going to look in here into this one right here. We've got 200 fungal mold there. We have 16 fungal mold on us, right? So in theory, if it was smart, you could go ahead and hit X, take this, put this into the storage container, and it would drop right here with the other fungal mold, right? So it should be 219. Well, guess what? It's only 200. You know why? Because you know that copper spot we were just looking in with as the open slot? If we walk back to the copper one, which is number one of our storage, there it is. Okay? So that's how I find out game mechanics. I try stuff and see what happens. So we know that if we just throw that in there, it's not going to go where you want it to go. So you got to manually put it over there, which sucks big time. So hopefully they fix that in the future, that your storage has become much smarter in that way. But of course, if you didn't want it to do that, then that would be a trouble, right? There need to be a way to turn that on or turn that off to make it easier. All right, so we go ahead and do that. Now let's go ahead and put over here where we have our copper. We're going to put our powder in there. Or actually, you know what? Let's put our powder into our cargo slot. Let's keep that around. Silicon powder is actually really good. It's basically dirt. That's what it is. Like if you play other games, silicon powder is dirt, which means that's all the stuff you hit when you're trying to hit the ore node, but you accidentally hit the dirt around it. That's silicon powder. Now, the great thing about silicon powder is you can actually recharge your terraforming tool. You can go in and actually use that instead of using your other resources. So good to have at the very beginning. It's like you can literally use your terraform thing to dig the dirt, which becomes silicon powder, and then you can use that silicon powder to dig the dirt or dig mines early game. So that's really good. So let's get our copper out of there. We don't want that in there. We want that out of our inventory. And oxygen here. We've already got plenty of oxygen in there. Got some dehydrogen here. Now notice that's a single stack, a one stack. I would not keep that on me. I would take that off. I hate the waste of stacks. Anything that's like 1 or 5 or 10 or something like that, that's not like a metal plating or something that stacks really low. If it's something that stacks really high, I should not have 10 of those in my inventory. I should, get rid of that and put that in my cargo slot or max that stack out, right? Otherwise, it's using a cargo slot, a 10,000 cargo slot for no reason, for sure. And one of the things that I do like to have, I feel like the best use of your high capacity slot is plating, because it doesn't even work in your starship. I feel like plating is really fantastic. Oops, see that with single plating. Let's put that in storage. And again, now this is what's going to start to cause my storage to get all messed up, is when I simply throw it in there versus manually putting it in there. Right? That's all going to be in my cargo slot, which is very nice. But the second I start throwing stuff in here, right, if it doesn't stack with the stuff here, it's going to start to throw itself into the next one, which is this one, and then you can see I got dehydrogen and metal plating there, and that's okay. That's okay. I'm going to use that later on. I got some more copper I can put in there too. There we go. Now notice how this is now out of order, right? That kind of stuff drives me crazy. I would love to have a sorter in this game, but you can simply just take it out, put it back in if it triggers you. It's okay, I guess. It's okay. And again, this is stuff I will use a lot less or not at all. I may not use any of this at all. So let's see, we got some more tritium in there, and we're just kind of going through our inventory at this stage, right? We know what else is going on right now? Right now, I am extracting rusted metal. I'm extracting copper. I'm extracting oxygen. I'm extracting salt, and I'm extracting activated iridium, which is one of the most expensive things or most valuable things in the game, other than chlorine. Now, you can do chlorine, but I don't like to spend all the time fuddling with chlorine, which is because I can actually go in here. Oh, let's have my actual iridium. I want to keep that. Because what I can literally do is get a stack of this, and it's worth millions of dollars. Now, this says it's worth 1.8 million, which is because the system that I'm in only values it at 1.8. But if I went to another system, it would literally be worth $10 million. Just right there in my inventory. And I'm producing 175,000 of that every 6 hours. If I'm not online, if I'm sleeping, if I've got the computer off, if I don't even have the power on. If the power goes off right now, guess what's going to happen in 6 hours? I'm going to have $175 million worth of activated iridium. And because the industrial never stops running, you don't have to put any power. You don't have to micromanage it. You set it and forget it. That's just making you money every single second. So it's so great. It's so great. Unless it fills. The second it fills, then it's no longer extracting, which means you're no longer making any resources. All right, let's go ahead and do a battle. Let's siege up. And then you go around and crash. You do Crown Fire. You definitely go around and crash the local economy. But I'm playing in single mode right now, single player mode. And there ain't nobody around me. How do I know? Because I'm the one that discovered all of these systems, and I'm the one that named them. I'm claiming them for the Wasteland Tycoon or the Space Tycoon Empire. So there we go. Now, the fact is that you have 18 quintillion systems, not planets. I'm talking about systems of planets. So as you're going around, you could actually never run into someone else ever. Of course, you could get lucky and run into some people, or you can give them your coordinates and you can work toward each other and whatnot. But the chances of you running into someone else is very low, unless you go to the hub. You go to the hub, that's kind of the central place of people coming in and out. Now, you can play the game totally solo, like I am right now, and I've been playing it solo in my last couple playthroughs, both in normal mode and in survival mode. And then I'm back in normal mode again, because I've already conquered both of those modes. And eventually, what I'm going to do is work my way through the whole entire game again, because every time there's an update, I will delete all of my previous playthroughs. That's how hardcore of a gamer I am. I will delete. Same thing in Fallout, right? If I have a level 100, 200 level character, I'll delete it like that, start over again. You know, my level or my amount of cash or whatever is not tied to my ego. I don't have to come in and say, Kismet, I'm level 490, you suck, right? I don't need to go into someone's stream and do that. Or say, look how much better that I am than you are at this game. Right? That's an ego thing. When you have that kind of ego, you got to make yourself feel better by telling someone else that they're worse than you. I feel like that's always a wrong choice. I feel like when you try to aggrandize yourself, it doesn't really work. Everyone's like, oh, God, that guy's a jerk. What's wrong with that guy? Right? So I try not to do that. I try to go, hey, I get the most fun out of the game. That's what I try to do as I go through and play. So yeah, CW, we're playing into something else here called Stream Raiders 2. Do this on the side, pretty fun. CW getting some love, coming in overall MVP and with the most kills, and Caloret getting the most assists. Boom, you guys getting tons of gold today. All right, now we got to step it up, everybody. We're doing a hard one now. We need you guys to step it up. I'm going to need your backup right here at StreamCaptain.com. This is a fantastic free game that everybody in the chat's playing. You come play with us too. StreamCaptain.com. You can find me, your captain. You can find me under Kismet, Kismet. There's a little option where you can find your caption, find your captain, and put in my name, Kismet, and be just like all those people who are placing all their units down. Very, very fun. Incredibly addicting. One of my favorite new little side games. Remind me very much of Fallout Shelter, where you could, queue a bunch of stuff up and then come back and then check in on what it's doing. So we'll check in on that again in about 30 minutes. So pretty fun. All right, so we've collected lots and lots of resources. Now you see I'm just kind of micromanaging my stuff, right? I've spent all this time just throwing it in there because I didn't feel like I wanted to micromanage it this early. So I went in there, threw it all in there, and now I've got to kind of pay the price, right? I got to pay the price of my lack of vision. But, I actually knew I was going to come back and do this anyway, so I feel like it's definitely worth taking the time and doing that. There we go. We got a bunch of Terra Cobalt again and a bunch of other stuff that we can just convert. I feel like it's a better use of your Terra Cobalt and all of that stuff to be in here. Now watch, you put sac venom in there, doesn't do a darn thing, right? Doesn't do a darn thing. So I like to play games old school. Old school is you don't cheat, you don't shortcut, you don't look stuff up online, you play and learn as you play. So as I'm going through, don't spoil anything. No backseat gaming. Don't say, Kismet, do this, and so on and so forth. You basically want to play through in such a way where you get the maximum enjoyment or the maximum for your dollar bills, right? Now, this game is incredibly great. Really, really well done. It's actually built up a lot over the last 3 years. They've been working on it 3 years and have not charged an additional penny for this game. And I greatly appreciate that. I greatly appreciate that as a gamer, to not screw over gamers, right? To not just say, thanks for the money, bye-bye. You know what I mean? And then also they could have abandoned the project. They could have done a whole lot of stuff. And they took a huge beating on this game, in some cases justified, because they said they were going to do this, and they built it up like it was a AAA game, and then it wasn't a AAA game. It was more like a AA or maybe even an A game at that level. But then they said, you know what? Instead of just taking the money and running, they invested 3 years of their life, all day, all week long, in here working on No Man's Sky and adding more updates and adding more stuff. And now it has definitely reached that level. It's reached that level with no microtransactions, no buying any subscriptions, no little Game Pass crap, none of that expansion DLC purchasing stuff. You buy the game, you get 3 years worth of content. 3 years of content for the same cost of just buying the game. And it was on sale the other day. I don't know if it's still on sale. It was 50% off on Steam. And there's probably more players playing now in this game than have played in a very long time because of all these awesome updates they've been doing. So big love to them. Big love to them. Any developer that does that, I don't even need to know. Another one? CD Projekt Red. Fantastic. One of the landmark games, The Witcher 3. Incredibly, it's like the new standard that everybody has to live up to. Of course, doing Cyberpunk. I don't know a dang thing about Cyberpunk. I know zero about Cyberpunk. But someone who says, hey, we're not going to do microtransactions, we're not going to nickel and dime you, we're not going to go exclusive on some store or whatever. You know what we're going to do? We're going to make a great game. And then we're going to give you the great game. And then you get to play the great game. And I'm like, I'm down for that. Boom. Buy. Sight unseen. Have no idea. I don't want to know. I want to get into the game and then learn everything like I just got in the game for the first time. Don't know what I'm doing. Got to learn the controls. Got to learn where I'm going and learn a bit about the lore as I go along. That's how I like to get into games. I don't like to know all of the detail ahead of time. I'm the same way when I get a Fallout. I will drop into the Fallout and act like I'm really there. What would be the first thing I would do? Food and water. That'd be the first thing I would do if I was really there. And then I would corner the markets on water and food. So everybody has to come to me. That's exactly what I would do. And then I would make so much cash that I could then continue that engine of, okay, now I've got a little bit of cash. I can then build up this settlement. And then this settlement becomes a cash maker, and this one's making cash. And now I can build up the third settlement, and the fourth one, and the fifth one, and the second. And then I get to a point in Fallout 4 where I literally can buy out every single vendor in the game in just a few days. No cheating, no shortcutting, no mods, no none of that. All from scratch, and I can do it on any platform. PS4, Xbox, and PS3. PS4, Xbox, and PC is what I meant to do. Now, maybe on PS3. I don't know. Was it on PS3? I can do it on any of those platforms. I have sleep apnea, by the way. So if I start to go off the rails, I also have vertigo as well. So I am disabled. So if I do go off the rails, just fill in the blanks yourself. All right. So there we go. There we go. Yeah, it's amazing that the thing. And that's what I get sometimes. Like, Kismet, how did they make any money? Well, all that money they made initially when people first bought the game, they put that back into the thing. It's not like they magically had some money, although they won the lotto or something. They put the money back into the game as opposed to just pocketing the money and saying, well, we're going to go work on this other project. We're just going to cancel No Man's Sky, or you get what you get, right? That they could have done that. That's a jerk way to move. And we know some companies that have done that kind of stuff, right? They come out with their $60 game, and their $60 game sucks because they are terrible at making great games. Or they just had bad development, or however it went off the rails. We know that sucks when that happens, right? Because we're playing that game, we're super excited about it, and we put that $60 game in, and that game sucks. And we just spent $60. And some of us, I mean, I ain't as rich as I was in my 20s. I was a very successful graphic designer for 30 years, worked for some of the top companies in the world, and I made bank, right? Not trying to, impress you in that way, just trying to inspire you to go do what you love to do. But now I'm rubbing pennies together because I spent all my money and all my retirement, my wife's retirement, trying not to die. I spent it on doctors. All those doctors, they sucked up every last penny and basically told me to lay down and die. And I told them to go screw themselves, because that's not the way I go out. I don't end up in some medical bed where my wife takes care of me until I die. I don't think so. So I got up out of the bed, lost 50 pounds. Took me a while. Went and did that. Then started taking better care of myself and started learning how to manage my conditions by going to physical rehab, where they talk about, okay, you got to look here and you got to focus whenever you're going up and down stairs. You got to focus when you're walking so you don't fall. And I spent lots of years of doing that. And in fact, 5 years I've been doing that. And I'm much better now than I was. And we're just converting resources back to other stuff. I'm much better than I am now. And I've literally said, hey, what else do I want to do in my life? I said, you know what I want to do? I'm going to go ahead and try this streaming thing out and see how it goes. I'd love to be a partner streamer, and I'd love to hit 500 subs. Well, I've been a partner streamer for 3 years. The chance of me becoming a partner streamer at almost 50 years old is 0.05%. A low percent. So if you have something out there that you want to do, take it from me. It's possible. Go out and do it. And you got all these people who are always constantly telling you, oh, it can't be done and whatever. I had plenty of that. Plenty of that. Kismet, you're not a good, young, good-looking guy. You don't have purple hair and all of that ridiculous stuff. Kismet, you're not a good-looking girl or whatever. I know what it takes. It takes dedication and love of what you do. If you love what you do, and you can tell just by me talking here in the stream, I love playing games. I love doing art. I love talking to people in the chat. It's contagious. It's contagious. People want to be around that. And if you can show how much you love something, then people will want to be around that, whether it's music or dance or whatever. I'm terrible at all those things, but I do them anyway. You know why? Because no one tells me what to do. I answer to no one. I'm going to be 50 years old this year, and really doesn't matter what age you are. You answer to no one. If you're not good at singing, sing anyway. If you're a terrible dancer like me, dance with your kids and your wife anyway. Even if you are a terrible dancer. They might be embarrassed. That's okay. That's their problem, not yours. You can go ahead and feel free to express yourself in that way. Now, of course, be respectful, be kind to other people, but they're all your decisions. They're all on you. So make them good ones. There we go. Digital Extremes, Maker Warframe. Yes, I love Warframe. One of my favorite games of all time as well. I wish I had more time. I don't have time for MMOs anymore. I'm also the leader and founder of one of the longest running gaming guilds. 17 years together. Have you ever heard of a guild that's been 17 years together? Very few out there that have. I have over 800 plus members. Actually, I think it's over 1,000 now. I stopped counting at 800. That's a lot. That's a lot of members to keep track of. We played lots of games across the way. We started in Lineage, if you remember that, the Lineage #1. We played Lord of the Rings Online, Star Wars The Old Republic, Guild Wars 2, and of course World of Warcraft, and a whole bunch of other MMOs across the years, which is pretty awesome. I have an amazing team over there. But I just don't have the time if I'm going to be doing streaming and working behind the scenes and family and wife and all of those things. I don't have time for MMOs because I get into it, man. If I go in, I'm go in. Like we tried to play a little bit of World of Warcraft Classic, and I thought, well, I could play just a little bit. Oh man, that's the type of game where you go to max level and you kick butt, or you just don't, right? That's a really huge time sink. But I love the vanilla version, aka the classic version of World of Warcraft. One of the best balanced games, meaning that like when you go through the game. And that was like 15 years ago. They were so good. And some of these new games don't even have good balance. Like when you're going through, one of the toughest things to find is an item that you can't use. If I'm level 5 and I find a level 45 item, 99% of chance, like a great example, 76, right? Fallout 76. I'll find a level 45 item that I know I'm not going to use because it's a normal item. It's not a legendary. So if I find that 45 item at level 5, that was a waste of my time. I just scrap it. Screw it. Gone. But in World of Warcraft, as you're going along, it has quests for your level that will say, look, here's an item you can actually use at your level, right? And here's another item you can use at your level. And here's another thing. The balance of those quests are really fantastic. And the world itself is a character in itself, right? The different zones that you go into, the different mobs that you're fighting, and so on are really, really fantastic. One of the things that I find is a big fail is when you go into a zone, you're low level and the mobs are really high level. Because you need to know that that is a high level zone. And that's one of the things that you're going to find very, very quickly, that some games auto scale, like Guild Wars 2. Fantastic example of that. If you're a high level character and your buddy comes in and he's level 10, he's like, hey, you want to hunt together? Sure, let's go. And then it's going to downscale you to that level, so you're just not massively OP and going over there and one-shotting everything, which I find is a lot more fun, right? Still challenging, though you have all your skills, though. So you still do have an advantage because you got every single skill unlocked, right? Because you're high level, where your newbie buddy does not. He has like 2 or 3 skills he's trying to get going and whatnot. So you're still a little OP, but not so OP. And they're actually going to add that in 76 as well, that it's actually going to downscale to your level as you run through different zones. And of course, as you get into higher level zones, it's still going to stay fairly scaled up. But you get the general idea. Okay, let's keep going here. What else are we going to do? Air sight. Let's go ahead and convert that into platinum here. And now I'm just going to convert all this stuff into basic resources so I don't have to manage it in my thing. And then also gives me other resources that I'm going to use down the road. And this is something I'll do. I'll come back and micromanage all of this stuff. I kind of feel like we got all that managed. There we go. And let's see where we're at. We're on this one, I think. Yes, we're on this one. Okay, so I've got a whole bunch of other stuff in here that I do need to use, which is idiom. So I do like to keep that. That's for using your drive, the regular idiom, not the activated idiom. Put that in there. Now look at us. We've got tons more copper. I mean, I got a lot of copper. And because it takes 25 minutes to convert that, look, I got copper in there too. Just copper coming out of my ears over here. Now, if you need this stuff more readily, then of course you'd move that in front of the copper. But I'm going to go ahead and put some more copper over here. Now, just so you know, right now, I probably have another 50,000 copper sitting back in my base while we were busy doing all of this. Here's another little trick too. See this oxygen? Take that oxygen and first put it in via your inventory. Hit X and put that in your storage container, and then put it in your storage container again. Because what it's going to do is it's going to stack the first container first, meaning it's going to fill this container 0 over here first, and then it's going to stack it to the next one. So it's going to fill these oxygen stacks, and then it's going to overflow into the first container it can find, because these are all linked together, but they're not smart linked. They're linked in order. So as I put it in there, it's going to go 0, then 1, then 2, storage number 3, storage number 4, etc. In that order. As you can see, they've popped up right here, which is where I wanted them to go. So another great way to understand how that all works. Thank you, everybody, for the follows. Let me catch up a bit here on my follows. We got Crownfire, we got Safety Guy, we got Tom Gambles, and Centro Tudo coming in, dropping the Dragon Hammer, crushing that follow button, becoming part of the Wasteland Tycoons. Welcome. My name is Kismet. We play a lot of fun games up in here. I love building games, space games, fantasy games. We can play some zombie games called 7 Days to Die. Incredibly great game. One of my favorite games of all time, and it's still in beta. It's been in beta or alpha, actually. It's been in alpha for like 7 years. But that's okay. You know what? Make a great game. That's all I say. Make a great game and go with that. Now, notice all of this stuff here is very much all of my plant stuff. We're going to keep that in there. Now, we've got a cube here. We're going to put these cubes way at the very end because I very rarely ever need these. I'm going to put these over here with my rep items and whatnot. Now, we've got some more rusted metal. That's easy, right? We just take the rusted metal and we go ahead and put that into our storage, and it will stack it in the very first ones, and we're good there. All right. Now, we've got a lot of stuff to go through here, but we're almost done. We're almost done looking through our stuff. We're about right there. That one's empty. Nice. And then we'll look in here. We'll see what we got. Oh, a little bit more looty loot here that we can convert some of this or put this away. And then again. So I'm kind of shifting the things that I don't use a lot toward the end, and the things I do use toward the beginning. We have more copper. More copper in there. And again, we're just kind of converting some of this stuff we've been collecting over this time. Now, we've got an organic catalyst worth 1.2 million, but it doesn't convert into anything. We're also going to work on some nanotites and all of that stuff. How are we doing on time? We're going to do lots of time. Lots of time left. Okay. So what do we got here? We got some destabilized sodium. So if we put that in there, what are we going to get? Sodium nitrate. All right. Let's get some of that. Let's get some of that. We could use a little bit of sodium nitrate. Boom. 750. Good to go. Put that away. And instead of going and collecting sodium and then converting it into sodium nitrate, if you have destabilized sodium, you're good. And you're like, Kismet, holy crap, Kismet, that's worth 60 grand. Why are you not going to sell that to the vendor? Because I don't need to. I just rather just convert it. Now, sometimes it's actually not worth you converting. You know that? It's actually cheaper. It actually is more valuable to sell to the vendor and buy sodium nitrate separately at a reduced cost than it is to convert your destabilized sodium, right? So I'm just going to convert it because we've got to be lazy. So keep that in mind as well. Sometimes it's cheaper to sell it and then get it. Same thing here. This aerosite here is worth 750,000 units. So if I sold it and bought the platinum, would 1,250 platinum be worth 750,000 units? Let's just go ahead and do it because I don't care. I have tons and tons of cash. Tons and tons of cash. So let's go ahead and do it. Now, how much is this worth? 631 units. So it's actually worth less as platinum than it was as aerosite. So that's okay, though, because then that's less for us to have to go hunt down before. Now, would it be cheaper for me to go buy it from the auction hall? From some places, because you could be a space trucker like me, where you can go around and take that and convert that into other stuff. Foreshadowing there, Crownfire. We'll get to that. No spoilers. Yes, Witcher 3 was amazing. Yes, definitely fantastic. It still sets the bar today. Johnny Mnemonic. Yes, I love that Johnny Mnemonic movie. That was incredibly great. I was very surprised that I liked that movie too. But I'm the type of person that likes Waterworld, right? The funny thing is, I was watching a thing about Waterworld the other day, and it actually made, everyone thought it was a huge flop. It actually made more money than it cost, and that's how you make money. And I enjoyed the movie when it first came out. I really did. It would convert these gold nuggets by holding down E, by the way. You don't have to put it in the converter if you don't want to. Same thing with other items, except for dirty bronze here. Go ahead and convert that. So I feel like if you find these things, you either want to sell them. It's worth 125,000. We'll convert it into silver. And let's see how much the silver is worth. The silver is worth 232,000. You see how I just made money? You can do the same thing as well. You can take an item, convert it into a more valuable item, and then sell the more valuable item. So I just doubled my money right there just by converting that into silver instead. And it depends on where you're at, right? It depends on where you're at, what planet you are. Did you crash the market of that particular thing, and so on. Yeah, Waterworld rocks. Yeah, I actually enjoyed that movie. I'm a big fan of the Mad Max and all of that, which is what that's based on. I feel like it was more of a drama thing. By the way, I like to put this stuff in here to see if that stuff does anything. I like to check those kind of things. I like to check it. All right, we got anything else here that we want to convert? By the way, Gravino balls, don't convert into anything. They are useful for some things, though. We're gonna get into that later. Later. All right, what do we got here? The last set of sprouts, we'll put that in there. Guess what that's for? Nothing. We want to definitely get rid of that, sell that off. Some items are just sell items. Oh, there's some more sodium. Let's convert that. And I feel like because you have so much storage in the game, once you have your cargo slots unlocked, and you can do that through a quest. You want to start with your base quest and keep doing your base quest every few hours. And get your base quest done, and you're going to unlock your storages without having to go to the hub or grind out salvage materials. You can very easily do that quest. That's one of the first things I do in game is start to work on those basic quests. And there we go. All right, so we've got a bunch of resources just sitting in here, doing a whole lot of nothing. Just sitting in our inventory. We could have been using all of these resources all this time. Instead of having to go and collect all these resources, we could have just been using those resources, those larger resources as well. Okay, how are we looking? We're looking pretty good. We're finally getting down there. We've converted a lot of stuff, cleaned a lot of stuff up. Let's see, I think we're in the third one on this row. Yes, we are. Okay. More copper in there, more oxygen in there. And I don't say, oh, well, my copper's in the wrong way. Let me go and fix this, and then take this copper out, and then put the copper in and put that. I feel like that's a huge waste of my time after a while, because I'm just going to start throwing stuff in there like crazy. Chromatic metal, like that. Activate emerald, we'll get rid of that. Mornite. Paraffin, that's a good one to put in there at some point. Actually, probably this one would be better over here with our other group stuff. Now, the reason why I group stuff together as well is the fact that I go, okay, I'm looking for kind of an off-brand material, right? An off-brand material that I don't usually use, like I'm looking for pyrite, right? And I know that my pyrite, my dioxide, my oxygen, and all of that stuff is clustered together, so it's easy for me to find it when I'm looking through my storage like this. And I'll go storage, and I'll scroll down, and I'll say, okay, there's copper, there's all my other stuff. Oh, okay, now I'm in salt, so I know it's somewhere around there. Oh, okay, there's pyrite right there. Grab it out of there. Now, I actually don't need to keep some of these items in here anymore. I can just put them in my cargo, though I do like to have lots and lots of plates in there. We'll find out what that's all about in just a bit when we get back to that. We definitely need to get a silver farm going, though, and we'll get into that as well. So look at that. Nice and cleaned out, nice and organized so far. Here's some more destabilized. We got some radium there. Stuff that we're probably not going to use. And now we're here at the end, right? Where our stuff is, where we had put all of our plants. And then, of course, we have our other several things here that we know we're not going to use in a while, way down here. Now, Mordite I might want to take out of there and put our stuff in there, right there. Anything else that I really want to keep long-term, I can put in here. But most of the time, like if you're keeping a module for later for a better item. Hey, Spartan, what's up? The new alpha looks so good. I love 7 Days Die. Yeah, you should see my Tycoon Firehouse West, the mega build. It turned out amazing. One of my favorite builds we've done. Beautiful, beautiful build. But you can see that on Sunday because we'll be playing some more 7 Days to Die on Sunday as well. All right, more copper into here. That one is full. Let's go over here and put a little bit of this over here. What can we take out of here? Let's take these items out. We've got a storm crystal in there. We could probably take that out of there. Put some ammonia in there. What else might we use? Mordite we might use early on. Radion, definitely not going to use it, but we'll put that in there. We also got a glitching separator. That's a weird item, but we got that, so we're good. Copper there, and then more copper here. Now, meanwhile, by the way, it's over there converting all of that copper and so on. You see this dehydrin jelly here? Dehydrin jelly is a great thing to buy from the auction hall. If we're over here and we're running, let's see if these are all still running. Oh, they're all done. They're all done. Here's a great little trick, too. We're going to grab this. We're going to take this. We're going to put this in our storage container and just hit begin again. And we'll do the rest of this. And in our storage, begin. And this is why I like using the storage, because it does hold a lot. And now that we've kind of organized it a little bit better, it's not going to be mixed in with tons of other stuff that we're not really looking for most of the time. Like, I'm not looking for those rep items, and they're mixed in there, and they're making it tough for me to find the things that I really need as well. By the way, also, our freighters are out getting us money right now. 5 groups of freighters, 5 times 5, 25 frigates are out getting us some cash right now and other materials while we're doing this as well. So lots of things going on simultaneously. We're doing lots of converting, as you can see, of copper. Now, I could go in and re-queue this up to maximum level, but we're just going to start a little bit of this up. Now, at some point, I will actually stop collecting the copper because it's going to fill up my inventory and basically make it where I don't really necessarily need more copper. And that's where you want to get to. You want to get to a point in which you have so much stuff queued up and in your cargo slots that you don't need to farm that thing anymore, right? Like in this case, it's going to be copper very soon because I've got literally tons and tons of copper in here. Okay, so I've got a little bit of life support gel and stuff like that I might want to throw in here at some point. Let's say this one right here. Let's move that up a little bit. There we go. Something I might be looking for, plating, copper, anything like that. Dehydrin jelly, life support's a good one. To take these out, I can also put these in my cargo slots, and they'll stack about half as high as they will in my exosuit cargo versus in our actual storage. All right, oxygen capsule is a good one. Storm crystal, might need that. Probably not really in the long term. Gravino ball and all of that, we're going to work that. And a lot of this other stuff, we're going to use or get rid of because we don't need to keep all of this stuff on us. We don't need to keep destabilized sodium. One of the great things about finding destabilized sodium is it tells you what the pattern is for making that particular thing, right? 2 and 3 combinations. It's going to tell you all of that. All right, we're getting to the end here. Again, another thing we could do with if you buy dehydrin jelly from the auction is that you can change it back to regular dehydrogen, which allows you to make fuel. This is the fastest way to get dehydrin, is to buy dehydrin jelly from the auction and then literally just have it convert all of these back into dehydrin, which allows you to build fuel for your regular ship, but most importantly for your frigates as well. And that is really going to be useful in the long run. There we go. And we're going to go ahead and convert some of this back. Now, the cool thing is also to keep in mind is that it does prioritize your actual inventory over your cargo inventory and other inventories like your ship. So know that when you click this, the first thing that's going to show up here is your actual inventory, your primary exosuit general inventory. That's what's going to show up first. Let's take these Gravino balls. We're going to put them over here. We're going to expand our farm a little bit today. Now, activated emerald, organic catalyst, the last sprouts, these cryo pumps, all that stuff. Let's look at that's worth $7 million right there, just sitting in my inventory, just randomly in there. I didn't even notice it was in there. I had no idea it was in there. So there you go. Didn't even notice. Now, my inventory is good. we're good to go. We've kind of organized a bit of all of that. We're going to find out what I did with the auction this time. It's over here. And we're going to go ahead and sell off some of this stuff. Now, you always want to watch your percentage, right? If I sell something and it's minus 80%, it's a waste of my time to sell it. I wouldn't sell that kind of stuff. So right here, we've got 200,000. That's plus 32% in this location. Awesome. We'll take that. We'll go ahead and look at these cryo pumps. That's 8 million right there. Right now, minus 1.3%, but that's okay. We'll take that money. Activated emerald. Do I really need that? Probably not. The second I sell it, that's the second I'm going to need it. But I can always go get it again. So we'll get rid of that. Organic catalyst tells you what it's from. Thermatic condensate and enriched carbon. And of course, that once you discover that or once you find that thing, it goes into your kind of catalog of how to make items. So you don't necessarily need the item to know how to make it now. You've already learned that by finding it in the first place. We got glitch separator here. We'll go ahead and get rid of that as well. And then that's pretty much it. All the rest of this stuff I can tell is now in my other storage or my main storage. You can see I've got lots of phosphorus and carbon and tritium and so on as well. And that kind of leaves this thing here, instability injector. It's a scientific thing. It's an experiment. So let's go ahead and see if we can sell our instability injector. I didn't see it in there, but let's do it. There it is. That's minus 43.6%. So we want to sell all three of those, but that's okay. Just get rid of it. No big deal. I've got over 300 million now. I'm doing just fine. Now we're going to go ahead and work a little bit on our plants here. Now our plants actually are available for us to grab them out of there. Oops. Didn't mean to do that, but hey, while we're there, might as well grab that out. Sometimes it grabs the wrong thing, as you saw. Okay, so we're going to grab all this out of here. This is going to be more of our plants. Like this. Okay, nice. Now what we're going to do is we're going to make a bit of a farm for our plants here on our space station. I feel it's actually a better idea to go in and do it here than it is on the planet. And the reason why is that it auto powers everything. You don't have to run any power. You don't have to micromanage it. And plus, it's one of the few things you can actually make on your freighter, which is kind of interesting. It's one of the few things you can put down and just run a whole bunch of them. We'll do that battle here in just a second. And they also snap together. Look at this. We can go ahead and do a bit of this right along here. They snap together and they're powered by the floor. All right, there we go. So what do we want to do over here? What is something that typically you're going to need a lot of? Now, I like to do it in order. That's just the way I do it. But we're going to go ahead and go in here and we're going to pick it. We're going to say, okay, gamma root. Let's put some of that. Oh, nope. We're going to put some gamma root down. And we'll just put a whole bunch of gamma root here, right? And it's like, oh, wait a minute, hold on. You don't have gamma root. One of the drawbacks of this game is the fact that it doesn't craft from your cargo. Your largest storage area you cannot access while you're actually building something, which is a huge bummer. I feel like they should definitely add that. Oh, and we need to go to number 3 right here. Here we go. And then, of course, we have it in here. So I want to take all of this out temporarily. Just pull it all out of there. Temporarily, so now I've got the resources to make whatever plants I want to make. And I'm just going to go ahead and put in some more of this until I run out, right? The resource ain't doing me no good in that storage, right? Maybe I can go ahead and make a whole lot more by using what I've got. And I'm using also my uranium at the same time, so keep that in mind. You're using a secondary item, not just your primary item. I'm going to go ahead and put down a bunch of gamma root. Then we're going to do that battle here. I always wonder which one I'm going to run out of first. Right? In this case, gamma root before I ran out of uranium. All right, so that's good. So let's go ahead and run a battle while I go ahead and build some more of these. And then we'll do some more. All right. We'll come back to that. All right. Give you guys some love. CW getting 50 gold and coming in overall MVP with most kills and most assists. Man, you swept that one, didn't you? He got the reward and he also got top of the list. Nice. Back to the map. Time for a boss battle. Let's get it going on. Let's see. Straight up to the boss. Oh my gosh. Just about 50 peeps is what we need for this one. All right. So if we hit, let's say 75. We hit 75 troops. You guys let me know in the chat. And then we'll go ahead and start that one early. I feel like we could probably start that one early if we get that many peeps. Okay. So as you can see, I'm doing a whole nother row of plants here. I'm just going to run them like this. And then I'm going to go to the next one, right? Fungal mold. And I need some ammonia. Now, of course, I put my ammonium away. And again, this is why we organized our resources here. I put my ammonium away by my other stuff. See? And I kind of know it's by the salt. I kind of have an idea that there we go and pull that out. Now, one of the things we probably want to do with this is put that in our cargo slot. One of the unique items that I like to keep on me is uranium for my ship, for doing my thruster, right, which allows you to take off. Phosphorus is great for recharging some of your stuff. Ammonium is also great for recharging your resistance to certain planets. And so on, and we'll work on resistance and work on building up our tools and build up that stuff. There's so much to do in this game. There's always a tremendous amount of things you could be doing, and that is what makes the game pretty great. Again, look at our dehydrant. Now it's 6,000 dehydrant. That's probably the most dehydrant I've had at one time, because normally I'm burning it up always on something. All right, so now we can go ahead and put that down because we have a lot of ammonia. And again, we'll go along, do what we were doing here. And we're just going to do it one at a time. Oh, and that's it. As many fungal molds we have. Now, as we get more, as these grow up, we'll grab more and add more and add more and add more and add more down the line. And we're going to do that basically with all of our various plants. Now, back here in the corner, you can see, Kismet, you're running out of room there, bro. It kind of sucks. You know what happens when you want to make more room? You need a lot of silver. And then literally I can go over here and say, boom, there's more room. Wait a minute, hold on. How about some more room? How about some more? And some more. And more. And let's just keep going until I run out of silver. Let's go. How big of a room can I make right over here? You guys know? A very, very big one. A very, very large area. Now, I had not realized how incredibly massive your freighter is for building. I had no idea. Now, the problem is it's very limited in what you can build. You can't build a lot of the stuff that you can elsewhere and so on, but you can build a tremendously huge area if you want to do chlorine and other things like that and conversions and whatnot of your materials. You can really build out a very, very large area. Now, I'm just going to keep building, and then what we're going to do is we're going to turn around and see how big this particular area is. And I'm going to see if I hit the edge. We'll see how it goes. I'm just going to expand this bit of area here. We're going to see if we can hit the edge of how far we can go, because it's quite a distance. We're also doing this so many wide too. We could just do one and just keep going, but we'll extend it really, really wide as we go. There we go. So can't build there, and now we're out of silver. Now let's turn around and see. Did you expect it to be that far? Look how far that is. Now this is just half of the area. This is half of the total area which we could build. We could build a whole nother section that way, and then you know what we could do after that? Build it up to another level and build another level and build it up to another level and build another level. Build it up to another level and build another level. Build it up to another level and build another level. Build it up to another level and build another level. I'm not joking. I'm not joking. That's how much room you have in your freighter. I had no idea that there was that much room in the freighter. It is massive, massive, massive what you can do. I've been massively neglecting my freighter big time. Big time. Now, for some reason, this is showing no power here. That seems kind of odd. But maybe it's because there's nothing in there. I don't know why it's saying no power. That seems quite odd to me. But there we go. Yeah, like this one has no power. Why would it say no power? Yeah, like some of these are no power. Normally, they should not require wires. Let's see if we connect. Oops. Where's my power wires? Nope. Huh, I wonder where my wires is. Here, I don't think you run wires. That's why it's weird. Why would you run wires when it automatically does wires? Yeah, so you don't really run wires in here. Why would that have no power? Interesting. See, some of it, it's like every other one doesn't have power. Where over here, these ones all have power. Let's take these out and see if those automatically have some power. I love testing game mechanics. Yeah, see, there's something. That's something wrong. That's a game mechanics problem. If it's saying no power, then I'm going to take it out because I'm going to believe that it has no power for sure. So I'll take that back out. And of course, I can lose part of my farm. But hey, I got one of them. One of them can turn into two, which can turn into three. I just noticed that. So we definitely want to make sure that it does have power when we put it down. So when we put it down, yeah, see, it's got a power problem. Interesting. Never had that problem before. Usually it's just fine. You have to offset it now? Huh, that's weird. Can't I just put it right next to each other? Now it seems to be working. Seems weird. I'm the type of person that does whatever works. Right? If it works, that's what I'm going to do. Guess you got to keep a close eye on this. Close eye. Okay. Now we're going to have to put our stuff back down again. Invalid biome. That's maybe just because I clicked incorrectly. Now, in theory, we should have got our stuff back. Always got to keep a close eye out for that kind of stuff when it starts to do weird things, because it is a, you know, it is a work in progress. I always consider most games a work in progress. Oh, I put that in the wrong spot too. I put that in the wrong spot. Well, now we're going to find out, aren't we? Take that back out and see if we can put it over here. Yeah, there we go. Okay. Take that back out. It gave me my resources back. Allow me to go back. Put these down over here. Oops. Over there. I love the fact that it gives you your resources back. I'm a big fan of that. All right, there we go. In case you make a mistake like I did right there, right? Because I was having an issue where it wasn't automatically giving it a power. You have no power lines here. You don't build power lines and stuff like that. I actually kind of like the gap. I was like see, I find a lot of things where you make a mistake and then something happens or some technical things happen. It's almost like a little push of fate that says, hey, Kismet, you should probably do this, right? And the cool thing about this is when it's offset is that I can see what each row is based on that offset. And now I'm going to use that offset as one of my techniques. So now what we'll do is we'll do an offset over here along the same line. Let's say right here. And then we'll offset it a couple this way. And then visually just be easier. I can just look down that line to see what is there. Now, oh, look, see that one? That one did that weird doing it. It might be how it lines up on the floor. Oh, hold on now, because it's kind of offset. I can see where there's actually definite floor squares. So let's go ahead and see if we move that over just a little bit. It's going to be hard to snap it in there, but we're going to try. Let's say here. And then we take this out. And we snap that in there. Yep, there's a definite pattern to how the floor tiles are. If you have just one of them, then you can offset it. But if you have a whole bunch of them in a sequence, I guess I just never hit that before. But if you have a whole bunch of them in a sequence, you have to actually square off to that floor. Interesting, interesting. Look at us learning new game mechanics. New game mechanics today. Awesome. Again, let's just make sure that it doesn't go red. Nothing goes red as we're going along. Oh, we need some pure ferrite? Well, that's not going to be a problem. That's not going to be a problem. Let's do it. Let's grab some ferrite dust. And let's make a bunch of pure ferrite. I know we have just a massive amount. Yes, we do. 10,000. All right, there we go. Let's make crazy tons of pure ferrite. In fact, let's double up on that ferrite. Let's do it. Come on. Let's do it. Now, what we're going to do this time is we're going to go ahead and... Oh, let's get out of here. Let's go ahead and work a bit more on our ferrite dust. So we'll take our rusted metal out of here. Got a bunch of that going. Right over here. Let's say 4 of those. Let's get this right over here. Now, notice how I had to take it out of the thing. Again, I feel like you should be able to grab it from your cargo inventory and put it into your conversion inventory. I feel like it's just like a huge inconvenience that you have to make that extra step. I feel like if you're going to do it, you might as well do it anyway. If you're going to let me do it from my ship and from my exosuit, why not let me do it from my cargo if my cargo is around? I feel like it's only a logical thing to do. You'll see me converting a lot of ferrite dust and a lot of chromatic metal because I'm building a giant backlog of it, and then I'll reach a point in which I don't have to do it for a very, very long time, and I just let those run. Okay, so we'll do some more pure ferrite so we can put some stuff, more of those down. But let's go ahead and get back over here, and let's go ahead and work on our frost wart. Again, I like to do them kind of in order. Oh, we need our dioxide, so we'll go in, we'll look in our storage. We know where our dioxide kind of is. There it is there. But you know what we're going to do? We're going to now put our dioxide in there. And then we don't have to worry about it. As we collect more, it'll be there in our cargo slots. Every time I roll through here, pretty much, every day I log in, I can come over here and keep expanding and expanding my flora empire. I've got a lot of frost crystal. Wow, okay, there we go. And then over here, we need emerald, which I believe we have a little bit of. What did I actually do with the emerald itself? There we go, about 200. That's okay. That's okay. We'll get that going. And there we go. So we have a couple of those. We can let those run. And as we, pull those plants up, we'll be good. So again, our goal is now to expand all of those. And we're going to keep it running down here. How many do we have on this side? We have 1, 2, 5. So we're doing a total of 6. So we're doing 5 and then 1. We have 1, 2, 3, 4, and then number 5 right here. So let's grab some of this converted pure ferrite over here, and we'll put that in our cargo slot. Again, this is what I call compounding. Compounding is when you continue, like compound interest, when you can continue to compound the resources and you get more and more things running at the same time. In this case, you can see I've got a lot of plants being queued up here. Or in this case, I have a lot of trays to put my plants in. And I'm going to start with 1, and then I'm making it into 2, and then 2 into 4, 4 into 8, 8 into 16, 32, 64, 128, 256. You get the idea. It gets fast, gets big fast, doesn't it? It gets big very, very fast. So let's leave another gap here. I really like this gap idea. A little bit of a gap there. You know what? I'm going to put the gap that way. And then I'm going to go ahead and put this and try to line this up with the floor. So I'm going to do 2 of these and see if the second one is out of power. No, it is not. Let's put the third one in. Nope. Okay, we're good. So let's go ahead and do 5 of those in a row. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. That's going to be number 6. That's looking good. Now, you can only imagine what now, I'm leaving a gap, too, so I can run in between and collect them and all of that. But you can just see the potential of what a humongous area you can do. Now, this actually said it was out of power, so let's go ahead and fuddle with it, as you do. Yeah, that one's right down the middle, so it's not too far one way or too far the other. Oh, she's a feisty one. It does not want to go where I want it to go. All right, fine. We'll just put it right there at the end. If it wants to be feisty, that's okay. We'll let it be a little feisty. All right, same thing here. I feel like if we offset this, it's going to mess that up. Yep, see, it's already messed up right there. So maybe we'll offset it by 2. Let's try that. All right. Yeah, that's good. That's good. How many we got there? Oop, we got there 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and that'll be number 6. Okay. And see, I'm a stickler. I have to take it all back out and line it all back up again. So they're all just so, right? I know some of you are like that in the chat for sure. It's got to be just so, or you're going to be triggered. So there we go. So not bad, not bad. So yeah, so it's like skipping 4, right? So you hit this one rock solid, you skip 4, you got some space to walk through there, or you can, I can now move that one down too, because it'll have more power if I run down. Okay, so which one we got done? We got our frost crystals done. We've got our other, our frost crystals done. We got our venom urchin. Now we're on our solar vines, which we need phosphorus and selenium. Again, this will be kind of our separator that says, look, this is where your solar vine is. Again, this doesn't do me any good sitting in my inventory. It's sitting in my inventory over there does me 0 good. So I'm going to go ahead and, you know, let it start to compound over there. All right, Fecium got tons of that, and that's why we leave it at this, so we can build that up. And also convert that to mortite if we want to. Get in there. Now remember, this is powered by our ship. We don't have to make any power for this. It's already powered by our actual ship itself. So we just put, if we put these down properly, it's going to allow us to build tons of this. We have got a lot of that, that's for sure. Okay, there we go. Nice. And how many more we got to go? We got to 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 of those more to go. Let's keep at it. Okay, so we know this is the spot, and then if we go and we look on the ground, we'll say, okay, this is the spot right there. Now one back. Yes, okay. Same thing over here. We'll skip a bunch. We'll double check it's not going to go power off. Now, I've never seen it do power off like that before. I guess I've just been super lucky in the placement of my stuff, but normally I just run them however, and they usually work. So good to keep that in mind. More pure ferrite. Now, by the way, you notice that I'm using up metal plating too, and I have that metal plating that we had from earlier in my cargo slot, so I can do this very thing that I knew I was going to do today. So it's good to have a lot of metal plating on you, so you're not constantly making it all the time too. Tons of pure ferrite. All right, let's keep making that pure ferrite while I'm over here building up a massive, a massive farm. Now, again, this is really a small farm. You could build at such an epic level here in your freighter that you could have literally just be making millions and billions of dollars. Chlorines is probably one of the most valuable way of making money, meaning you're going to get the most money out of it, but it does require your micromanaging of it. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and we have our gap there. This is just the way I do it. You could put these all right next to each other if you wanted to and just kind of maximize everything you're doing here. But me, I'm more of a fan of giving myself a little space between. So when I'm coming in, I'm collecting and whatnot. I'm not just jammed up on top of everything. I can run down the middle and be good. All right, I'm going to go put this here, and this is going to remind me, hey, that is my next row there. Okay, so we run out. Now, I could start another row over here, but I just want to have a big, long row. And the reason why I want to do that is so I can just literally run down the middle and go, get it, 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 right down the middle of the row. And then I can literally collect massive amount of stuff down the row. So we did solar vines. Let's see where we left off. We did solar. We did Gurut. Now we're going to do Gravino. Now Gravino actually takes silver. So boom, we're going to literally put one of that down. Even though we have tons of chromatic metal and magnetized ferrite, that's why we need to work on our silver farm. We'll try to get that in. So we'll go over here now to Mordite. We can do a bunch of that, but that also takes a ton of Mordite. I don't have any more on me. I thought I had a bunch of it. Yeah, a little bit of it. A little bit of it. But by growing that, it actually gets me more. And then I make 2 of them, and that gets me more. And then I make 4 and 8 and 16 and so on and so forth. And then I don't ever have to farm those things. I don't have to go somewhere else and find them on some planet or whatnot. It's because it's constantly growing them here on my freighter. All right, so we're looking good on those. I feel like we could maybe put 2 more in down here, and we'll come back to this another time when we have more silver. So let's put our cactus in. Now we're going to need some pyrite. So let's go ahead and grab our pyrite out of here. And again, one of the greatest things is the fact that we can take our pyrite now. There's another one we need to get going as a farm. This pyrite, oh, went past it. Where did it go? Oh, it switched me off of the thing. Pyrite, there it is. We can put that now in our cargo, like that. And of course, we're using up all of our plates as well. But there we go. Put that in our cargo. That's going to allow us to put all of this down until we run out. I feel like that's the move to do, right? Put it all down until you run out, so you're just not wasting your cargo space with tons and tons of stuff that you're really not even using. It's just sitting there doing nothing. Star Bramble. Use that. Uh-oh, we need some paraffin, right? Now, this is how you find all of the resources that you really need, right? So, in this case, paraffin. Or paraffinium, if you want to call it that. I butcher all names, including scientific names of stuff. Sometimes it triggers my peeps in the chat. There we go. All right. Put down those star bulbs. And we're good, right? Again, I don't need to keep this stuff in my inventory. It's doing nothing for me in my inventory. This is idiom here, and then nip nip buds. So we're going to go ahead and look for some idiom. I'm going to grab that idiom, and we're going to put it on us. Again, this is what kind of sucks, right? You went and organize your whole inventory, and you've got to pull all this stuff out every time you need it. And let's just, you know what? Let's put that in a cargo. You know what else we're going to do? We're going to grab some of this other stuff that we constantly need. Right, plunge in, gonna need that. Put that in our cargo now, right? We got that unlocked. We got to get going on our other cargo. Oh, there's a bunch of mortite in there. I knew I had some more in there. I'm gonna put it right there. And let's go ahead and run back and get back into our mortite here, which is our mortite root. And let's go see where we are right here. Okay, let's use this up. Ain't doing us no good. Sitting. Oh, wait. Hold on. Did that incorrect. Incorrect. Where was my mortite at? It was way down here. Nope. It was right here. Okay, there it is. Okay. Yeah, you make a mistake. You know what you do? You take that out and you fix it here in just a second. Put this down. Again, this just keeps me from having to run out and collect it on some planet somewhere. I can literally call my freighter to me at any time. And then grab some more. So this is just like doing your conversions. There we go. Use up that mortite. Now here's how you get this back. You basically just take it out. It gives you your resources back. Then you just put it right back in again. And then I would put that. Try to find that magic spot again. There we go. And then I would put this back down. Let's see, what are we putting here? Whatever before was before mortite, which is Gravino here. There we go. Now here's another little trick too. You're like, hey man, I need some silver. What you do is you go over here and you add stuff to the room. So when you hold down Control and you click, it takes rooms out. And what it did is it also gave me some silver. And that silver is actually built into your ship, so you can actually take things out right at the very beginning and get yourself some silver. And then use it for putting down some plants. There you go. Another little Kismet tip for you. And so we put a couple more down. That's just going to speed that up a little bit faster. All right, where were we at? We did this. We're going to do a little bit of this just so that we know we have one of these running. And I kind of feel like, you know what, we'll just build a separate one here. I like to keep all of my stuff running in this case. So we're getting our loots here. Again, doesn't do us any good if it's just sitting in our inventory. Does 0 good. So we'll just create a kind of a side one here until we get more silver. And we'll put the rest of this and get the best use out of it, which is it making more of it for us. There we go. Nice. And then nip nip buds. I have seriously doubt I have any of those. I could have sworn I had a little bit of those at some point. Now look how far away now that we are from our things, right? We was at the end of the hall before, but now we have all this extra space as well. And I think we took everything out. I don't think I have any more plants or anything in here. Geek nip. No nip nip buds. Okay. Now I'm going to go ahead and go to the next container over here. And I'm just literally going to say, okay, that doesn't belong in there. Let's take that out. We're going to go ahead and put all of our stuff back in there again, right? That we might use later on. Frost crystals. Now, we can put this in our cargo inventory, but the chance of me using this stuff is pretty low, right? I might use ammonium. I might use some of that, but, you know, things like sac venom, gravina ball, I'm definitely not going to be using that in any short-term time. So, put that away. Tritium, we'll put that away in there. Ammonium into our high capacity. Oxygen, we've got plenty. Dioxide, let's go ahead and put that over here. So now we got a little smattering of everything here. We can go ahead and grab some of our ferrite dust that we threw into here. Kind of recharge that back up again. And you can see the ones that are getting low. That's why I like having this cargo, because I can look and see which ones it's getting low. What's up, my guy? How's it going? Going great, buying Polecat. What's up? What's up? My day is going good, but my brother was tested for coronavirus. Oh, he was tested for it, or he was confirmed have it. Hopefully, he does not have it. Hopefully, he just has a simple cold, which will get over quickly and feel better. I hope so. I hope so. See, I'm in one of those risk groups that if I get it, I will be in serious trouble. So I hide away from everybody. I am certainly not in a good group for that, for sure. All right, copper up here. Okay, so that was a lot of fun. And as you can see, we massively expanded our area here. And we're going to work on it some more as we get more silver. And we can go ahead and convert a bunch more stuff too. So let's go ahead and work a bit on our conversion area and our little guys over here. Now, I feel like what we want to do is just do a conversion, what I call conversion run. Conversion run is, I'm going to take these guys out right now. It's literally where you just kind of go in a straight line and kind of convert stuff. So we're going to take these converters out. Now, anything that's in them will actually drop into our inventory as well as the actual items themselves. So even though we are converting stuff, you're going to see it pop up on the right-hand side. Over there, all of the stuff that goes along with that. And there we go. Now we're going to go ahead and just micromanage this a bit by starting off with our large converters. I like to start off with the large ones because it's going to take more room to put these ones down. There we go. And 2 of them is as much you can put. Notice the purple, you can't put a 3rd one down because they're too close to each other. Now, why they added that, I have no idea. Why can't I just put a whole bunch of them in a row? It makes no sense to me, but I'm sure there's some reason, because science, because they didn't want us to. I don't know. But I'm going to go ahead and throw a bunch of these in a row, and then I'm going to take this and I'm going to move it to the side until it stops being purple. Boom. There we go. Just at the exact point at which it stops being purple, right there. I'm going to rotate this around and then just kind of do the same thing. I think you guys got the gist of this. And you can actually put these fairly close to each other like that because those are really wide. These ones have a little bit more trouble if you put them too close to each other. And then we do that one. And we're literally just sliding to the side. If you get lined up nice and straight too, this makes this a way easier. You just kind of slide along to the right. Really going to up our conversion here. Oh, we need microprocessors. Well, hold on. Let's just get a whole bunch of those. We're going to need a whole lot of microprocessors. Now, the cool thing is we have plenty of or chromatic metal and carbon nanotubes. We have tons of those, so I'm going to make a bunch of microprocessors so I don't have to constantly fuddle with it. There we go. And then we'll make another one. next to that. Now, sometimes, by the way, it shows you purple because it's blocked, and sometimes it shows you purple because you're too close to another item of the same type. And again, you can cluster these together by 3s, and cluster the big ones by 2, and so on. Again, we'll move down. Oops. Correct buttons. Makes this work. Now, I could have sworn that you used to be able to put tons and tons of these next to each other, because that's what I used to do. Maybe that's just what's in my mind. In my mind. See, limit 2 to the local area. But because your freighter is so humongous, you can basically make a gigantic wall full of these things and just keep moving down the wall. Oh, almost to the end here. There we go. Gotta get 3 more of those in. Perfect! Oh, wow, how perfect is that? Look at that. Now I got a whole wall of converters. It's pretty awesome. Yashira, what's up? Hello! This is this thing on instead of thin on, I think is what you're trying to say. Yes, it's on. Thanks for being here, bro. Appreciate you coming in. All right, so while I am running and starting up all these converters, let's do a boss battle. Let's go. All right, nice job. Boss chest for everybody. Extra love for everybody. 4 rewards going out. Sushi, Vardaman, CW, Steady Play, all getting some stuff. Now, this little side thing that I can do on the side as well. Yes, I can see chat. Yes, Shira, don't become entitled. When you go into someone's channel and you start spamming the channel, that's like a red flag for people in the channel. My mods are watching you right now. Yes, I'm playing a side game called Stream Raiders. Very, very fun. We're going to go back to No Man's Sky here in just a second. Right now, we got CW coming in overall MVP with the most kills and most assists. Nice job. Now, everybody in the chat is playing this together right now. You come join us, streamcaptain.com. Incredibly, incredibly fun game. Right now, we're going to go ahead and start up another battle. This is something we let run in the background. We're going to go ahead and go right there, and then we go ahead and close that out. That's why we call it the mega stream. We're doing a whole bunch of stuff at the same time. Now, what I just did, everybody, is I ran back to my storage, all of my storages that I have down the side here. And you can see I'm starting to expand my freighter now, and I'm putting down a lot of food and whatnot. One of the greatest places for food is actually your freighter. It's really one of the few things you can make here. You can't make a lot of the stuff that you can on your terrestrial bases that are on planets up here, but you can do a lot of converters and you can do a lot of plants. So what we're going to do is go over here to our storage number 0, and I literally just took everything back out again. You're like, oh, Kismet, just organize. Why are you taking all that out? Well, we're going to convert a lot of this. Now, I don't need to convert chromatic metal. I don't need to convert carbon. Ferrite dust, I guess we can convert a little bit of that later on, but don't need to convert that right now. So we're going to take that out. Now, we have a whole bunch of stuff in our inventory that we really want to just put into our high capacity slot. So let's go ahead and convert, move a bunch of that over there, maybe even our things there. We'll work with this here in a second. But you can see we've got copper, oxygen, and rusted metal on me. Now we're going to go over here to this one, and we're going to take all this copper out. That might be a little bit too much copper, but that's okay. We're going to take all this out and reorganize this. Really, the point of moving stuff around is to get it organized in such a way that you can micromanage it. See there? Then cadmium, we can go ahead and take that out. And that's something that, notice how it doesn't show here. When I take that out, it actually drops it into my cargo slot. So I'm starting to kind of max out my cargo slot with various other stuff. Way too much oxygen in there, so let's put that in my starship. Dihydrogen dioxide, that's good. Ferrite dust, I don't need that much on me. Usually about 3 stacks ought to do her. For right now, we're going to be doing a whole bunch of big building, mega building here in a bit. But we don't need that. Let's go to the next thing over here. What do we got? Hey, guess what? More copper. All right, more copper, more oxygen. Let's see how much of that we can grab out of there before it says that right there, inventory full. Inventory full. Now, some of that, because I do have cargo slots open, has dropped into my cargo slot, so I need to keep that in mind. Now we're going to do a conversion run. Oh, no problem, Yashira. Thanks for coming in, and welcome to Twitch. Thanks for being here. So we're going to go ahead and take some copper, and we're going to convert that. It's going to take 24 minutes. So we'll do this first round here. This is all going to be all this copper. And you're like, Kismet, how'd you get all this copper? From my industrial mining that I've been doing. So it's grabbing lots of copper, lots of oxygen, lots of salt, really only because it makes me a little bit of money. But really, I don't need that much salt. It was really because there was an S node, which is the highest quality node you can do. All right, tons of copper going there. Let's go to the next one here. And then this one, we're going to group this one by rusted metal. And that's going to take 21 minutes as well. Now, of course, the more of these we have going at the same time, the more efficient we are overall in our conversion, right? We're just letting this run and run and run. So we're going to do all of our rusted metal, or at least as much as we can find here, into here. There we go. And then we're going to look and see if we have any more rusted metal in our inventory. We do not. And so, you know, what we'll do is we'll put some oxygen in there, too, to convert that into carbon. Bam. All right. Nice. Now, look at that. We've got all of those going. But look, we've got a bunch more to go, so let's keep going. Let's go ahead and say, you know what, let's do a bunch of oxygen. Now, the reason why I don't save a lot of oxygen is because I don't really need that much oxygen. You can use dioxide instead of oxygen for your survival. Actually, later on, you might want to use some of the higher-end items, like your life support and things like that. We still need to upgrade all of our exosuit and all of that stuff, which will help us need less oxygen and less stuff like that. We'll get to that. All right, so we'll convert a bunch of carbon there, and we're going to wait. This is why I call this the conversion run, where you're just literally running down the wall, putting a bunch of stuff in to convert it. All right, more copper. And instead of this taking 20, 30 hours, this will literally take about 30 minutes because I am getting it all in a row. So I can just keep converting and converting and converting. You're like, Kismet, why do you need that much resources? Well, I need this much resources so I don't need any more resources, if you know what I mean. Since I have this much copper, I might as well convert it. And I might as well convert it into something that is more useful than it being in its raw form of copper. Chromatic metal right now is what I need. And you'll see why here when we get into this. And we got plenty of time. We're going to try to do a silver farm today. We get our silver farm done today. I feel like we have won because we got so much done. We're getting so much done today. Incredible, incredible amount of stuff done. All right. And then more copper here. And there we go. And we still have all of that other copper and oxygen still to convert. Meanwhile, while we're converting it over here and while we're growing all of this, it's over there mining on various planets of all the stuff that I'm going to need later on. So let's run over here. Now this one over here is kind of an extra converter that I use to convert things that I might want to convert to silver or whatever, some of the larger kind of random items that I run into. So let's run back over here into this one. And you're trying to get in the gist of my idea of sorting now, right? Where I put stuff of similar type together. Now I'm going to put all of this stuff right here because I'm going to come back and convert all this stuff later on, which is going to make that nice and easy. Now I'm going to grab this stuff here and I'm going to put that away in the storage unit, which is going to move it very much further up. Now, depending on which ones of these I put in number 1, number 2, number 3, number 4 storage, is how it's going to act when I go and hit X, and then I click this, and I'm looking at my inventory, right? The stuff that I need more is going to be up at the top, and the stuff I need a lot less, like all of this stuff, is going to be at the very bottom. It makes it a lot more easy to pull out and put in and pull out and put in based on what it is. Now, if it's stuff that you're not going to use for a while, like rep items or whatnot, I'm not going to do that for a little while. We'll come back to that. But I put that way at the end and then say, oh, okay, I'll come back to that. Come back to that. Okay, so that is basically the freighter. The freighter's pretty awesome. Now, one of the things I do want to put back down is my my guys, right? My tables. And one of the few things you can put up here is your specialists. So we'll go ahead and put our terminals back up here. Now, the first one you're going to get is going to be your construction terminal. That's your overseer guy who manages all your other terminals. So we'll put him back in there. Then you're going to get your science one right here. And put that back in there. You need to hire various people. But notice now that I have it in between my other converters, right? Instead of it being in the way, I have converters, then these guys, and then more converters, and so on. And so it kind of works out a bit better. If I need to talk to these guys, well, boom, here they are. But if I don't need to talk to them, I can just skip them and go and do my conversions. Now, that literally is going to go for 30 minutes. 30 minutes times, you know, we got 5, 10, 20, 25. We have 25 converters. So 25 times a half hour is going to be a lot of stuff converted. Now, I keep that stuff. I don't sell it. I could take it and sell it to the vendor and crash the market if I wanted to, but I'm not going to bother because I already make tons of cash. Already have 300 million on me, and I'm actually fairly early game right now, so no rush. Why would that not let me put that there? Let's find out. Let's click it. Not build invalid. Is there something in the way? Ah, there was a panel on the wall there blocking it. All right, I'll take that panel out, and this gives me access to the Galactic Trade Network. Now, when I go to the Galactic Trade Network, I don't necessarily always think sell. I think buy as well. You know any good food recipes? I don't. I'm not a food streamer. Normal mode, how old is this character? You got way more than I ever could in survival mode. I have played both the normal mode all the way through and played the survival mode all the way through. I played the normal mode all the way through, deleted that character, started a new one. Played the survival mode all the way through, crushed it, made hundreds of millions and whatnot. It is very tedious in the higher level, which you probably already know there, Solos, because, of course, you're stuck at 250. I feel like they have a missed opportunity. They could have done your smaller converter at 250. They could have done the medium at 500, that you put 500 in the start. And then, of course, the top one at 1,000. I feel like that would make the survival mode a lot better. So as you're getting higher level and you're kicking butt in survival mode, you feel like you're progressing. But it doesn't have that. It has your inventory is only 250, your cargo slot is 500, and all converters are 250. So you're sitting there literally grinding and grinding and grinding and grinding and grinding and grinding that 250. And if you want to do mega builds and you want to do multiplayer, which is where most people are in the normal mode, I feel like you're going to have to play a normal mode playthrough. But if they do fix it and they do update it, I will do another survival mode playthrough, separate from this particular playthrough. But I also started over again. So here in normal mode, it is actually, I've not been in this particular playthrough too long because I did start over yet again because that's just the way I am. Let's go ahead and act like we're going to save and take a look. Let's see. This is 17 hours in. This is 17 hours in. And I easily got this far in survival mode. I got way past this. I had hundreds of millions of dollars in survival mode. By the way, I love the lights. See the lights? It's giving you red, and green. That is symbolizing a bit of what's in that particular thing, by the way. If you look at how the lights are in that particular thing, you can just look and say, okay, well, that's green and that's red, and why is that converting and what's that converting? Gives you a little hint of what you're converting, right? Like over here, I'm converting copper, which is going to show up red. But if you notice, the last one is green, right? So if we go look at this and we look at this, this is rusted metal and copper. But if you go look at this one, which is going to be oxygen, I don't even need to look in there to know because it's green. I know that's converting oxygen into carbon based on what materials you're using in there. So another little tip for you. Not a little tip for you visually. I look at everything in a visual way because I'm a graphic designer. That's what I've been doing for 30 years. I don't do it for other people anymore, so don't ask me. I have done it all. I have nothing left to prove. All right, so here's some carbon. Let's put that away. We got some sodium and whatnot. Now, we still have all of our activated idiom here that we have from our other thing, and right now it's getting us a whole bunch more. And we're going to go ahead and say sell, and we're going to go to activated idiom. It's minus 80% where we are, so we definitely don't want to sell it here. Also, by the way, we have 5 groups of 5 ships, which is 25 ships out right now on missions as well. We have as many missions as we can. They're all out on missions. So what you got to do, though, is you got to have 5 of these on your freighter. So you can see I've got 5 ships there running. I've got 5 more there, and so on. This is kind of like my command deck up here. 5 more there. 5 more there. buy more there, and so on. And I just go on a spending spree. I just start buying a ton of stuff and get a bunch of ships and don't even look at what they are after a while. I'm just like, okay, get it, now send it out. And we'll come back and we'll kind of curtail our fleet later on. All right. So that is how I do that, and I feel like that's a great tutorial on how to micromanage your resources, expand your freighter, which is awesome for doing plants as well as doing your conversions as well, because it's a nice long straight line where you can just run along that long straight line and put a lot of stuff in there and let it run for quite a long time. Speaking of, let's go ahead and save. There we go. It says, oh. It happens. So when you see and hear me, refresh the screen if you can't see me and hear me as well. That might help. But go ahead and put a 1 in the chat so I know that I am fully back. And so I'm not talking to myself, which sometimes I am anyway, so it's okay. It's okay. And then I will answer that question. I had a little bit of an OBS problem. It actually freezes my entire machine. It freezes even my cursor. Doesn't even go. That's because I'm streaming and recording at the same time. Because I'm hardcore up in here. So there we go. There we go. All right, it's back. All right, awesome. Yeah, sometimes it does that. I blame OBS. Not my fault. But it is kind of my fault because I push it to a limit. I make it beg for mercy because I'm doing all sorts of animated characters, like my little buddy Norbert up here. I'm doing all sorts of overlays and timers and alerts. And, of course, I don't do the little baby alerts. They're so cute. Everybody does the little baby alerts down in the corner, and it says your name in this Microsoft type every time you hit follow. Like way down there in the corner. You know what happens when someone hits a follow in my channel? Boom! It's going to come in, boom, like that. That's how we do up in this channel. We show you guys the love. So thank you very much to all of you coming in, hitting that follow button. We have Tom coming in. We got Central, and we have Shira Ajira. I think that is. I'm going to butcher your name. That's part of my charm. Okay. So we got all of that running. That is ready to rock. Nothing we need to do. We do what we do here as a tycoon. We set it and forget it, right? Let it run. Let it make us some tons and tons of loot while we fly around the outer space. Let's go. Now we're going to go run over here to our ship. We're going to get in our ship right here called the Vision of the Clouds. I didn't name it that. It was actually default name that. And we're going to take a look real quick at our space that we've discovered so far. Now, in this particular playthrough, I've been through 11 different systems, and as you can notice, I name them in order, so it makes it easier for me to remember where the heck I have been. I've got system 1 through 11. Notice that some of them I call them 3S. That stands for 3-star, which means that that particular system is a really economically high system, meaning that it might have exotics, it might have S-class ships there more commonly than if you find them somewhere else. Now, just so you know, I have seen S-class ships in single-star systems before. So they do show up very rarely, but they're less rare, but they're still rare in anything, even if it's a 3-star. So there we go. There we go. So what we're going to do is we're going to find an area that has silver in it. So we're going to go look around and see what these planets got. Now, I like to land on every single planet to see what's on that planet. Usually within the first 10 to 20 systems, I will land on every single planet that I discover. Right? Now, if somebody else discovers it, I usually just jump past that system. And I name it something that I like, and then I can run through and look. Now, right now, we have a whole bunch of resources we could use. Magnetized ferrite, we could use that. Pyrite, uranium is a great one, and so on. Now, depending on the actual planet itself, of course, is how difficult the atmosphere and all of that other stuff is going to be. But really, I find in normal mode, it's really no big deal. It's really no big deal. So we're just going to kind of look around and say, do we see any silver? Because that's what we're looking for. We're going to literally go through every planet, just roll over it. Oh, hold on now. There's some silver right there. Now, it's on a nuclear planet, right? If we could find silver on a planet that was a paradise planet, which I think we have a paradise planet in one of these systems. Which one was it? Let's just see if we can find right here. Tycoon HQ Paradise Planet. It's got silver bulb, silver, paraffin, and copper. Now, why do I call it the Paradise Planet? Well, Paradise Planet is very rare, but if you do find a Paradise Planet, you can go ahead and enjoy a lot better weather, and also less issue with oxygen, less issue with like radiation, being, of course, toxic stuff and all of that. So that would be our ultimate place to farm things, would be on a paradise planet. So that's where we're going to go. So let's go ahead and fly on out of here. Now, I was very smart in the fact that I have basically put my freighter above my primary base, which is right down here. Notice I've got the star there. That's because I put that save thing down, and it allows me to know, and I only put one of them down, it allows me to know which one is my primary base. It really helps a lot when you have multiple bases. As you can see, I have multiple bases right there. I have one there, and I have one here. And you know what it calls this one? Your base. And you know what this one's called? This one's called your base. And you know what the other one's called? Your base. And you know what this one's called? You guessed it, your base. So how do I know which base is which? I don't know. The only way I can know is by putting that save thing down. It puts a little star there, and now I know that one is my primary base. I would love it to say the actual name of your base. That would be GG. But hey, they're already doing a phenomenal job in here. Hopefully they'll do a little quality of life stuff there, and we'll get that fixed. Look at that. Look at that flying. Boom. Right there. Boom. Good to go. Now, this is my primary Tycoon HQ base, and I also have a Tycoon HQ Paradise Planet base. Whee! And you can see down here, we have all of our storage and everything down there. As well, we have a bunch of mining and stuff like that going on. Let's go ahead and run up here. I actually didn't mean to fall down, but oh well. We'll go ahead and just climb our way up. I could try to jetpack up, but I actually find when you're doing these trade things, it's actually easier. Oh, come on. Well, in theory, it's easier. It's easier just to climb up, right? Just to climb up the thing and get up to the next level. There we go. And I've taken over one of these trade bases, which I really, really like, and so on. So we're going to go ahead and head back to our kind of primary base here. We could have went to the space station as well, and we're just going to go right over here, and we're going to use our teleporter, and we're going to just make it super easy on ourselves and teleport right to our Tycoon HQ planet and get that going, and we're going to work on our silver. So let's go. Now, it'd be incredibly awesome if we had an S node and an S power right next to our base. But the chances of that are incredibly low unless you're super lucky like me. You got an S copper node and also an oxygen node right next to your main primary base by complete accident. I seriously doubt that's going to happen over here. But we'll give it a shot. Here we are at the Tycoon HQ, and again, notice it's a trade platform. I've been enjoying my trade platforms in this playthrough versus using typically a small settlement. Small settlements are great because they have a bunch of patterns at the very beginning of the game, and it actually, in the very first quest that you go through, you'll actually end up going to a small settlement. I suggest to put your base right there. Now, here we go. We've got another one. We've got some converters in here, a little bit of save. You know what? Let's just go ahead and save. And our main primary thing. Now, why it doesn't teleport me and put me right inside here, I don't know. It put me way out there for some reason. Such is the way it goes. Probably if I had that in the center, it would let me teleport properly. Now, I don't have all my stuff unlocked and all of that. But I do love the fact... Oh, we can get in between there. Not quite. Not quite. I do love the fact that literally ships are landing here left and right. That's a C there. That's a C. What do we got over there? C. And I've actually seen S-classes come through, even though it may not be the best system. Might not be a 3-star system. Go over here. What do we got up here? B. That's respectable. Now, I have 300 million on me right now, so I don't really need to worry about it. But if I do see a ship I want, I will just instantly buy it. Let's go ahead and also add a little something to this base, and that is our trade terminal. We're going to need some more microprocessors. Let's go ahead and make some more here. And let's just go ahead and make 5 of them. There we go. Bam. And then we can go ahead and check our terminal. Now, because we're in a different system than we were before, we can go ahead and use our activated idiom, which is only at a -12 now, and literally sell it for $14 million. There's another $14 million right in our pocket. Literally just happened to have $14 million sitting in my storage. So there we go. There we go. All right. Computer, okay, computer Twitch video is not darn thing. Ad free load. It happens sometimes. It happens. Now watch out for the chat rules, everybody. No backseat game. Don't say Kismet go do this, Kismet go do that. I do appreciate the feedback. I know the sentiment of it. You're just trying to help out. But watch out for those chat rules. I don't want you to get timed out. I don't want you to get banned from my channel. I literally give away tens of thousands of items here. Tens of thousands of dollars worth of items here on the stream, thanks to my awesome sponsor, like Bethesda themselves, and Bethesda Gear, and Fraser, and Elgato, and Blue Yeti, and all of those awesome peeps, or Blue Technology, all of those awesome peeps right down below the stream. So make sure to be watching those chat rules. I don't want anybody to be missing out. All right, so there we go. Boom, boom, boom. Let's see how we doing here. C-class, anything sexy? Nothing sexy. Now, I feel like this is the best place to have your base because actually, if you go to the space stations now, you don't get as many ships coming in and out of the space stations as you used to. So the actual trade platforms are your best option because you're just having ships come in left and right, left and right. You sit here for a while, you never know. Boom, S-class, or maybe even an exotic might come in and land. You get yourself an awesome exotic as well. So very, very awesome. Very, very awesome. Okay, let's get this off of our ship. We definitely don't need that on there. I'll put that in our way in there. We've got this. We're coming over here. We're looking for silver. That's what we're doing. So I'm going to go into my scanning. And once you have your device here in your exosuit, under technology here, let's go ahead and find it. Where did I put it? Oh, no, it's under multi-tool. Sorry, my bad. Here we go. Survey device. Once you put your survey device in there, you can go ahead and use your survey to do the industrial level, finding things and collecting things and all of that stuff. Like in this case, I'm looking for power right there. Don't see any power. It says no nearby hotspot. I'll look for a node, no nearby nodes, and we'll go ahead and look for nearby cloud-based stuff here. And there is nothing there, like gases and stuff. Nothing nearby, so that's a bummer. That's a bummer way to start. But that's okay. We're going to get our feet out on the ground, and we're going to go ahead and pick a direction. Let's say north. So let's go north, and we're going to fly out this way a little bit. Now, I could bring my exocraft. I could bring my ship and fly, but I just like to run. So we're going to go ahead and just move a little bit this way, and we're going to try those three out again. Nothing. So let's keep going. Let's go run and see if we can find ourselves some silver. Now, our ship is going to come into play later on, for sure. And if I run into something like this right here, which is going to give me a word, I will go ahead and hit that knowledge stone. Up I go. And then I'll go ahead and keep checking. Oh, hold on. We got a C node, right? Out in this direction. Anything else? Nope, just a C node out here. Now, even a C silver node is worthy of it. Because, hey, what the heck? I'll just let it run and do its stuff. It says, uh-oh, my life systems are at thing. Hold on. Let's go ahead and program our keys here. Control 5, which is going to be 5. Control 5. There we go. And Control 6. Control 5 means I can press 5 on my Razor Naga over here. Press the button on the side. Bam. You see it pop up. And then I can just click. It just used my oxygen. I'm good to go. Same thing with the other thing. With my shield to protect me. But notice, by the way, no oxygen and no items that are no toxic, no radiation, no that stuff. None of that's going on. This particular one has storms that's going to cause that. But normally I can just run around and I'm good. And my oxygen goes down fairly slow based on my activity. All right, how are we looking? It's this way. All right, so this is going to basically make noise. Okay, it's kind of telling me the direction. And based on how you turn, if I turn too far this way, you can see it's only on this side. And vice versa, if I go this way, you can see it's only on that side. So it's kind of helping you zero in on that signal. When you see it on both sides, you know it's somewhat that way, 200. So if I hit Q and then spacebar, it's going to allow me to attack and then boost. I feel like it's one of my favorite things in the entire game. Sometimes that'll happen where you bounce off of something, but it really helps you get places way faster. Anything that allows me to get places faster, I'm good with that. Watch out for bad guys. Hazardous flora. Bam, bye-bye. And big old boost. There we go. All right, how are we looking? Getting real close. Now, when I get in within, say, 20 or so, I'll just keep walking toward that hotspot. And let's see what we got. Hopefully some silver. Let's see. Bingo. All right. Silver. Now, if we had some power nearby. Oh, we got something there. But do we have any power nearby? No power nearby, sadly. But we do have this right here we can get just because it's right here. We do have some gas clouds. So let's go ahead and look around over here. Now, I don't necessarily have to use that one, which is right next to my base, which would be convenient. I can really go anywhere, make a base by that particular node, and then have a really nice silver node. But it is kind of nice if it's by your base, especially if you have power. And I'm going to show you how to run power, how to extend your base to 1,000 out from your center area. It is very, very useful. And so we'll run along here. What's up, Sentinel? Sup, Sentinel? Ouch. Ouchie McOuch. Alright, let's see what we got. So we're just basically running around surveying. It's actually a lot easier if you do use your exocraft and you have them built up to where they're going faster, so you're not running across everything. Oh, right here. There we go. Now, C is the lowest quality node. It means it's going to extract the slowest, and it's going to have the lowest amount. There's oxygen. I don't need oxygen. Now, also what I can do is continue to check. Oh, we got some power. All right, awesome. So let's go ahead and run and do some power. Now, we can use solar power as well. We could do a gold farm or just collect gold, and we could have plenty of that. So this is like 200. Look how beautiful this game is. Isn't it beautiful? It's absolutely stunningly beautiful now. Now, here's a little trick here, too. So that's 800 in that direction. We're going to grab this. We're going to hit Q. Bam! And we're going to fly, but stay down low, because it's going to start running out. And when it starts running out, you don't want to run out of jetpack, because you will fall to your death. You're like, Kismet, how do you know? I've done it many times. I have. Oh, look, I went too far. That was so powerful. I actually went past it. That's how powerful those things are. Those are fun to pick up and give yourself a big old boost. Then you hit Q and spacebar, and then you fly really, really far. Very, very fun. Oh, it's time for another battle. Let's go. Let's get up the hill. Hit that hill. All right. How much power? Oh, it's all right. We already know it's a B node. All right. So that's a good spot. We're going to mark that by holding F and then hitting E. That's going to mark that power spot. We definitely want to keep that. And so let's go ahead and see. We've got a silver node. And that silver node is off here somewhere. There it is, that way. Now, how far away is that? 528. How far away is our actual base? That we'll need to look around. We'll need to get out of there. Our actual base is 700 away from this power. So it's really, really far out here. But let's keep going this way, because we already came from that direction. We know that we found gas over there. We found this over here. And what we're kind of do is going around the outer perimeter. Our base is here, right? And we're going around that outer side to see if there's anything better for us to use. Now, we're going to come back for this power here in a second, because we definitely want to power up our base with perpetual power. But we're going to go ahead and run off this way and see if we run into another node way off to the side, away from that other node. Because the nodes go about 500 out, roughly, out from the center. And so if you get far enough away, you might find a secondary node or something else, like even secondary power you might find. Or you may find nothing as you go around. And again, while I'm running around, if I see anything that I can go ahead and just grab, all right, I'll just go ahead. Oh, there's another C of something, which is most likely oxygen. No power. But if I see something like this, I'll just fly toward it and snatch it up. Now, another thing we can grab while we're running around, of course, is our... Oh, what's up, Sentinel? Is our salvageable data, because that's going to be around as well. We can go to our regular mode. We say, oh, okay, there's some salvageable data over there, or buried technology. Oh, come on, chip. Stop that. And we can go ahead and say, okay, get out of this mode. There we go. Hold down E. It's not letting me... Oh, I'm hitting 3. That's why. That's why I'm not holding down E. I'm hitting 3 by mistake. Okay. E this time. There we go. We can tag that, and then now we can see where that is, right? So as we're running along and looking for other things, in this case, we'll go ahead and keep running in this direction and see if we run into anything. No such thing yet. Any thing there. So most likely that one's going to be oxygen, so we're not going to bother with it. And we grab it. Why do I get silver? Great question, Razbob. You can expand your freighter with silver, as well as you can use silver, gold, and also platinum to convert it into other things that you can use later. I'm not going to tell you what it is until I get to that. No spoilers in the chat. We will get to that. Okay, so we're over here, and we will go ahead and use our terrain manipulator. Bam! Make a big hole in the ground. Grab some technology while we're out and about. There we go. Now you can sit and grind that on this Paradise Planet because look, no radiation, no weather, no nothing. You're on a Paradise Planet. It's pretty awesome. Paradise Planet is one of my favorites because obviously they are a great way of just running around and finding loot. I could literally run endlessly unless I ran into water. I can run endlessly on a Paradise Planet, especially if it has no weather, which I've actually found those before. No weather and no sentinels sometimes. If you find one of those, you are styling. You can literally just keep running, collecting salvage data, collecting knowledge, and whatever else endlessly, because these planets are huge. They are very, very large. All right, anything over here? Let's see. No hotspots there. Now, how far are we away from our base now? We are about 1,000. So we're actually too far. We're too far. You cannot build beyond 1,000, but you can go right up to that 1,000 edge. How do I know? I built out to 995 before from the center of my base. So you really think about it, it's 1,000 this way and 1,000 that way. So it's really 2,000 in a gigantic circle. And I'm going to show you how to do that here in just a moment. Oh, it's almost time for some Wastelanders. All right, we'll keep going, though. We'll keep going. Let's see if we can be lucky enough to find another silver node. I would prefer not to use a C because, you know, if you're going to spend your time doing it, you definitely want to have it. Oh, there's a B. B's better. We'll go ahead and do a B. Now, it would be nice to run all of this stuff back to my central base where I can just log into this one base and grab all of that stuff. I kind of feel like this is not going to be silver. You watch, this is going to be something else. It's going to be like paraffin. Rarely do you have the same node within your base. I feel like that's just a law of averages that happens. But let's see. Maybe it will be a B silver node and we'll really be styling. Because that's really all we need to get done today. We're working toward our silver node, getting that going on. So yeah, that's why I'm getting silver right now. Silver is going to be used for combining with other elements. And it's also going to be used to make our freighter very, very large. This time I'm going to make it huge. And just so you know, a couple playthroughs ago was the first time in years since I played the game, and I played it for hundreds of hours, that I ever even bothered to unlock the freighter. Because normally, I got to move back a little bit. Normally, I just get in, see how the game changed, and see if it updated and if it's worthy of a full playthrough. Look at that. Did I call it or what? Paraffin. I didn't know that. I just called it. I just called it big time. All right, so there we go. So we got paraffin that we could do here. We could do silver. We've got power, and we have oxygen. Now, I don't need oxygen because I've already got an oxygen running in my other base, so I don't need that. But we could literally get silver, power, and all of that running back to our primary base where we just jump in, grab the loot, and jump right out. Right? And because it is a Paradise Planet, it's going to be a bit easier to build as well. So we're going to go ahead and get started on that. Now, one of the best ways to get started is not to do any more walking, and that is to pull in your ship if it wants to, you know, drop down somewhere here. I don't know what it is about this particular ship. There we go. It doesn't like to land as nice as my very first ship. Your first ship will land pretty much anywhere, man. You put that thing sideways on a mountain, and most of the time it will actually land. Some of these other ones will not. So keep that in mind. Okay, so the first thing we want to do is we want to go back to our primary base. So let's go ahead and fly back over here, which we're using a trade part right here, which is going to allow us to land over here. Now, I could land on my own landing pad, but I'm just going to land at the nearest landing pad. And right now, you can see that I am using solar. Notice the solar, by the way, is not connected together. And it's not connected to this room. You know why? Because you don't need to. That's right. You just put it on the top right there. It's going to automatically grab the power and feed it down into here. Notice the blue on the outside. That means that it is powered up. There is no other power connections. Let's run along the outside so you can see there's no other power connections other than the solar that's on the roof. Now, that solar on the roof is also going to power everything inside here. Notice that this has no power line because it automatically powers anything within this room. Same thing over here with our battery. It's automatically attached to the actual room, and that power is automatically going to our battery through the walls and the wires in the walls. So we're just going to use that as RP, all right? And that's how that is actually working over there. So let's go ahead and save, because now we kind of know where we are and what we're doing with that. And we'll go ahead and get started. Now, the easiest way to extend your base is to use your power lines because they use zero resources. They use no resources. So we're going to go ahead and go into build mode. Well, actually, first we're going to go ahead and look around and see where we have that home thing. There it is. Okay, now I put the home one down, the home marker, which is 677 out there. Now, normally it only goes 300 out. But it's 677 out there, and we're going to build all the way out there, and we're going to build up our power right after this battle. Let's do this battle first. Wow, look how many peeps are in there. 93 peeps. You could have told me earlier. We could have started that one earlier. We could have started that early. Now, this little side game we play called Stream Raiders. Everybody in the chat right now is helping each other battle it out with their warriors or their barbarians or their epics or legendaries or whatever. We're working together here to help everybody get gold and get built up so we can take on tougher and tougher challenges and also events that come along. Stead Play, Sushi, and CW get some extra scrolls and gold to upgrade their units, as well as Z-Ducky coming in overall MVP with 19 assists, top assist there, and Bro HM with the most kills. So you can join us at streamcaptain.com. Incredibly fun game, and it is my favorite price. Free. That's right, it is free to play, so feel free to come in and join us. Very, very fun. All right, this fort one is one of my favorites. I'm going to start right there, and I'll take on these big trolls there. Try to wipe those guys out. Okay, so let's get started. So the first thing I'm going to do is I'm going to run the power out of here and run it toward that. Now, I cannot run all the way out there and do it backwards. You can't do it this way. You have to start wherever your base computer is and work out from your base computer. Now, I can also use like walls and put the walls every so distance, and I could even run the wires on top of the walls like it's a power pole and other fun stuff like that. It'd be cool if they actually added power poles. That would be really neat. You can also run it underground. You could dig a hole, put it down under there, go forward, dig a hole, and then run it even underground where you would never see it. They've also added the ability not to see your actual lines anymore. So if you don't want to see your lines run, you've got them run all over the place, you don't want to see them, you can actually take those power lines out. If you ever notice, if you log in now and all of a sudden, whoa, where do my power lines go? They actually have that option now. So very, very fun. Now, when I'm running power, what I do is I go into the power and industry and I actually choose the electric wiring as opposed to holding down control because otherwise it's going to mess you up. One of the great news about the power is that if you do accidentally mess up, you can keep it going and whatnot. So we're going to just say, hey, we're going to drill a hole, use a little RP. We're going to drill a hole in the thing here, and then we're going to run that through the hole down here. Now we're going to aim toward our thing here, and we're going to go ahead and just run this to the edge of that mountain. Now, I could run it through the middle of the mountain if I want, but I don't really want to. And the reason why is because I want to keep my my ability to build going. If it gets too high up, it will actually kick me out of build mode when I get really far out. But for right here, it doesn't really matter until you get about 300 out, and we're going to keep on running. Thanks for your info. I didn't know you could use silver to upgrade. You absolutely can. You use a lot of silver to upgrade. If you missed it earlier, I actually built a massive area in my freighter, and I'll be back there in a bit. We can check in on it before we switch over here to Wastelanders, Fallout 76. But first, we want to at least get our power going here and maybe get our silver going. Let's see how we've got about 30 minutes. We got a book here. All right, here we go. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to keep going. Oh, sometime I'm going to get hit. I'm going to keep going until I basically stop being able to build, right? I'm going to build forward, and you're going to see this all of a sudden disappear. And there we go. Well, how about that for timing? You're going to see it all of a sudden disappear, and you'll be like, oh, Kismet, man, bro, you can't build anymore, right? So let's look how far away we are from our base. Oh, if it lets us. I'm 354, so about 350 it cut out. So how can I extend that? Well, the way you extend that is you build a long wire and a short wire. Now, because I'm up here, it's actually using the part back there. This actual first area I clicked. So if you do a wire, say we start here, and then we build a wire forward like this, right? So this is our end area. This is our beginning. So this beginning area is where your build area is. And so at the end area, you need to build another little area so that it says, okay, now this one is the area in which I can build, right? So that is really the trick to extending it. So as we're going this way, we're going to build another small one. And watch as I move up forward again, it doesn't do that anymore. It didn't kick me out. So I'm going to do a long one and then a short one. And then I'm going to run forward again. Oh my gosh, look what just happened. Did you see what happened? Did you miss it? Hold on, let's keep going. Let's keep going. So now we're going to go ahead and run a long one and then a short one. And then we're going to run again. And we're going to get hit by that plant again. But look at this. Notice I'm still in build mode. I'm still in build mode, right? And this is knowing your game mechanics and how your game mechanics work, right? And how to extend your base. Because what you can't do, which would be way more convenient, is you can't build another base over here and run it from one base to another. That would be way easier. But it doesn't let you do that. You have to do it like this if you want to extend it way, way far away from your base. And we're running out here. We're about 500-600 out now. And you're going to get hit by stuff as you go along. I just ignore it. And again, we don't want to build it up too high. If it's up too high and you go down too low, it's going to kick you out of build mode. The only time that that's really a big issue is when you're doing pipes. When you do pipes and you stop, then your pipes are actually going to stop and you're going to have to take your whole pipeline out again and run it all over again. And that sucks. So, especially if you're running it really, really far. Now, also, you can use your jetpack to stay where your line is, right? So you don't drop down below. That's what I'm going to do. There we go. And so I don't lose my thing. But look at this. Remember this? This is 700 out away from our base. And here we are. Connector right there. Small connector. Let's say like that. And now I'm able to build. Don't believe me? You're like, Kismet, you're not 700 out. Hold on, bro. Let's turn around and see where your base is. 697. Hold on, let me go to 700 out. There we are. We're 700 out from our base, and we're able to build. So let's go ahead and build some power. And this power is going to perpetually run our base forever. It is never going to stop running unless we use too much power, and then it turns itself off. But one of the things that I do is I build it up off of the ground now. I do not like building it at ground level because sometimes it does fill back in again, and that sucks. I don't like it, even though it's supposed to not do that anymore. You know, it doesn't matter what it's supposed to do. It only matters what it does, right? That's the most important thing, is what it actually does. So let's go ahead and run up here. And now what we're going to do is use all of these resources that we've been working so hard to build up and put in our cargo slots and unlock our cargo slots and all that. I don't think we're going to get to the rest of our cargo slots today, but we're going to try. And then what we're going to do is we're going to go out here. We're going to use not our mineral extractor, not our thing, not any of this stuff. We actually need to go over to our power, and we're going to go ahead and use our electromagnetic generator. Now, before I put this down, what I would do is I'll go back in and survey again my power. And I'm going to look over here on the left side. There's a whole bunch of numbers. Those numbers are representing the local field strength. So as I move forward, that number is going to either go up or down. Now, it just went down in my current spot. So I'm going to move back, maybe a little right, maybe a little left. Watching those numbers. Yeah, right about where I have it. So I'm actually, that was pretty good. So right about where I have it there is a good place. Now, I can also look where it's at down there. It doesn't have to be on the ground. Keep that in mind. You don't have to put it in the ground. You can just use a little RP in your head that is like an oil drill, and it just drills down through the thing you have it on, and it goes down into the ground, and then it pulls the copper out and gets the thing out of there. You can do that. Now, see, electromagnetic hotspot here, this is pulling it right out of the air, so that doesn't really even matter where you put that. So use a little RP in your head, and then it won't be so triggering. There we go. Okay, so now we're going to need some plates. Now, the lucky thing is I have a tremendous amount of ferrite dust on me right now. And that's why I carry a lot of ferrite dust. That's why I work a lot on getting a lot of rusted metal. Rusted metal, of course, when you convert it, is 1 rusted metal equals 2 ferrite dust. So 10,000 rusted metal is 20,000 ferrite dust. And that's something I work on very early on, so I can literally make 100 plates like this. Good to go. And let's go ahead and make our first one, which is going to be our center one. Now, if this was a planet in which I was having issues, if there was tons and tons of radiation and things like that, I would build myself a little mini base for me to stand in. But since this is a paradise planet, I don't really have to do that unless there is a storm going on. And right now there is no storm, so I don't have to worry about it. But of course, now that I mentioned it, there's going to be a storm in about 10 seconds, just so you know. But also we can use our fly computer. This is one of our fly mode, right? I love the fly building mode. Now, they did a phenomenal job on the fly building mode. Now I'm going to actually do a little bit of this. And let's do a little bit of this. Now I have so much carbon that I could literally build a ginormous base here if I really wanted to out of wood. But I don't really need to. I'm going to expand it out a little bit. Give me a little bit of room. And then I'm going to go ahead and finish putting our power in. Now, sometimes I will do the mining first and then do the power. And then sometimes I'll do maybe the gases first and then the power. But since we're trying to get our power done here, let's go ahead and get that in. Now, how much power do you need? Now, usually about 3. But since I'm going to build a pretty substantial thing here, I'm going to go ahead and put these in. Now, before I start to block these in, I will go ahead and do my wires. So we're going to go ahead and do our wires like so. Watch out, make sure nothing's attacking my character. Nope. Sometimes when you hear those animals are about to attack you. And this is kind of a redundant thing. You don't have to do it on both sides. Just one side or one connection would chain all the way through. But I don't know. I'm just that guy. I'm that guy that likes redundant connections. I feel like probably in the future that's going to be useful if something starts coming in and destroying your stuff. That's just me. But it's not necessary. You can just do it with one connection. This is not as sophisticated as some other things. You don't have to, put it inside a building and all of that. And then we'll connect this one to that one. There we go. So we have about 6 of those. That's a good amount. Now this particular node, if we go in again and we survey our power node, is a B node. A B node, is better than a C node, but it ain't so great. It's okay. It's okay. So that means we go in and we look at how much our power is generating. Each of these is generating about 217, which you actually saw because I rolled over it. It says 217 there. It might be a little small for you guys to read. But if I go in and I look at the whole grid together, that's 2,000 power right there. That's a lot of power. That's a good amount of power that we're going to need. Now, we've already run the power line out here, and we can see that the power line is actually blue. And the reason why it's blue is because it's actually powered on the other end, not this end, because I haven't connected it yet. So when I connect it, then it's actually going to backchain that power all the way back to my base. And actually, this is actually go a little too far. It's actually underneath here. Hold on, I gotta fix that. I can't leave that. Some of us are. Some of us are. Right? We can't leave that. We gotta fix that. So let's go ahead and run this up here. There we go, in a nice connection, and then we'll run it right down the center. And now that is backchaining all the way to my base. Now my base doesn't even need solar panels anymore. It has perpetual power that will never stop running. It'll never stop running, meaning that you never have to think about it again. You set it and forget it, right? That's what we're going to do. Now, the next thing we're going to do is we're going to work on that silver. So let's go ahead and get into our mine over here. So it's 516 in that direction. So I could run the power from here to 516 in that direction and kind of chain it off this way, right? So let's see what happens when we try to do that. Let's go in and grab this. Here's a better idea. Hold on. Let's do this. Let's go ahead and bring our ship up. Let's go ahead and tag this over here by holding down F and then going E. And that's going to tag it so we can see it. There comes that storm. A little late. Usually it does it while I'm in the middle of doing my power. Ha! I did it too fast for it this time. Now, if you have an awesome paradise planet, it will actually... some paradise planets have no weather at all. So you can literally just run around. The only thing you got to worry about is really the oxygen in your suit. All right, so we're going to run over here. That's way faster, just using our ship, right? I hit 3, it called my ship up because I have it programmed to 3 and whatnot. All right, here we are. So here comes a storm, and if that storm gets too superheated, it's going to make it difficult for me. But again, here we are. We're here at the silver deposit. Now, again, you're going to RP a little bit and say, okay, you know what? We're going to build this and we're going to have it drill down in there. Now, one of the problems here is the fact that if you notice, I cannot build. I can't build the stuff, even though I could build 700 out over there, and this one's actually closer to my base. And the reason why is because I haven't run anything over here to expand my base. So I'm going to go ahead and tag this as the spot that I want to go toward. Then I'm going to get back in my base, or back in my ship, wherever the heck it wandered off to. My ship always loves to wander off. I always feel like it's closer to me than it really is. Happens to me all the time. Okay, so we'll do that. We'll turn around, and we're going to try to fly back. But uh-oh, we cannot see where our thing is, right? We marked this over here. We can see where that is now, because we hold down F and hit E to put a marker down. But we can't see it because we can't do beacons like you can in Satisfactory, or like you can in Subnautica in this game. I feel like beacons would be an awesome addition. But one thing we can do is go into our survey, find the power again. Oh, there it is over there, and mark it again. Right, holding down E, marking that. Now we have that marked, and we still have this marked. So you can have two marks which help you find the things that you're looking for. It's very difficult at the beginning, because if you don't know that technique, it's very hard to run stuff from one place to another, especially this far away from each other. So here we go. We're going to go right in here. Now, in the beginning, 500 is going to seem like very far, but after a while, it will not seem very far. 5,000 will become pretty far. Now, as you can see, we have a big storm coming in, because reasons. And my thermal protection is falling. You're going to hear that a lot. Now, there we go. Now we can see where it's at. And we want to go ahead and run some power from over here. Now, what I can also do, by the way, is I can go back to my primary base and run it from my primary base now and run it out to there. But I'm already over here. I've already got this going. I might as well just go ahead and key off of this. And we're going to do the same exact thing, right? We're going to run a long one and then a short one. And that's going to allow us to push forward. And when we get low on our storm, we're going to stop. When we get low on our resistance to the storm, we'll go ahead and stop. Build our thing back up again. Our protection against that. And keep going. Again, long one. Well, semi-long one there. And kind of build it up over the hill. It doesn't matter. It doesn't cost you any resources. So it doesn't really matter how many nodes you put down. Yeah, the storm ran out. That's easier. That's even easier. And again, you might get to a point where it drops out. Just back up. Get your thing out again. There we go. And then a short one. Oh, short one right there. Okay. Long one, short one, long one, short one. That's how it works. And then short one. Now look how long of a distance that is, right? Notice I can still build. I'm really far away from my base right now. Very, very far away. Go up the hill a little bit. Go this way. And then really far over there. Let's say here and there. Now I'm going sideways. I'm not even going from the base computer. I'm actually going sideways across this entire area, which is opening this whole entire area up for building. And again, this costs nothing, right? So having it cost nothing is better than having it cost something. Now watch out you don't dip down too far. Now if you do, no big deal. You just get back up where you're by the line, and then you switch back to your wiring, and you're good. So maybe this is going to happen to you down the road. You're like, Kismet, I built the thing, then I came back online, and which is probably going to happen to me here in a minute. I came back online, and now I can't build there anymore. What the heck? And that sometimes happens. Sometimes it doesn't recognize that you've done that, and it gets confused. And when it does that, here's what you do. Log out of the game to the main menu. Log back in again. Guess what? Now you can build again. You're welcome. I just saved you a lot of hours of trying to figure that out. At least that's how many hours. It took me a few hours to figure that out. I'm like, it must be like a glitchy thing. Let's figure out why it's so glitchy, and let's figure a way to solve it. Because I don't really care what the issue is. I just want to know what the solution is, right? And you're like, Kismet, this is way up here. Your silver is not going to mine from way up there. Sure it is. We're going to use a little RP, just like an oil well. Just like an oil well, we're going to have it go through the thing, down to the ground, into the ground, and extract that silver, just like an oil well would. And we're going to build this out. I love the fly camera, by the way. It's my favorite. Now, we're going to really build this out a lot, just to give us lots and lots of room. Let's say one more thing on this side. Plenty of carbon. In fact, we're converting more carbon right now up on our freighter. Okay, and then again, we'll go out of here. We'll get on our guy. We'll go up here. And we're going to go into our survey mode. And this time, we're going to go into our mineral deposit. And we're going to look over here. Now, this is a C node. This is the junkiest node you can find. But guess what? It's going to do all the work while we're not doing any work. So that's what we like. We like when it's doing the work for us. And then we go into here. We'll go ahead and build. Now, if there was a whole bunch of weather right now, I'd build a small little room and just put my guy in there and use my fly camera. But this dude is actually going to be in the way eventually. So we're going to go ahead and use our mineral extractor. We're going to back away a little bit. And let's say right about there. I'm going to take my dude and I'm going to move him way over here. Hit C to go to my fly camera. And then we're going to start extracting silver. So there we go. How are we doing on time? Oh, still got a little bit of time. All right, come on, let's build some. Now, I build these in a cluster of 6 to 9. And we've got to make sure I put our pipes in. Now, before I put any more in, I like to make sure that I don't screw this up by forgetting to put the pipes in. Sometimes it does happen. Got a whole bunch of them out there working away, using up all of your power, only to find out, oops, I forgot to put the pipes in. They're not connected together. That's not good. And they actually improved this a lot. The time before they came out with the most recent updates, I had tried this and it was really wonky. It really didn't work very well, but they have improved it greatly, so it does work a lot better. And of course, we always need to think about where our center one is, right? This one is our center one. And then sometimes I'll turn it around the opposite way, right? Like this. By the way, you can also color these if you want to. Change the color to blue or yellow or orange or whatever you feel like changing it to. That will remind you of whatever that's for, right? In this case, this is going to be silver, so maybe you could turn it to a silver color to help yourself remember. Now, we only need one connection across, and then it's going to chain all of this together. Now, you're like, Kismet, you need some power. Oh, true. But we already brought the power over, didn't we? Didn't we bring the power already over? Yes, we did, right here. We're going to run it right up through the ground here, and that one is going to start up, right? And you're like, well, Kismet, why aren't the other ones going? Because we haven't done our power. So not only do you got to do the pipe connection between them, but you also need to put power between them. And the best way to tell is if it's got power between it is you can see that they're now going up and down, right? If you see one of your things not going up and down, you screwed up. Also, you're going to see little electric bolts when you're in this mode of stuff that doesn't have any power. I like that one in the back and this one in the middle. See, it's not moving. And it's also giving us this little thing right there that's saying, hey, this is not connected to the system. Get that connected to the system, and then we're good, right? And then over here, same thing. Now we have all 9 of those going. I love how they're going in different sequences, too, if you connect them separately, which is pretty fun. Now, I could get them all in sequence if I want by just cutting out the connection and reestablishing the connection again. Doesn't really matter. Doesn't really matter. Okay. So there we go. So now we have the problem, though. We want this to go back to our base. How far away is our base? Like I said, this is actually closer to my base than the actual power is. Right? So we're going to run over here. We can actually physically see my base from here. If it wasn't so jittery, right? It's literally right over there. It's 524 away. Not too far, right? It's okay. But it's usually too far away from our distance, right? So what we can do is we can back chain our way over to there as well. And we're going to do that with our storages. So what I like to do is I like to start off with one storage. Right? So we'll put one storage down. Be good to go. 32 class B freighter or free to take it or wait. I have no freighter yet. It's up to you. It's up to you. I just take whatever freighter I get. I let fate, lend a hand. And I just take whatever freighter I get. Believe me, when you get to a point where I'm at right now, where you're making 175 million every time you log in, you can buy any kind of freighter you want. Freighter with bazillion slots in it and whatnot. I feel like this game is not very hard in any mode, even in survival mode. Even in survival mode, it is not very hard to get cash if you understand the game mechanics on how you can even convert stuff. I actually, within the first hour of playing this game originally, I figured out how to make $1 trillion. $1 trillion. And it was because when you convert stuff, some of the stuff actually becomes more valuable, and then you convert it back, and then you convert it again, and it becomes even more valuable, and so on and so forth, and so on and so forth. And literally, you could just do that back and forth, and make $1 trillion. Just like that. If you want to spend the time doing that, I don't want to spend time doing that, and I feel like it's kind of a cheesy way to get cash, but that's me. That's me and my crazy ideas. All right, so we're going to go ahead and do this here, the supply pipe there. Now what we're going to do is going to run back. Now we're going to have a bit of a problem as we run back. If we try to run the supply pipe and then just stop it at some point, we can't continue it on. Watch this. We're going to go ahead and take this supply pipe. We're going to run it down here. We're going to say, oh, you know what? I'm going to come back to it in a second. Let me just get out of my build mode. Let me get back into build mode. Let's continue this pipe. What? Oh, hold on. Why is it not snapping? Hold on. Let's just continue. Oh, hold on. Hold on. Uh-oh. It doesn't work, right? It doesn't work. It doesn't work like it does with power lines. So power lines are actually the better idea to run the power line. Now, I don't need to run the power line this way. I don't need to run it in the fact that I need the power, but I need to run it so that I have the ability to build this way without it knocking me out of my build, right? My build ability. All right, so we're going to go ahead and try to, got to go down just a little bit. There we go. And so we want to, again, do our long and short strides with our building. So we're going to watch over here to see if we get knocked out of build mode. And we're going to use our power lines here to run us back. And I like to go to kind of like the crest of a hill. Whoa, look at that ship take it off. I like to go to the crest of a hill and then go to the next crest and so on. Again, make sure you don't go down too far away from that wire. It'll kick you out. But if you get kicked out, it's not like the end of the world. You can always continue it on with your power lines. So again, that's going to allow us to put some power lines here and keep us from getting kicked out of the build mode. And we're here. And there. Now what I'm doing is I'm setting up my ability to run my silver all the way back to my base. Why do I got to run all the way out there? That sucks. I don't want to run all the way out there every time. I could build a base out there with a teleporter and all that. That wouldn't be too bad. But you know what? I already got a base. Why do I got to build another one? I don't want to build another one. I just want to run over here by my base. Now, I don't necessarily need to build anymore. Once I get past 300, I don't need to build anymore. But you know what? I feel like I'm going to be thorough and just run this all the way back to my base right there, even though I've also got it connected on this side. You know what? Let's just create a little bit of redundant power just for funsies. Just for funsies. There we go. Redundant power coming from both directions now. It's like a big circle of power. Okay, so now we want to go and say, okay, where do we want this to end up? Right? We want to end up at our base, so when we teleport in, we can grab that silver, go upgrade our freighter, or use the silver to convert it into something else, which I'm not going to tell you what it is yet until we do it on stream. And same thing with our platinum and gold and all of that. We're going to get into that as well. Our gold is another one we need to work on, as well as our platinum, because we're going to work on something else here. So we want to end up right up here by our base. Now, this is actually our base. This right here is just a platform for me to stand on and have my ship on. But over here this is where my actual base is. And so I want to say, okay, which direction is, look at this one. What do we got here? C. Oh, too bad, too bad. What do we got up here? Another C over there. All right, well, worth a look. What do we got here? C. Got another C. All right, all right. We get some S's going on, then we'll talk turkey. All right, so that's my power there. That's gas there, and then that's where it is in that direction. All right, so I want to bring it all the way to right over here by my base. So I literally teleport here, grab the silver, I'm out. Right? As well as I've now have perpetual power in this base. So I don't even need the solar power up here. And you know when I take the solar power out? That's going to give me my gold back. So hey, man, I want to use that gold elsewhere. I don't want to use it over here because I don't need it there anymore, right? Don't need it anymore. Notice it's got that blue line because we have it coming up through the floor into there. So again, we're going in this direction. So we want to go ahead and make this super easy. So the first thing we do is we get our storage and we put it somewhere where it's really easy to just kind of pop out of there and see that there it is right there. All right. Now, between here and there, we need to put another one of these. And the reason why is it's going to be very difficult to continuously run our connections, that far. Right? So we definitely want to have kind of in-between point. And again, I like to use the crest of hills. It really helps a lot. And don't worry, we're going to get into some Wastelanders, Fallout 76 Wastelanders here in a minute. So we're going to run this up to kind of the crest of the hill here. Now, these are just in-between points, right? Between here and there and the next one, they're in-between points. Now, I'm going to build a huge amount of this storage at some point, maybe not today, but eventually, so that I can store a lot of silver. So when I come over here and I grab it, I'm good. Now, watch this. You can actually try to grab it from way over here. And I literally just connected those two together from this far away. Now I've connected it all the way over there, and I've connected it to here. Right? So if you have a good field of view, you can actually connect it through there. Now, I don't like it going through the wall over there, so I will definitely come back and fix that later. Look at these ships. Just tempting me to buy them. All right, come on, be an S-class. What are you? Nah, you're junk. You're a B. You're okay. What you at? What you at? Now, I'm holding down the F key so I can scan these ships from way over here. Ooh, there's an A. That's not bad if I need an A shuttle, but I'm looking only for S's at this point. So let's keep on going in this direction. Let's see. Make sure that we are in the right thing. There we go. We're going actually this way toward that. Okay. So let's make sure we're going toward this way. There we go. And we're going to do the same thing. We're going to crest the hill. We're going to get it going on. We're also going to check in on our 175 million we're making every 6 hours. We're going to go grab that out of there so that when we're not playing, it's going to continue to collect all of those resources. Now, eventually, I'll continue to build that up. I'm in no big hurry. I kind of feel like actually I want to move it over here, but that's okay. We'll put it there. And we're going to try to grab it again. There we go. And we're going to connect it to this. Okay. And same thing, we're just going to keep running toward our stuff here. We're just going to do this on the crest of different hills so we can see the previous one over there. And you don't have to build a lot of these. You can just run the piping if you want. It's up to you. I find like, whoops, see that how that happened? See, it knocked me out. I wasn't close enough. There we go. And now, see, the funny thing is once I put the thing down, it will actually extend my base. And not knock me out of build mode. Oh, I need some metal plating. Luckily, I've got tons and tons of ferrite dust. Let's build more. More plates. This is what I do most of my gameplay, is building plates. Now, I wish I could hold down D, but instead, I have to press it 100 times. And that's what we're doing. Pressing it 100 times instead of being able to hold it down. Hopefully, at some point, they fix that. All right, bam, there we go. And get our piping. And we'll do it again. We're just creating a whole network of this. Now, sometimes it's hard to get it. You're listening for the noise of it making that noise, right? And there we go. Crest of the hills. We're going to keep on going. Now, notice I'm going to get knocked out. There we go. Knocked out. Now, how can I avoid that? Well, I can avoid that by staying by something that I've built. As I get closer, see how it pop back in again? Because I built the power line. That power line acts as my extender of my base. So I can go ahead and get closer to that, and then I can go ahead and extend this again, right? So I'm just extending the distance. Now, some of this stuff that I'm working on is 700 out. Now, this actually works as a multifunctional thing here. It's also working as storage for my silver down the road. Now, I can also build pretty far away over there, say, and then kind of run it if I want. But I really don't need to run any more of those. I can just go ahead and grab this. I'm going to run by my power line. Now, if I click this and then it stops at any point, I have to do this all over again. So I'm going to go ahead and click this, and I'm going to run along my power line. Now, you can make this much more beautiful than this. There's a lot of builders out there like me who love things to not only be functional, but beautiful. I don't do that early on. I do that later game. When I feel like, okay, I've got all my stuff built up, I'm good to go, I'm going to go ahead and make this look pretty, right? I don't spend time on that early on. Now, we're going to go ahead and just run this right up in here. Bam. Guess what? That silver is now backtracking all the way back to my base. All the way over there. So let's go up here and let's see how we're doing on our silver. Because guess what? It's been collecting it while we were off doing other things. Boom. Now it's going to collect. It's got 1 more minute, and it's going to do its thing. Right now it's in the middle of cycle, right? So it's going to give me some more in a cycle. It's got 250 already in there. I'm going to do that battle here in just a second. And it does 2,200 per hour, and we can do a total storage of 8,000 right now. Now, the way you know how long it's really going to take to fill up all of this is you simply go in and you look in your supply depot. Your supply depot is going to tell me that in 3 hours and 32 minutes, it's going to have 8,000 copper. 8,000 silver in 3 hours and 32 minutes. Now, just so you know, I'm not going to be playing this game in 3 hours and 32 minutes, but it's still going to be gathering it, even when I'm not in the game. That's what's so awesome about the industrial, and that's what's so awesome about this game in general, right? So let's go ahead and extend this a little bit, right? I don't need to build these by my base. I can just build them out here. Now, I'm going to move a little bit over here in the corner, and then what I'm going to do is I'm going to build a bunch more plates. We're going to try to build a whole bunch of these, and we're going to finish this up, and we're going to switch over to some Wastelanders. So we're going to keep building these while I read some chat. When I build metal plates, it circles for like 1 second before it makes it. How do you do it so fast? Oh, that is a great question. I actually learned this from my chat. Right over here, what I did first was I went ahead and I clicked the square. I'm on PC, but I'm sure you can do this on console as well. So I click the square, it says craft the product. I roll my cursor over the thing here, and where my big fat head is, it says build right behind me. Hold on, let me move myself out of the way. There we go, build right here. Now, I actually never noticed that. But if you hit A and D, it will actually change the number of build right here. So if I hit D, now it says times 2, times 3, times 4, times 5, times thing. You're welcome. This is going to save you a tremendous amount of time. Because I am the same way. I used to hold down E while I was making them, and I kept making a bunch of them. And then I figured this out from my awesome peeps in my chat. The Kismet, stop torturing yourself. One of the few things I appreciate in the chat is the ones that when I'm torturing myself. Bam! And there we go. I just made 100 more. Just like that. Easy peasy, right? So try it on yours. Hopefully it does work on yours as well. And here we go. Now watch as I make a whole bunch of storage so that while I'm offline, it's going to get me a tremendous amount of copper, or a tremendous amount of silver. I keep switching those. A tremendous amount of silver while I'm not even in the game. And then when we come back next time, we're going to have 8,000 plus silver. I think we're going to actually have a whole lot more. Let's see. We got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 right there. This is going to be number 6. Number 7. Oh, that was not a good one. Let's get that one back out. Try that a little bit better. Now, this does not snap in a grid, so it drives me crazy. But we do what we can do, right? Right there. My big fat character is in the way. All right, let's see. I mean, we got 1, 2, 3, 4, 8, 9. And like normal, my character's in the way. So get your big booty out of there. And go stand over here. And one of the cool things is, see how this shakes? You go Z and you hit C for, of course, going in your building mode. It stops shaking. It's awesome. It's fly characters. There you go. Here we go right here. Any tips to find deposits like that together? Yes, you missed it. I just talked about that. How to find deposits together and how to find power and run it over here. How to extend your base out to 1,000 in any direction. And also how to do like oxygen and silver, which is what we're doing here. And all of that together and then run it back to your base. I'm sorry you missed it. But basically what I did is I used a power line. I found where my power is, and I used a power line, and I ran that power line way off over there. And I just kept running it long, short, long, short. That means long power line and then a short power line. Long power line, short power line. And you keep running it all the way out to where your power is. And then if you want to run it somewhere else, you run it all the way over here to this. And if I wanted to build pipes all the way back, just the easy way to do it is to go ahead and run a power line and then run your pipeline. See how I ran some pipeline? I actually could have probably ran it better along the power line. But you see what happened. I build it backwards, right? And you get to a certain point, about 350, it's going to knock you out of your build mode. So you got to build that wire to keep you from getting knocked out of the build mode, right? To get knocked, so you don't keep getting knocked out. Okay, let's keep going doing this. How are we doing on time? Oh, we're running a little bit over. All right, come on. We got to get to it. Now, what we're going to do is we're going to play some Wastelanders, but we're going to be playing on PS4 and Xbox. So, mods, while we're waiting, let's go ahead and get that a poll up. Or did I say we were going to swap it this week? I can't remember. I can't remember. Did I say we were going to swap this week and start on... I can't remember what we started on last time. What did we start on last time, mods? I can't remember. From last Thursday. I can't remember. You know what? Screw it. We're just going to do the poll again. I don't remember. Sorry, everybody. I don't remember. I have sleep apnea and vertigo. Expect me not to remember much. There we go. For some reason, though, I can remember battle tactics like you wouldn't believe. I can remember game mechanics, mazes, things like that. I feel like maybe my hard drive is full. My brain hard drive is full of all of that stuff, and that's why I can't remember people's names. I don't know. Maybe that's why. All right, let's run all this. Now, again, I haven't forgotten about that battle. Don't worry, we're going to do that battle here in just a second. I'm going to do the battle right before we change so you guys are not waiting around while I'm switching over to 76. And we're going to run this along here. I'm going to try to get 3 of these rows in real quick here. And we'll make sure you connect this across, otherwise it's not really functioning. It's not working as a storage. And then see how I do a row and then I'll connect them. And do a row. And of course, we got a big old storm going on right now, of course. Standard. Whenever I'm building something into the big old storm. Now, I could just make myself a little bit of a house and stand in it. I could actually start taking damage, even though I'm in the middle of building. Oh, we're out of plates. Yeah, there we go. Okay, so let's go ahead and finish. I feel like that's good enough for now. That's good enough. Let's go ahead and fill in. Okay. Now, the smart thing to do is go to the very last one you put down and then access that storage and see if it looks like it shows you all of your storage. In this case, it does. So it's going to have 32,000 silver in about 14 hours and 20 minutes. You're like, Kismet, that's going to take forever. 14 hours from now? I'm not even going to be here 14 hours from now. When I come into the game next time, it's going to be sitting in this container, 32,000 silver that I can use to extend my thing. That is 3 stacks of 10,000 silver that I'm going to have. That is why I spend the time doing certain resources so that I don't have to go and do it. Now, I could just go buy it in the auction hall. I have 300 million on me right now. In fact, we're going to go get even more cash real quick before we pop out of here and go through our other mines real quick. If I can get my ship to go down on the ground here. Can't see a dang thing. All right, come here, ship. So let's do that real quick. And while I'm getting on my ship here and flying back, let's go ahead and do our little side game called Stream Raiders. Very, very fun. And I'm going to go ahead and fly back to my base. So I'm going to attempt to land at my base. There we go. All right. Give you guys some extra love. Congrats and rewards. This is everybody in the chat playing together. Stead play. Riverdog getting some love. Riverdog coming in overall MVP with the most assists. And Xandern getting that most kills. Nice job. Again, sorry if I'm butchering your name, but let's just keep rocking. Get some more. Oh my gosh. I don't even think you guys even need my Wasteland Tycoon, but whatever. We'll throw them in there. All right, come and join us, streamcaptain.com. Free to play. It's super fun to play. There we go. Can't wait for the next big update for this. Yes, this game is a 10++ now. Absolutely. Incredibly, incredibly fun. So yeah, that's how you find it. You just run around and just hopefully it's luck. Hopefully it's luck, young Skyer. I now bless you with luck. I am super lucky sometimes. In what I do, and I'm going to show you a really lucky thing that happened to me in this playthrough. Actually, in my previous normal playthrough, a couple playthroughs ago, I actually started in the first system, and on that first system was a paradise planet like this. It had no weather, no storms that came through, and very low sentinels. It was an incredible, incredible playthrough. I should have saved that one, but that's too easy. So we tried it a little bit harder. We deleted that one after we had finished the main storyline and done all of the stuff and went and did survival mode. That was a lot of fun. Then we deleted that one. We started over again here in normal mode because we crushed that as well. And now what we're doing is we're crushing the ability to do gigantic mega builds. We're going to unlock everything. We're going to upgrade all of our stuff. And then we're going to flip on multiplayer. And then we're going to have some fun. Okay, so notice this is by my base. 750 silver already in there. I'm going to grab that out of there. And in 14 hours and 30 minutes, that's going to be full of 32,000. Now, let me show you a little way sometimes you can get lucky, right? My very first trade base that I made, I just made it randomly. And let me turn my sound back on. I just made it randomly. The first kind of trade base I ran across on this kind of temperate planet, which is not as bad. It doesn't have as bad storms. I just happened to get the base, put my base computer down, take over the trade center, build myself a little bit of base, and then started working on my resources. So I went out and made a copper node, and I was collecting copper. I went out and collected rusted metal. I went out and collected oxygen. My 3 basics. And notice I didn't put sodium in there, by the way. I didn't do sodium this round. Not really that necessary. You know, once you start getting other resources, you can just buy sodium. But just happens to be right next to my base, that's an S copper node sitting right there, literally within walking distance of my base. That's an S copper node being pumped back to my base. Now, next to that, how lucky, and also an oxygen node. I can even go into the thing. You can see that that is an S node. Over here, we can go into this. I'm just a little too far away to be able to see it, but that is actually an oxygen node being pumped back here. And of course, next to that, right over here, is power. So just happened to luck out that all 3 of those things, which are my basics, happen to be right next to this. Do you know if they are increasing the 20K items total build limit? I don't know. I would hope so at some point. I would hope so. It'd be kind of cool if you had your own servers too. You could have your own servers and have a little cluster server for your own part of the universe. That would be neat. But I seriously doubt that one because they're already working on tons of other stuff. But as you can see, we have 3 things that we really need: power, oxygen, and copper. And all of that is being fed right back to my base, literally right here. So all I have to do is run in here, and here's 57,000, really 60,000 more copper. Remember that's, 150,000 copper we converted? Boom, there's another 60,000 in there that we got to work on next time. Over here, 25,000 oxygen. Guess what? This collected while we were doing all that other stuff. Guess what? At the beginning, when we started this playthrough about 5 hours ago, we went and we collected the other 25,000 of this oxygen and have been converting it all this time. So bam, that is ready to go. Now we're going to go ahead and run to our next area that has been running while we've been doing other things, which is why I love the industrial thing, because it's always running. It doesn't run out of power. You can use solar for it if you want, or you can just go ahead and use unlimited power, which is using your industrial power. I like using the industrial power because then I never have to worry about it. I don't have to worry about the battery cycle of day and night cycle when it comes to when you build up power, you put it in your battery, then at nighttime the battery's going to run whatever it is, and then in the daytime it's going to charge back up, and so on and so forth, where I never have to worry about that. It's always running. Great example, this one right here. I'm going to go into fly mode here, and you can see right over here it's extracting with 9 rusted metal, and we've got them on the sides here. I actually had oxygen here before. Oxygen and rusted metal, which I was running from way off over there. But I moved my oxygen right by my base. Why do I need to come out here and grab it? Why not just put it right next to my base? Way easier. Now, this is rusted metal right here. And you're like, Kismet, why are you getting rusted metal? Well, I know some of you deleted it like I did in the very beginning when you're getting those green chests and you're just like, this is junk. I'm throwing it away, throwing it away. I've been throwing away tons of ferrite dust. In fact, this is 15,000 right here, rusted metal, which is actually 30,000 ferrite dust. That's right, it's actually double the amount of that. So that's why I go right to rusted metal and extract rusted metal. So for ferrite dust and pure ferrite and magnetized ferrite, even though you can farm magnetized ferrite separate. Now I'm going to go to salt. Now I don't typically collect salt. The only reason I collect salt, it was like fate saying, Kismet, you should do this right now. As I was running around looking for my other basic nodes, copper, ferrite dust, aka rusted metal, and oxygen, I ran across this S node. Now, if you see an S node, they are extremely rare. So if you do see them, I would definitely at least mark them to say, I'm going to come back to that later. But not only did I see an S salt node, I also saw an S power right next to it, which means it takes the minimum amount of resources for the biggest return. So if you see something like that, you might want to take a moment. And basically I'm getting 13,000 salt over here, which I could get a lot more if I wanted to, but it's worth about 4 million. So if I sell it, I would crash the market on it though, but I would literally get $4 million. But I just come over here and clear it, because guess what? In 2.5 hours, it's going to make me another 4 million. I'm not even going to be playing the game in another 2.5 hours. And then we got one more to go to, and that's the big dollar bills. Now, well, eventually we'll go ahead and make it even bigger, but we're going to go ahead and run over here, and we're going to go to the big dollar bill space, where we're going to make a lot of money right now. We are going to get a lot of money. And the reason why you want to clear this right before you go out of game is going to have the maximum return when you're not in game. I always like stuff to be running when I'm not in game. I love to queue up a bunch of things, like in man, went right on my head. Fallout Shelter is a great example. I like to queue stuff up in Fallout Shelter, get everything running, quit out of the game, let it run for a day or two, come back, check in on all my stuff. Okay, I got my stuff. I got to queue this up, get some quests going. All right, good. And then on to the next thing, right? That's how I like to run. And so here we are at one of my areas, and I'm going to go ahead and fly out of this one. Now, this one's really built up. This one's really built up. As you can see, we have tons of storage. Over here, I have the most of these I've ever put down. It just makes it go faster. I don't really need it to go faster, but we did it as an experiment to see how much faster that would go. This is 9, that's 18. Let's round up to 20, that's 40. That's about 50 of those suckers running right there. Now, as you can see here, this is about 10, 20, 30, 30 of each of those, as well as a few that are around the other side. So basically, I can just step outside here. You see it's a little bit of a storm. But you can see that I have 112,000. Not 112 in total. I'm talking about 112,000. Now, it says it's worth 21 million, but that's only because I crashed the market in my local area. So let's go ahead and use our teleporter here. First, we're going to find out what system we're in. Right now, I hit right mouse button, by the way. We're in Tycoon system number 11. Now, of course, I've named them all in sequence as I discover them. Let's go to Tycoon number 2. So we're going to go to the star base of number 2. So we're going to hit this. We're going to go to number 2 and say right here, we're going to go to the Tycoon star base, and we're going to try to sell this. Now, if you go to a different system, the value of that item might go up or might go down, depending on what is going on in that particular economy. Now, I am going to crash the system because, hey, it's my solo game. I can do whatever I want, and it's my system. It belongs to the Tycoon Empire. So we're going to go in, and we're going to do whatever we need to do. So remember, it was about 21 million that it said it was before, and now, when we go over here, it's worth 21 million again. And you're like, oh God, Kismet, what the heck? And that's because this is still minus 80%. So its value has gone way down. So I just took a random guess on one of these, on which ones I have and haven't done. This is number 2. So let's go ahead and check number 3, right? And don't worry, we're going to get into Wastelanders here in just a second. Just a bit. We just got to finish this sale, and then we're going to move on. Now, I could save this up until I have $1 billion if I wanted to, and we'll get into that. We'll get into where we build it out, and it's literally $1 billion every time we log in, which will be fun. But that takes a lot of plates and a lot of effort and a lot of time. We'll get to it. Then we'll go to sell, and then again, we'll go look at our activated idiom. Notice how the price of it went up just a little bit, right? Just a little bit. This is minus 11%, and it went from 21 million to 95 million. Every time I log in, every 6.5 hours, it makes $175 million in my pocket. And I don't even need to be in the game. I don't need to be in the game. I could go log out right now, come back in a 6.5 hours, and guess what? Another 175 million sitting in there for me. And I'm going to sell that right there, even though it's a reduced amount. Bam! Crash the system right there. And I just made another 95 million. I have 400 million on me right now. Almost $500 million on me. And that is really very minimal effort. If I was really playing this game at the highest level, if I was playing it every single day, I would already be making $1 billion every single day. I would go to building up that activated idiom to a point in which I literally just collect enough to sell it to the market, bam, and there's $1 billion. And I could literally go around right now on a spending spree. I could go buy all the S-Class ships. I could buy a whole bunch of nice stuff like S-Class freighters and things like that. We could go on a big old spending spree. We might do that next time. So there we go. All right, we're going to leave it as that. We're going to go ahead and go back to our primary base. So when we log in, we can collect our stuff again. So we'll go back to our Wasteland Tycoon trade base and get that going. Let's go. Now you're like, Kismet, do you have all the best ships and all the best items and all the best stuff? Nope, not in any hurry. I'll get it. I got 400 million. I can go buy whatever I want now. And you're like, Kismet, you can't go buy whatever you want. You don't have enough nanotites. Oh, that's for next time. How to make an infinite amount of nanotites. We'll get into that. So make sure to be around for that one. Check my schedule down below. All right, so we're going to go ahead and get this going. Save that. There we go. And then we're going to jump to my office. Let's go. All right, man, that game is super, super fun. Now, what we're going to do is we're going to go ahead and switch over to some Fallout 76. Now, stay in the stream, everybody. What I'm going to do is I'm going to go ahead and turn the stream off for just a second, and that's going to cut my VODs. So do that. Actually, maybe I don't feel like doing that today. You know what? I might just take a quick break, then come back, and then we'll get to it. I think we'll do that instead. I'm just going to go ahead and change the title. So give me a minute to do that over here. Actually, I'll just go stealth. Let's go back over here so you guys can watch something. How about that? We'll do some Stream Raiders, and then you guys can watch some Stream Raiders while I'm taking a break and switching over to some Fallout 76. Let's do that instead. That sounds fun. That's why I don't have to stop and restart the whole thing again. All right, so you look at some Stream Raiders here for a second. While I am doing that, I'm going to go Stealth Boy while I'm firing everything up and take a quick little break. Feel free to hang out here in the chat, and I'll be right back. Hey everybody, Kismet here. Thank you so much for watching this video. Make sure to hit that subscribe button right in the center of the screen. Also check me out live on twitch.tv/Kismet. I'll see you all next time.